Hello. Sorry. I think this is one of the first times that I've been honest to God late. Sometimes I'm like, I'm rushing, I'm running behind, but this was I was late. I was talking to my mom. I was chatting and we started having a more I called her before stream because I was like, oh, talk to my mom. And then we started having a relatively serious conversation, and I was like, ah, fuck. I should have caught her. I should have called her with a little bit more time than I had. But I don't think that either of us predicted it. Let me see. Oh, God, and nothing is set up, and everything is wrong, and everything is bad. But I'm getting there. All right. Switch to Megaphone Man's World. Switch to the Critical Role campaign. If I can. Hello, everybody. By the way, what's up? Hello. Buenos dias. Zdravstvuyte. It's hard to say with Invisalign in. Anything like an eth. They aren't even that thick. They just have like a little bit of extra thickness to them that like fucks with the way that I say that I've just naturally learned to speak as a person. Also, sorry that 86 is still unlisted. I have been, or 86 part 2, I should say. I have been incredibly close to a breakthrough on Megamind in terms of like processing stuff. But in the in the process of getting that very, very close to the finish line, I accidentally deleted all of my saved data. I corrupted the database. And so I will have to do a little bit more to do the chapters for 86.5, and then I knew that I needed to do that little bit extra, and then I kind of forgot, if we're being real. So I'm still pulling up 87. Sorry. I am running behind. 8 minutes late too. I know. The past chats on screen look mixed up with each other. They probably are. If I had to guess, they most likely are a little bit mixed up, because I was really fucking with some shit. What's up? Hello. Doesn't sound much like a breakthrough if you debate everything. It is a breakthrough. It's just hard. It's hard. I committed to doing like speech detection and speaker diarization, like detecting different speakers on a without using any of like the major AI models. Because number one, I didn't want any sort of online connection to be necessary for Megamind. I did not want it to be like I'm relying on code that is like out there and I, don't have control over. And I wanted to make sure that it was ethically trained. Now, speech recognition is sometimes hard to like confirm how things were trained. So I'm using a model called Vosk, which I couldn't quite confirm all of like the baseline data sets. But its really like striking feature is that it's not really the best. It hasn't been trained super, super detailed, but you can train on your own data. So rather than needing to train on a bunch of internet data or a bunch of other people's data that might be unethically sourced, I can use this framework to just train it on my own streams, which would be What the fuck is this? Did you guys hear this? Thank you, Elfire Eva! Thank you! Oh my god, I appreciate it! And apparently, something I have set up appreciates it as well. I'm hearing that through my local, like, system audio. I don't know where that fucking came from. What the hell was that? Where's the crowd? I don't know. It was really long. The stream is haunted. What the fuck? I don't know what the hell was going on there. Thank you, Elfire Eva, for the 5 gifted. I appreciate it. And apparently, the ghosts in the machine appreciate it as well. It must be something that I set up a long time ago. And, like, never... I legitimately don't even know where it would be. That is... crazy. I've never felt unsettled by my own past development. Holy shit. I don't know. That was crazy. Is the leaderboard thing new? What leaderboard? Oh wait, that's like the crowns. What the fuck are these? Ah! It's back! Thank you, Elfire Eva, for the 10. It's just getting more. It's more. I can't stop it. What's going on? Action cues, action cues. Notif for gifted memberships. I have it somewhere. Oh my god, the reason it's so much is because it's running that audio individually for each gift. So it just ran it 10 times. Where is it? I don't even know. Gifted. Automatic reactions to chat. When did I set this up? I don't even know. Look, I'm being serious. I don't know when I set this up. Clearly, I set it up at some point. I don't know when that was. But apparently, it will now give you a nice applause. I'm going to turn down the volume on it a little bit, because that was a bit loud for my sensibilities. But thank you, Elfire Eva, for the 10. I appreciate it. Oh, man. And what else is going on? There's a leaderboard. I don't even know what's happening. And like, also, I have a community now on YouTube, but you can only get to it from the mobile app. Oh, wait, my phone is on the back shelf. One second. Oh, man. Thank you for the 9 months, Daniel. And why doesn't it do it for Daniel just now? I guess it's only for gifteds? Is it only for gifted? Gift membership received membership gift. Ah, wait, can I set it for just a normal membership? Membership milestone? Okay, if anyone else has a membership milestone, we'll see if it happens. I don't know. That's crazy. Oh my god. I don't know how I feel about the leaderboard system. It makes chat look like a lot. Okay, wait. Yeah. So, okay. There's been a lot going on. Like, I took a week off, essentially, and I made a lot of coding progress, but also so much, like, shit. Like, YouTube just put out a bunch of updates. So now, if you go to my like channel page on YouTube, there's this visit community button. Oh, Beckliz did. Thank you for the 14. But it didn't do it for Beckliz. I don't know why. Maybe I have to save it. It's enabled. What's going on? I guess it just doesn't. I gotta watch my dollars. No worries, Cheeky Monkey. I totally get it. No worries at all. Is there anything? Present subscriber, new sponsor, maybe new sponsor? I'll try throwing it in. Why not? Because I think sponsors are members. They just, for whatever reason, it does it confusingly. Thank you for the 14, Ebster. No, apparently not. I don't know. I guess only gifteds will work. This is why I'm building Megamind. This is why I've been putting so much effort into building Megamind, is because so many like small things about all of the third-party apps I use are just very minorly inconvenient and like don't do exactly what I think they will do. So that is part of the reason. But yeah, it's like, so there's now a community feature, which I originally thought was going to be more like Discord, and I was very excited for it to be more like Discord, because I really wanted to like be able to like ping members or like ping people that sign up for pings or like notifications on like the YouTube side of things without having to ping like fucking everyone, you know? But it is less like a Discord and more like a Reddit. But also you can't get to it from the desktop app. So if you go to the desktop app, it's still just posts, and you can't see any posts that like other people have put in. But if you guys go to my community on the mobile app, you can actually post within it. Like you guys can do like, as community members can do posts. I have it set up to where you have to be subscribed for like, I think like 5 days or something like that. Some relatively short period of time. But yeah, so that's, so I don't know. So that's also there. It's cool, but I hate that I can't get to it from the desktop. Thank you for the $2, Elfire Eva. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. What is this I'm hearing about Megamind? DevProj? Yeah, DevProj. I mean, I've been working on Megamind since before it was called Megamind. But yeah, it is a dev project I've been working on in the background for a while, but I've started more substantially working on it recently, and it's been getting really, really close to being like a really substantial help. Like I recently got it to where it can do these like top word sort of sentiment things. So, like these are the top words that have been in chat, and they slowly degrade based on how often they're used. So yeah. I have annoyances with things that are app-based only. Me too, Torben. Weird. Okay, wait. But now I gotta check. Okay, so there was the community stuff, and then also there is a top fans thing. There's like a leaderboard. Top fans and XP. What's the leaderboard? I don't know. So let's see. Wait. It's about to tell me about what the leaderboard is. A place for fans to stand out in the community. The top 3 get a special badge in live chat. It resets every stream, so you can always try again. You'll need to collect experience points. You send live chats, you send super chats or super stickers. Okay. Learn more or turn off in the help center. Okay. Huh. I mean, I get what they're doing, right? It's like it's very, very clear what this is meant to do. It's driving engagement, it's creating a feeling of FOMO. Like, they're not being stealthy about it. Hmm. I don't know. Oh, I forgot I was still on this screen. The Infinite Void. Interesting. I don't. I'll have to think about that on whether or not I'm like cool with that. I mean, I like that it's not showing it on the on-screen chat. And like, something to promote more people chatting, more, fucking gifted members or super chats. Like, it is like there's a direct financial incentive for me to be into this. Yeah. I'll have to think about it more. Because I try to limit the, like, hostile design, I try to limit the hostile design in my chat. And in, like, the way that I conduct stuff. But if it's paying the bills. Oh my gosh, Elfire Eva. I thank you again. I really appreciate the super chats. I'm truly not used to receiving this much in one stream. But I really appreciate that. I'm not gonna stop. I really appreciate that. Yeah. It's only being tested with certain channels. Mine is included. Interesting, Elfire. I mean, I have opted in to be like in all of the beta tests because I do like testing out new features. Interesting. How many wolves do I have to hunt to get XP? I don't like the incentive for payment. Live messages have stopped adding XP. Live messages still add XP. I guess I don't exactly directly know. But like currently Elfire Eva is in the lead. But then other people are behind Elfire just based on, there is like a ranking based on frequency of chat. Eva has 650. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a huge... Oh, you're right, Crazy Smith. You got to 75 and then stopped. The only one that has more than you is 750. Oh. I stopped gaining XP after 3 comments. Ugh. That I'm not crazy about. Like, if super chats or gifteds just got you more XP, I don't know. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. But like that is feedback I would give because like honestly, I do like the financial incentive is obvious and clear, but like the engagement incentive is also like. That's not negligible to me. Like, the thing that I would be more interested in from a, like, running this as a business perspective is being able to incentivize chat messages. Like, more chats. Because the reason I stream is to talk to people. Like, and so there is, like... Yeah, I mean, that is true, Sponge. That is true. There is it prevents grinding with spam. But at that point, like, if you wanted to prevent spam, you could have a degrading amount of XP that it gives you. So, like, if you send a chat message within a minute or within 2 minutes or within, 10 seconds of your previous chat message, it gives you like a degrading amount of XP depending on like the amount that you're spamming. until it eventually goes down to 0 if you're spamming. But just capping the maximum amount that you can get, that is really icky. That's really icky. Being like, because that's just like a paywall. That is like you can only get to the bigger numbers if you pay. And like any like, you know, comparing it to like video games, like any live service or free to play model, I think is only truly sustainable if free to play players can match paid players through a reasonable amount of effort. And that is like the key to like creating that sort of model that like works and is sustainable, is that like the amount of effort that the free players have to put in has to feel like enough. Like it has to feel right. And if you put a cap on it, that is just like absolutely cutting that at the fucking knees. That is kneecapping it. I'm gonna... So does Eva's XP degrade at all? Or does it just, like, stay at 650? I'm gonna leave it on for this stream, and we'll see how I feel about it afterward. Because I am learning all of this in the moment right now. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. When I press onto the leaderboard and look, it says continue to climb the leaderboard by a super chat. Ugh. Yeah, that feels super icky. Yeah. Yeah, they cut off engagement incentive for average viewers is vile. Yeah. Like, if you figure out how to turn it off, let me know. Wait, what? There's no, like, direct, like, you couldn't, like, find a way to turn it off? Oh, wait, what? I had, like, kind of just, like, an assumption on where it would be, but I assumed that you probably checked the same general spots that I would check. Channel guidelines, permission, categories. Oh, yeah. Advanced settings? Channel insights? I mean, if anything, I at least want to know where it is. Oh, yeah. I don't know where that would be. If it's not where I just checked. Is it in stream settings? No. Viewer activity, stream. I don't know where this is. And, like, I appreciate that YouTube is thinking about live content. And, like, you know, they added the new, like, break feature that I've been using. And I like the break feature. Like, it's not anything crazy, but I do like it. Live chat summary? What in the hell? I don't know where to turn it off. Oh, man. That is incredibly adversarial if I can't turn it off. There's a cap that can be earned on the number of points from live messages. And all you can do with the experience points is, like, get a badge. Opting out of the leaderboard. Oh, it's on the viewer side. Viewers are automatically enrolled in the community leaderboard. If you prefer not to participate, you can opt out. I can't even turn it off, I don't think. Oh no. I wonder if I could change the crown icon somehow to where it like is like if I could make it like an empty PNG or something. Like, I don't even know if I do want to turn it off. Maybe I do. I don't know. But the fact that I can't is a whole separate thing. That's not great. When they first make a feature, you can't opt out. Thank you, Eva. Thank you. Oh, and now my audio clapping isn't playing at all. Who the fuck knows? I don't even know why the audio is working or not, man. It's supposed to be in live chat settings. I think that's where you opt out. But I don't know that I can actually change it for you guys. Like, I don't think I can disable it on my end. Is the really wild part. Settings, privacy, and 2 options to toggle off. It's in. Okay, wait. Let me see if I can. If I go to a non-backend view of my own stream, maybe I can toggle it off. Because look, I want to know where it is because I might get super annoyed and done with it. And I want the option to be toggleable for me. Reactions. What are reactions? Oh, no, I like reactions. And remove my past XP. It did remove the icons from people, so it's nicer for the brain. Oh, you can't. It's on the viewer side. Okay. So, but if you do opt out of it, you won't see the crowns. Okay. That's at least good. I appreciate that if you opt out, you are not inundated with the FOMO. Now it's just a crown on the top of chat, and I'm not a super fan anymore. Yeah. It's kind of rude to not let the streamer turn it off fully. A little bit. Weird. Okay. Well, I'll look into it later. Maybe we'll do a test stream or something about it. I will look into it more separately. Strange. I love it when, like, I legitimately like some of the live features that YouTube has been implementing, but it is just wild that they just like do it with no notifications. Given that there is a spot in YouTube Studio where they like notify you about things. Like right now in YouTube Studio, it's like ideas for you, new summer gifts on Vertical Live, Creator Insider, Advanced Mode Analytics, This Week at YouTube, Creator Roundup VidCon Edition. Like there's basically a news feed that YouTube gives creators in YouTube Studio, and they didn't put an announcement here. So freaking wild, dude. From YouTube side, they probably think, why would a streamer want to turn off this financial incentive? Yeah. I mean, that is probably what they think. And it's like, because that is like the thing is like, I would like to make more money. I am not making like, if I was not married to Paige and had dual income, this would not be sustainable. So like a financial, an additional financial incentive is not something I'm instantly opposed to, but like I have to make it not adversarial because I care about the long-term health of the community more than the short-term financial gain. God, it's fucking short-term thinking. I went on a whole rant about this on a not Critical Role stream, on a non-cry stream, where I ranted for, I don't even remember how long, about how it feels like everything nowadays, especially in America, is just so short term. And it is boggling my mind as someone who grew up on the borderline between millennial and Gen Z. 1998 birth year. Like, as someone who grew up in that era, I got told constantly that I was thinking too short term, that I had to think long term, and that's how you be an adult, is like you gotta think more long term. You can't just think about, the short term gains of things. And now that I am like a voting working adult, I'm looking everywhere at the older generations and seeing nothing but short term thinking. From every reputable place that I would look at. It's crazy. Anyways, and that's what this feels like to me. It's just short-term thinking. It's like making it opt out, making it to where the streamer can't turn it off, making it to where the streamer can't like modify caps or remove them at all, making it to where the streamer can't just customize the amount of XP that an action generates. Like, that is something that seems so simple to me as a way to allow a streamer to fine-tune this feature to be good for their community. and to be sustainable for their community. That seems like really clear to me. And as someone that has been developing an app right now, that is something I could implement in a week in my own personal chat processor. I am sure that YouTube's backend is infinitely more complicated, so I don't want to simplify it too much. But they also have some of the best software engineers in the world. So I feel like it probably evens out. I'm getting like software developer rage. Anyways, fucking Critical Role, am I right? Oy vey, man. Oy vey. I think, oh my god, and it's a 2-hour first half, and Paige is gone, and the dogs are upset. Oy, oy, oy. Midway part of the session is 1:43. You'll understand as you approach it why it's not a good narrative stopping point. No way to stop before intermission now. Okay. We can do this. You know what? I appreciate that, John. I really appreciate that, because I was looking for an alternative stopping point. I scrolled down and I was like, oh, is there an alternative stopping point and I can stop a little bit sooner? I appreciate the expectation setting of like, okay, we're buckling in. We're putting on our seatbelt. We're getting ready. We're going to start with the recap. We're going to start at 7:57. And also, man, I'm going to try to start expectation setting less. Maybe I'll take it back to just chatting for this one. All right, really quick before we fully stop. I have tried to do a lot of things with the channel. Obviously, if you have been here for any amount of time, I try a lot of shit when it comes to formats and different types of content. I am, some people might say unreasonably so, terrified of stagnation. And I have a deep-held belief in the impossibility of perfection, but in the good of pursuing it. And of like trying new things and not settling for good enough. And so I'm constantly trying new stuff. I'm constantly trying to make things better. And that oftentimes fails. That fails more often than it succeeds, far more often. And I talked about a while back, a little bit ago, how it's like I'm going to try to stop explaining myself as much, because that takes a bunch of time and wastes a bunch of time, and like prevents me from doing things. But also, I'm going to try setting less expectations unless someone directly asks me about something. Because I don't like breaking expectations unless I am hyper confident I can fulfill them. And that confidence will probably only come after doing something for a while. Now, if I'm going to be doing something, I will still like tell you and announce it. But I'm going to try to be less confident about it in the future. So I bring all this up because of the takeaway, right? I've tried a lot of different things with takeaways, the text post, and then I was like, I'm going to film videos about it. And then I never filmed a single takeaway video. Because offline recording is hard for me. And I've felt it with Fantasy High as well. It's like right now I have weekends, Tuesdays, and Thursdays where I'm not live on stream. Those are my vocal recovery days at this point. And collaboration days. And like hangout days, that's when I DM for my campaign, is on Thursdays. So it's like, it's been very hard to like sit down and record Fantasy High because it's a lot of vocal use that makes it hard to recover for the other like planned stream days. But at the beginning of the last Fantasy High video, I was like, this is the plan going forward. And I laid out expectations that I don't think I can keep now, having gotten further into it. So it's tough. I'm going to try to yeah. So if you are still waiting on the Fantasy High video, I am very sorry. And I'm not going to pitch a plan. I'm not going to pitch any expectations. It's coming. I want to finish it so badly. But it has just gotten massively deprioritized through no fault of its own. There are just other things that have taken priority. And I am not the best. I'm okay at time management. I'm not great at priority management. So that's where we're at. Yeah. That is where we're at. So, so the reason that I brought that up in the first place is the takeaway. Takeaway from last episode. Complicated. That scene. Oh man, I need to go back to just chatting. I know. I'm going all over the place. It is a roller coaster. I also slept terribly last night, and this is the first day that Paige is gone. She left this morning. The dogs don't know what to do. They were all out of sorts because of the fireworks as well yesterday, and there's still some fireworks today. It's crazy. So I'm all over the place. And my feelings about last episode are all over the place. And you can watch me be incredibly conflicted. If you want to get a sense of my conflict, my opinion changes radically over the course of last episode. And I am still not exactly sure where I land on it. Because the fight, I have a general aversion to PvP because I think that it naturally, like I think mechanics should serve to create or elicit good and appropriate fiction and story. And PvP in D&D does not do that, I think, just naturally. That's not to say it can't, but it is not predisposed to it. It is weak in that particular area. And again, certainly doesn't mean that it can't do it. I think CR often does it. But so I have a natural sort of hesitance about PvP. And especially PvP combat. There's also, PvP like skill checks. But especially PvP combat. And then I also have a natural aversion to kind of out of character emotions or motivations or those sorts of things, really influencing character action without spoken aloud justification. That all said, I think that Liam via Vax actually did give us some spoken aloud justification. Like, I think it felt a little bit weird at first, but and I'm not gonna say that it was like a good justification, but it constructed a version of Vax that I could believe was doing these things. A version of the Vax I had already seen. And I didn't get that same justification for Grog or Keyleth. Although, maybe I did get it for Grog. You can see me ping-ponging back and forth because people rightly pointed out his intelligence score. And you know what? That is an amount of in-fiction justification. But I also hate it as a justification. Like, it is appropriate, and it was invoked appropriately, but oh man, do I not like it. And do I think it is maybe like the lowest form of justification for those sorts of actions. But then we come back to, well, okay, maybe it is, but several people were like, oh man, I've really liked playing characters with those hyper low scores because it gave me this really good framework to build around, right? It gave me this good place to start my role playing and to like initiate my role playing when I didn't maybe have like the full character like firmly cemented in my brain, right? Because no one does when you first start playing, right? You think you know what your character is going to be, but then as things kind of go on, the team dynamic becomes a little bit more clear. Characters can change. Characters can change over the first several levels. And so having a low score can really not open up, but can give you like a good baseline to operate on as you're trying to figure out the nuances of your character. That's a super justifiable argument. But then I think as you progress, it hampers nuance, right? In the same way that you don't know what your character is going to be at the starting line, you don't know if you're really going to want to play a character that has that low of a score, right? As you develop the nuance of your character and you figure out their personality and you figure out all these things, there's a really good shot that the nuance of your character doesn't quite jive with that low of a score. Maybe it jives with a low score, like an 8, but maybe it doesn't jive with a 6, you know? Or maybe it does to you, but what a 6 even means is different to different people, right? It's different to your fellow players, to your DM. The interpretation of these scores is not consistent. It's an inherently interpretive thing. And so that can be very hampering to, again, nuanced roleplay later. It can be very helpful to nuanced roleplay earlier. And so I'm torn. We'll add another thing to the pile that I'm torn about. I'm torn about Darrington in general. At first, I really didn't want to like him, or I didn't want, or I was giving him a lot of maybe benefit of the doubt. I was giving him, or I was interpreting his character very differently than it seems it actually is. And when he kind of displayed a little bit more of it. There's still this like kind of layer of performance, which is kind of cool, but it makes it hard for me to like really catch a hold of him. He's a little bit slippery as a character, but maybe he's not. Maybe he is being honest and he is showing his true colors to Vox Machina, but then he's putting it on in private to himself when he talks to Dodie afterward. And I would be very interested to see an arc from Darrington, from Terry. Like, I think the arc that he is setting up is not only interesting, but it is an arc you can do quickly, which I think is important if you're introducing a character this late. But Sam is not really known for doing character arcs very quickly. That's not what I would identify as one of the things that I know about him. So I'm torn there. Even where they seem to be going to address Hodis in hell. And they're bringing in this lower-leveled character. I'm torn on that. How is Matt going to make this interesting? That's the title of this stream. How do you raise the stakes? How do you set up stakes that feel right and feel appropriate after this huge, long and massive and really world-ending stakes that we had in Chroma Conclave? How? Because really, this is just more tying up loose ends. This is, from the player perspective, or even from the character perspective, this is just more... How do I say it? The stakes here are completely voluntary. The stakes are trying to prevent future danger before it metastasizes. But that danger, even if it does, is purely personal. And so you don't want to make the stakes feel too big, but it's also hell. How do you make hell feel appropriately dangerous? To challenge a party that has just beaten the Chroma Conclave? Or do you just let it be an ant stomp? Do you let them just kind of get through the hells without a massive challenge? Or do you say, okay, these things would be world-ending threats on the material plane, but there's some reason they can't cross the planar boundary, but because you're crossing the planar boundary, then they can. Or then they can be these huge threats because you're going into their home. But if they are these huge threats, how do you justify them going to the hells, but the hells not going to them? What is Hodis doing in between? Because we should see some evidence of his evolution. In the first one, they kill him in Vasselheim. He comes back having hired assassins and coming in with backup, essentially, to go after Vox Machina. How do you show the preparation of him evolving? How do you show that he is not just bashing his head into a wall and he's not just cool with dying over and over until he gets lucky? Like, how do you show that? Because they've already defeated Hodis once without losing anyone. So he has to be escalating things, right? He has to be preparing more, whether that is getting personally stronger, that is recruiting more dangerous allies, that is getting an artifact of his own, a la the Vestiges, right? Has Hodis been on a vestige hunt this whole time? I don't know. But that's kind of something that needs to be established. Otherwise, it feels like Hodis has been frozen in amber. Has he been frozen in amber? Can he do anything while his body is reforming? So, I'm very conflicted. I'm very all over the place. And, I'm conflicted on should Matt be introducing more of a quest hook, or should he allow them to just continue knocking things off their list? I kind of think he should just keep knocking things off the list, but that presents all sorts of narrative challenges. So I don't know. It's hard to say. I think that's one of the most, at least in recent memory. It's hard to remember when I feel conflicted about episodes. It's easier to remember episodes that I really liked or that I really didn't. But even you saw me recently, I think it was like 2 or 3 streams ago, trying to remember episodes I really hated. And that is difficult for me. It's hard for me to remember individual episodes. So I can't really remember the last time I was this conflicted. I'm sure it's happened. But I'm really conflicted on an episode. And it is so, like, the way that I view that episode in terms of good DMing and good playing is so dependent on what happens from here. Like, it is so wildly dependent on how things develop, how the big cloud of possibilities slowly collapses into singular roots and points, that it's tough for me to say, you know? I mean, because I agree with Crazy Smith. I agree with you completely. That is a huge benefit towards them knocking things off their list. But knocking something off your list of this size and magnitude, when it is framed as knocking something off your list, presents some, like, narrative challenges that I haven't seen Matt even start to go towards addressing. Although, he doesn't need to go about addressing them yet. He could wait. He could have started already, but he could wait. And so even if I think that, like, that is good, will depend on, like, does Matt justify things? And it's perfectly acceptable and justifiable and really reasonable for him to be waiting. But it could also mean that he's just not going to do it, and then that would be bad. The TPK will be good narrative addressing, baby. Yeah. Oh, they're going to the Ashari first. Oh my god, I totally forgot about the Ashari. And the Ashari is a whole other thing of, like, dude, I forgot that they went and got a boat at the end of the last session. Man, oh man. A lot of things kind of fucking happened last session. Oh my goodness. Yeah. The water Ashari. And it's weird because this is theoretically, speaking of something else I'm conflicted on, I kind of forgot about that. But this is the end of a player arc. Like, this is the culmination, at least in theory, probably not in practice, but this is theoretically framed as, like, the closing out of a player arc. But the way that Keyleth's arc has gone has been almost entirely independent of her Aramente. It has been related to the Ashari, but she did the Earth Ashari off stream. The Pyra served as broad foreshadowing for the Chroma Conclave, and then as collateral damage to personalize the Chroma Conclave threat. It had nothing to really do with Keyleth's arc. And yet, the Aramente is, like, so dastardly, or not dastardly, but incredibly like framed as part of her arc. So like, how do you handle the water Ashari? How do you handle this thing that has been framed in a way and it just hasn't borne out that way? I don't know. I would figure it out if I was Matt, but like I have no like gut instincts on how to handle the water Ashari, because in practice it kind of has nothing to do with Keyleth, but in the fiction it has a lot more to do with her. Like, it has everything to do with her. They wouldn't be going to the water Ashari if it weren't for her. And it's the end of a journey for her. But the journey, the literal journey of the Aramente has been so broadly disconnected from her emotional and symbolic and like thematic journey as a character. Her thematic journey has been much more related to Vax and to the way that she views civilian populations in the context of war. Like, her relationship to Carrick, like, her and Carrick, like, dissect, and Percy to that extent, dissecting what it means to like have a legacy and to lead people, and the relationship that you have as a person of power to the civilians that you protect, mirroring Keyleth's broad like disdain for the gods and like her opinion that they are unworthy of worship, slowly changing as the one that she loves becomes more and more entangled with the will of a god, and while simultaneously she reckons with her own position of power. When she believed that the gods existed, she just viewed them as being in a position of power, and that not making them inherently worthy of worship. But now she's in a very similar position, and she has been not worshipped, but Vox is borderlining that area to total peasant civilians. So that has been really like Keyleth's arc is like Carrick, civilians, gods. It's had nothing to really do with the Ashari. The only real way that the Ashari have looped into it is as a source of connection and essentially like a weak spot for her. Like, you can target the ones she loves. That is really the main way that the Ashari have factored in to Keyleth's plotline, is Raishan devastated the Pyra. Keyleth worries about the Air Ashari and the effect and the threat that the Chroma Conclave might bring to bear upon the Zephyra. The concept of leading her people and tying that into the Aramente is sort of completely missing. And the Zephyra seem entirely isolated from the way that, or not the Zephyra, sorry, the whatever the water Ashari are. I wrote it down last time. But the water Ashari have been totally insulated from the threats of the Chroma Conclave. It appears. Maybe I'm wrong. But like, I guess that's the way I would tie it in if I were Matt, is show the destruction of the Chroma Conclave on the Vesra. Thank you. On the Vesra. But that's like kind of all I can really think of, you know? I don't know if the Aramente is the end of her arc, much more the end of her quest, if that makes sense. Exactly. So it's like, how do you... It's kind of similar to Grog talking to Groon. Like, Groon is sort of presented as, like, somewhat of like a fulfillment and an end to Grog's quest, but Kevdak was much more of the end, really, of his quest. Although you could maybe consider that the climax, and so possibly killing Raishan could maybe be seen as the climax to Keyleth's quest, and then you can use the Water Ashari in a similar way that Groon was used. But I was pretty meh on the way that Groon was used, so it's tough for me to say that I'm super excited about that direction, you know? Percy's arc didn't end when he got rid of Orthax, like he's still developing. Yeah, Percy is a little strange in that way, where like that was the climax, but he hasn't really gotten a symbolic end. I'd actually say that Percy's arc has ended. He's just starting a new arc. Like, and I even think we see the symbolic end of that with him dying to Ripley. Like, I think that was the end of Percy's arc. And now resurrected Percy has a new and separate arc about the idea of service to others, valuing others. What's up? Hello. Okay, well, we're gonna turn off auto ads, because I think this will just be a no ad stream, because YouTube's chugging along, or sorry, not YouTube, OBS. OBS is chugging along perfectly, and YouTube completely crashed. Like, my view of YouTube is just gone. Like, I can't see anything. I can't see the number of viewers. I can't run a break. So hopefully y'all can still hear me. I honestly don't even know. I think I can because I've seen a few chats come in. But we're just going to turn off auto ads. Goodbye. Yeah, I can. We hear you. Okay, cool. So yeah, it's just on YouTube's end. That's good. That's good. Okay. Let me see if I can open it up because I do utilize it midstream. But we will definitely not be trying to run ads again. Okay, I got it back. That's good. That's good. Okay, cool. Percy is the person who went in assuming he'd be a martyr, accomplished his goal, and is still alive. Now what? Yeah, I agree. I fully agree with that. Yeah. It's hard because it's deep and important culturally and personally to her, but it's ancillary to the plot. Yeah, we haven't gotten to witness the Aramente or the other Ashari in general being deep and important to Keyleth. And so that's what I mean by, like, it is presented as a personal plot, but it's kind of just not. You know, it's, yeah, the central communal theme is leadership. It is. It certainly is. And, like, I think there's a lot of opportunity for that here. That's why, you know, once again, I'm going to log this under, man, I'm conflicted about that episode. And what's going on here? So yeah, that's my overall takeaway is maybe skip that one for things that you're going to model off of Critical Role. Not because it's bad, but just because, like, it's doing a lot of stuff that it's hard for me to tell if it'll work. Honestly. I don't know. She was pretty torn up about what happened to the Fire Ashari. No, I agree. That's why I'm saying, like, the Ashari exist as a personal connection to her. Her Aramente, like, it's not like she's, I mean, like, to be frank, she hasn't really given a shit out loud about not doing it. About, like, you know, doing other things instead. She's been, like, very, like, you know, if it happens. And we haven't, like, really felt, like, I would say at least there hasn't been, like, a super flavorful, like, display of, like, what the Aramente is even, like, supposed to be. Like, the only thing that we've seen is the one at the Pyra, and that one was them trekking through the fire plane for a while and then fighting some dudes. I don't really know how that ties into leadership or anything. It was just like a little encounter, and then they were like, yes, you've done well. Like, Keyleth didn't have, like, it's not fair, but, like, to illustrate what I mean, the Aramente, obviously, Keyleth's whole character, obviously based on Avatar, she said that. And Aang learning the different elements and the process of him doing that is a deeply personal thing, and he bends as he develops and as he grows. And that is just, like, nowhere in the Aramente. The Ashari do exist as a very personal connection to Keyleth. And, like, I really do sense her care for the community. And I think that is displayed really well with the Ashari and makes her care for the Western refugees, city of Westrun in general. Like, I think it makes a lot of sense. It not only does it make a lot of sense, it makes it make a lot of sense when her and Care connect so deeply on this topic, and when, frankly, her and Percy don't, but, like, they play that juxtaposition. Like, Percy is about building things to help people. Keyleth is very concerned about, like, individual lives and persons within the community that is built. And they play that justification or that juxtaposition that is really like a knife's edge difference between them, but gives them different perspectives. I think they play that beautifully. But man, like, what's going on with the Aramente? I don't know. You know? I think Mersha might have been trying to play it as Keyleth being nervous to complete it, so taking other paths to avoid it. And, like, honestly, I don't think she did a terrible job of playing it that way. All of this just culminates in me, like, being conflicted on them going to do this right now. Like, I just, like, don't know what Matt does about this. Like, honestly, going to the Water Ashari would make a lot of sense to me narratively if it had been, like, done in the context of a greater looming threat. So saying, like, Keyleth saying, I feel like the Water Ashari can teach us something, or I feel like I will be stronger having completed my Aramente. Like, her seeing this as, like, her seeing this the way that Aang does in Avatar. Of, like, at the beginning of the show, he's goofing off, he's going to Kyoshi Island, he's going to do all of these things. As we get into the firebending, as we get into season 3, he's taking it much more seriously. He's like, oh man, I need to learn this in order to have any chance of taking Fire Lord Ozai. And so completing the Aramente within that context would have made narrative sense to me. That all said, big asterisk on that. Draw a massive asterisk right here. I just need to add an asterisk to, like, right here when I'm talking about things that I know will have an asterisk on them. Big asterisk. I don't think that would have gone over well with the internet. Even though I think it would have been incredibly narratively justifiable and would have made a ton of sense in the fiction and in the context of the story, I think it's okay for them to waste a bunch of time in the city of Brass to get a vestige for Pike. It is not... Put air quotes around this. This is me voicing a different person that does not believe the things that I believe. But I think some people might say it is justifiable to do that. It is not justifiable to develop character and, like, have that be viewed as progress towards the threat. That would have been viewed as wasting time, even though they wasted so much fucking time during the Chroma Conclave arc. So, understand when I say the more just, like, the quote-unquote better way to work in the Water Ashari and the Aramente, I understand that that is totally infeasible for Critical Role to have done. But, so that's, again, what makes me torn. Is like, yeah, this makes sense with how things have played out and the meta factors, but fuck, do I not know what they're gonna do. And do I not know how the fuck Matt can make this feel interesting and good. So yeah. People did complain about Keyleth taking up too much of the story, so take that in, which is ludicrous. That's insane. I mean, for how insane I think that is, we can just listen to Percy's rant, or not Percy, Scanlan's rant in The Bard's Lament. And we can hear who is taking up the time in arcs. And even that, maybe that left out a couple of things that I would personally identify, but like Keyleth Zaramente's not in there. At least if I remember correctly. So I'm torn. Did I express that fully? I'm torn. Let's watch some Critical Role.
Where we last left off.
Oh, it's so
Vox Machina,
quiet.
Having defeated the Chroma Conclave and restoring order and, for the time being, peace to the landscape of Kaldore, resurrected your friend Scanlan Shorthalt. However, he realized he needed some time to himself to both connect with his interest and direction in life and with his estranged, illegitimate daughter, Keyleth. Upon leaving, the party proceeded to find their way to close all the loose ends that they hadn't quite had time to get to with the Conclave's assault. That involved returning the ashes of Sinekir's wife to Vasselheim, and then making your way to Ank'Harel to deliver the hands of Ripley to the Scarbearers Guild. On your way there, you encountered a new adventurer, Darian Darrington, who was looking to join an adventuring group for experience. Yes, he's the best. He paid his way into your service, and upon being returned to Whitestone, you gave him a hazing, which broke him enough to be a little more honest with his reasoning for going on this venture.
Let's not call it a hazing. It was an audition.
It was an audition. It was a brutal audition. Yeah, it was
Don't call
like
it
that.
a comeback.
There you go. In which, knowing more about your new companion, you accepted him for the time being, understanding the dangers that are involved in following your path, and he accepted. You made your way to Iman, looking as a way to find passage towards Vesra, the home of the Water Ashari and the hopeful completion of Keyleth's Aramente. Upon finding and hiring a crew under the Captain Adela, you made your way onto your new ship and began to traverse westward onto the Osmit Sea.
Shit, we on a boat. We on a boat, motherfucker!
Don't you ever forget.
Knew there is that.
We are noble creatures.
So,
I hear the ocean. That's someone snoring.
It's a rain stick.
so you guys have been at sea for a handful of days. It's been relatively uneventful. The boat slowly rocks as the waters of the Osmit are much calmer by comparison to that of the Lucidian Ocean, making them a much more popular trade route pass between the various continents on this side of Exandria. Now, the slow rocking of the boat across the somewhat choppy waters leads some of you into a relaxing lull over these days, others into perpetual bouts of nausea. But you notice that the Captain Adela runs a relatively tight ship. Her crew works like clockwork at her order, and the skies are thankfully clear these first few days, and the journey so far is mild. What would you guys like to, is there anything you wish to accomplish as you're traveling across the sea?
I've got a little bit of sketching and working on something simple that I might even try and build while I'm here, but yeah.
I'll catch up on some reading, I guess. Some of my alchemy reading
Okay,
Stephen
from
King
what I've
novel.
been doing, trying to make that better.
fair enough.
I have been sort of shadowing Grog for a couple of days because he doesn't have any gnomes to hang out with.
Oh, that's right. Oh, fuck, it's real when you said it.
So I have been playing Boulder Parchment Shears and telling him stories.
The non-violent kind.
Yes, yes. Just hanging out, off and on.
Okay, next.
I guess I've been trying to get to know Terry a little bit better, and also flying like Vex kite behind the ship.
Okay. And
And-
Tyrion.
Lots of push-ups, trying to beef up my pecs. I also, at the start of every day, I am going to take 2 of those. I have a bunch of silver coins that I carry around with me, and I'm going to cast a couple of spells into them just to have them at the ready. I cast Fly into one and Blur into the other.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
And then I would probably wander down to good old Percy and just ask him if he needs help with any tinkering.
Oh yeah, no, I want to see what he has too. Like, there's going to be some trading. Yeah, I'll show stuff.
I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
Oh yeah.
Perfect. So as the two tinkering nerds begin to reveal their secret inner interests, and let's see, so all right, cool. Vex. About 3 days into this venture, you catch what looks to be a dark spot right on the horizon, like just like midday, maybe like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a warm sun this far, kind of, as you start moving westward and southward, you head closer to what will be the equator of the planet. It's getting warmer, and the sea spray's coming up. The smell of seawater and brine occasionally kind of meets your nose as the ship hits the various waves as they come across. But you're still keeping a keen eye out, and it's just endless sea in all directions. You see no landmass, but you see a little bit of something appearing at the horizon.
Like land, potentially?
It could very well be land.
Ooh. I guess I'll fly down and, I'm gonna try to stay off the deck as much as possible since it makes me so nauseous. So I stay. I didn't even
Just
think.
glide around on the.
Yes.
on the
Your
boat.
imaginary character is also nauseous?
Potentially, yes.
That's a bummer.
I know, right? Max hasn't had a lot of experience with ships.
Yeah.
You know?
Does your real self also get?
I may have fed a couple sharks in my lifetime.
She painted the ocean. It was amazing.
I'm gonna fly down and tell Captain Adela.
Okay. Keep an eye on, and as you move and it begins, you catch a little more of the shape in the distance. It looks a little small to be a landmass. If it is landmass, it's a very small one.
Oh.
But it's stationary.
All right. Oh, it could be another ship, possibly.
Could be a ship, could be anything that would be stationary, and like literally, it's only because of your keen vantage point and your honed eyesight they're able to even make that slight little bump in the horizon from here.
All right. Captain.
Yeah. As you fly down, you see her. She's at the front of the ship. She has her one hand currently on the wheel, and she's just kind of looking out, chatting to the side of one of her crewmates, and turns around as you fly her next to her. She kind of surprised immediately by your appearance. Like, oh, sorry.
We'll get used to that someday, I swear.
One of these days, I'm sure. What can I do for you?
I see something on the horizon. Do you know of any masses in the area? Maybe a ship or island or...
Take them. She hands off the wheel to one of her compatriots, and she rummages over into one of the small chests on the side and pulls out a large scroll and slams it onto a small table she keeps maybe 10 feet off to the right of her. And she goes through and pulls out a few instruments, marks the sun, and takes a good like 5 minutes or so getting a really strong idea of where the positioning is, and looks in. No, not much in the way of landmasses out here, my dear.
Do you have a telescope?
And she pulls out her particular eyeglass. It's small but functional. Glances over, and you look over in the direction I pointed out. There's nothing on the horizon.
May I take that fly up? I swear I'll give it back.
There's a long pause.
I've got nowhere to hide.
Careful, butterfingers.
Passes it over. You take off, look up, extend it, keeping it close to you. Go make a perception check.
Day.
First one.
Set the tone. Roll like a champion.
Okay.
Natural 1. The spyglass.
Shut up. Don't say it out loud.
Why'd you go with them weenie?
Sharp, the dice that you need is spyglasses.
21.
21. Okay. You take a moment and kind of glance out in the same direction you were, and you scan past the horizon. Nothing.
Fuck. Well, I come back down. It went underwater, whatever it was. Does that mean it was big enough to be some sort of sea monster? Was it a sea monster?
I sincerely hope not for all of our sakes, but nevertheless, I'm going to go ahead and have the men man our ballistas, just to be safe.
How quickly do those things move?
Which things?
Sea monsters.
Depends on the sea monster.
This one was very large.
Hopefully slowly. She shouts off, "Full sail!" And a bunch of the Guardians start pulling the ropes down and letting the sail come to a full flood of the wind. Itself isn't too terribly strong, but it's enough to at least inflate the sails even further and give a little more of a speedy direction.
I want to go back up and keep an eye with the spyglass on any kind of movement in the water that looks like it's coming toward us.
Okay, cool. Some of our men go over and start loading the large ballistas to the back of the ship. Everyone else, anybody else hanging on the deck?
Can I run to the bow of the ship, headed for a new land in New York, Go to the bow of the ship.
There you stand at the bow of the ship. You see the at the very front. There's the point at the front.
Are you really?
Oh man.
What?
You're not.
No, I'm just looking to see what I can see.
Okay.
Like one leg up, Captain Morgan style.
There you go. As you glance out with your hand above on your brow, darting the bright, cloudless sunlight down upon you. It is just endless ocean.
Is there one of those amazing like naked ladies on the front of the ship holding out the pole that comes out from the front?
Make a perception check.
Come on, Gil. 3.
It's too hard to see from the vantage point. You probably have to climb out there and climb down in the front of the ship.
He's
to
in the
see.
back of the ship.
Do we mean to be going backwards?
I go up to the deckhands who are manning the sails, and I'm like, I heard of his full sail, full. Yeah. Do you need help with anything?
Wow.
Do you need?
Ray
I
is
can
strong.
make like wind. We can maybe get there faster.
The gentleman who's there, kind of currently wrapping a rope around his forearm as he's pulling it down with his full weight. You can see he's maybe in his like late 20s, though still going a little gray in the beard for such a young age. But his skin is weathered. He's kind of missing a few teeth.
Dude, okay, before Matt decides, this is wild. I ran into this exact problem. Or like not even problem, but this exact like request from my players. Because one of them is a druid that has gust of wind, and they were like, could I make us go faster by using gust of wind? And gust of wind, if you don't know, is like tethered relationally to where the person using it is. So it would even work from that perspective. It's not like something that you set down and then the ship would move and the gust of wind would be still back there. It moves with the caster. So it's actually like theoretically, oh yeah, the druid is page. I forgot I've mentioned that. But it moves relationally with casters, so that's not even an issue. So I was like, man, fuck, that would work. And then I was like, okay, what is the casting, or not the casting time, the duration on it? Duration's only a minute. And I was like, okay, the journey that you guys are making is on the order of hours upon hours. Like it is a little bit less than a day. And So this will sort of be like, you going at like 60 miles an hour on the highway and then going up to 80 for like a minute and then going back down. Like, it will be faster, don't get me wrong, but it isn't going to be noticeable unless you do it for a while continuously. But I was telling you that was really interesting. And so then one of the other players was like, oh, could we use it to, like, make a sharp maneuver? Like, could we use it to, like, really quickly change direction of the ship? Like, to, like, blow a wind that's not natural? And I was like, fuck yeah, you can. That sounds sick as hell. Doing drifts in a pirate ship? You can use gust of wind to drift the ship. I'm down with it. So I was like, yeah, it won't affect the overall travel time, but you can do that. And so that was like the discussion that we had. Honestly, it was a good example of like how I go about like rules negotiations at my table. I just like thought through it and I was like, well, I don't see any reason it wouldn't make you faster. Like, let's think about what the actual thing would do. And then it's interesting, if you are a DM, you will find that a lot of spells are more balanced than you think. Like, I'll shit on a lot of spells, but broadly, they thought of a lot of edge cases, and like making Gust of Wind only a minute duration does remove a lot of the cheesy ways you could use it. Because you just can't use it for like long periods of time without expending a lot of second level spell slots. And second level spell slots are like just where it's getting into being kind of pricey to spam them at any level. Like, even a really high level druid, like, they could spam second level spell slots, but it'd be like kind of a waste of resources. So it's generally cool. Now that's smart. You could use it to heave too. Yeah. Let me use my spell slots to gain advantage to a check. Sure. I think that's totally fair. If the wind originates from the player, it shouldn't do anything since a giant fan wouldn't make a sailboat go faster. Giant fan wouldn't make the sailboat go faster because in real life, there is a force on the fan from pushing the air. The thing about Gust of Wind in D&D is that there's no force on the player. So because there's no equal and opposite force from doing Gust of Wind, it is not necessarily equivalent to the giant fan in real life. Also, I think there's a Veritasium video about like a fan with a sail. I don't remember the conclusions of it, but I actually think there is like a way to go faster than the wind by like using like a complicated motor setup. I don't remember how it works, so I'm not gonna quote it. But yeah, so that was kind of, that's how I go about it. Is I will break kayfabe almost immediately, and I will be like, okay, like that is interesting, and that could really affect what is about to happen. Like, if it was something that was like patently ridiculous, or like something that like I knew like off the top is not gonna work, then I might like keep in the fiction. But for something like that, I was like, depending on the details, this could really affect like the time it takes you to get there. So like, I go above the table and I discuss it, and I normally look as hard as I can for an interesting way to do it. In Fantasy High, I think I've heard Brennan describe it as like redirecting energy, where it's like, okay, I hear that you sound like you want to use your magic to go faster. I think he used the example of like, I want to pull a bomb out of my butt. And and I think about that a lot when in that sort of thing a lot when people talk about something equivalent to this, of like Keyleth trying to make the wanting to help or wanting to make the sale go faster. So I try to look for a way I can redirect the energy, and if I can't, sometimes you just got to say no. But I also loved that the other player jumped in there. That's the other piece of advice I'll give there is if you as a player see something interesting, not necessarily, not like a cheese sort of thing of actually this sentence could be interpreted differently and therefore you should let us do the super powerful thing. But in that circumstance, the other player was like, we could use it to make a really sharp maneuver. And I was like, that was not relevant to the current moment. We have not used it since. That has not been a thing that has been relevant in the game, but it instantly gave Paige a win. It instantly gave her something cool that came out as a result of the conversation. She asked if she could do something, and at the end of that conversation, she had a new thing she could do that she hadn't thought about ahead of time. Now, it wasn't the thing she wanted to do, but it was a new thing she could do, and again, it gave her that win. And I think that is legitimately important to allowing players to do cool stuff at the table, and for being a supportive player, especially when if you have a lot of experience in the game but the people you're playing with maybe don't. Focusing on those sorts of weird, cool things, especially, again, if they're not applicable in the moment. Those are way, way easier for a DM to say yes to. It was way easier for me to say yes to that, kind of suggestion by the other player because I knew it wasn't going to be relevant right now. So I knew that I would have a chance to think about it more after the session, or even for just a couple of minutes during the session, right? I knew it wasn't going to be relevant in that very moment. Maybe it would have been relevant later in the session. It wasn't in my case, but it could have been. And any way you slice it, I had some time to think about it, which is huge towards a DM feeling like they can say yes to something, especially if they're maybe somewhat hesitant normally. Yeah. Keyleth could use Control Weather to increase the wind for up to 8 hours. Well, she could do that. Control Weather is a much more powerful spell. I'd give it to her. Yeah. She did that for the storm and to increase the speed while being on the airship. Yeah. I mean, she could totally do that. And that is a much higher level spell. I would just let that cut their time in half. Pretty easily, yeah. Another thing about Gust of Wind, blowing a ship with a jet of air won't actually exceed hull speed. The wind has to hit the sail like a wing, and it pushes the ship up to max hull speed. Yeah. The max speed that, that amount of mass can be dragged through the water. It's kind of or is it? I should say, is it kind of because I guess I don't necessarily know too much about this. But is it kind of it sounds kind of like terminal velocity. It's if you're skydiving, you don't just keep accelerating forever. You eventually hit a point where the air is pushing back on you so hard that you stop accelerating. You get to a consistent velocity. That whole speed sounds similar to that, which is fair. Yeah. Mostly at an angle like an airplane. Elpire is also right that you can tear your sails with using the wind wrong. Fair. Yeah. Anyways, so that is all to say that I am interested on how Matt handles this. Because I think that this is an incredibly common thing. If you want to, be like Matt, be like the players, whatever, or you want to take away something from Critical Role, thinking about this sort of interaction is going to is going to bear a lot of fruit. Because this sort of interaction is, at least at my table, and frankly, all the tables I've ever been at, this sort of interaction, super duper common.
He's got a large piece of like a bandana of cloth wrapped around the front of his head and just leather tunic, and he kind of looks back to you. I've got it, but thank you.
Oh, okay, because I can, like... You're doing great. Good work.
Right, okay.
I'm going to grab bad news and run up to the crow's nest and see if I can see anything.
Okay.
Guess word has gone around the ship then.
Yeah. Well, it should shout full sail. People, I guess, maybe we'll have to just see what's going on. So yeah. You get up the crow's nest. Do you make a perception check?
Make some room in here. There we go.
Oh my god, I already missed it. I was like not paying attention for a moment after I started because I thought that it was going to be Matt narratively waffling and vamping for like a sec. And so I was like reading like a chat, and then I looked back and Taliesin is doing something. And I'm like, I gotta rewind. Did he just say no?
He's got a large piece of like a bandana of cloth wrapped around the front of his head and just leather tunic, and he kind of looks back to you. I've got it, but thank you.
Oh, okay, because I can, like... You're doing great.
Okay, he should just say no. You know, if you're gonna say no, doing it in fiction and doing it quickly is probably the best way to do it. Especially... Now, this is maybe a slightly, like... I don't want to say it's railroady, because I don't think it's negative, and railroady has a negative connotation, but it is a sort of strategy to get more linear results, is being less flexible or like working with players less on those sorts of creative solutions when you have something directly planned. So like if Matt wants, you know, or not necessarily wants is the wrong word, but if he has an encounter that he thinks will be cool, thinks will be fun, they haven't fought anything in a little bit, and so I can very much see him wanting to insert a combat this session. I think that's very, like, good for, in terms of pacing reasons. Like, the last two sessions have been pretty much zero combat unless you count the haze. So I think inserting a combat here on the way with like a big old sea beast makes a ton of sense. And so if you want to do that, being a little bit less flexible with those sorts of creative things is definitely a way to do that. And keeping it in fiction, especially, and like kudos to Marisha on it, and crazy, yeah, Keyleth didn't push. I don't want to imply too much, but I think it's very possible that Marisha might have implied that there's kind of something developing here. And so not only does it make sense for Keyleth to be a little bit hesitant about things, but her very much putting it in the NPC's court to be like, can I help in any way? Is also like a subtle question to the GM of like, hey, are you cool if I help in any way? Because I am sure that Marisha has some thoughts in her head about how she could help. But she is very firmly kind of leaving it in Matt's court by asking an NPC, and Matt very much receives and gives back in that same way with having the NPC say no. So that sort of interaction and that thought process isn't, I think, as important for home games, because you can be more direct about like, I want to combat this session because you guys haven't fought anything in a while. Like, I think that's fine to say to your players. Maybe controversially, I don't know if that's controversial. But like, I want you to have a combat, and I think this one that I planned is fun. I think you can say that. They can't say that, really, on Critical Role. So I think that this sort of in-fiction kind of lob back and forth is a good way to handle it, given that they can't do the alternative. And if you like doing stuff in fiction, this is a good way to go about that. Like, Marisha is giving Matt a lot of room on how to respond. She's leaving a lot of flexibility for him to accomplish the overall goals of the session. So good back and forth there.
Good work.
Right, okay.
I'm going to grab bad news and run up to the crow's nest and see if I can see anything.
Okay.
Guess word has gone around the ship then.
Yeah. Well, it should shout full sail. People, I guess, maybe we'll have to just see what's going on. So yeah. You get up the crow's nest. Make a perception check.
Make some room in here. There we go. That's where's my perception? That's 20.
20. Okay. You get up there and kind of lean out. Speaking of you, you look up and you can just see maybe 45 feet up. Vex is also keeping her eye out via broom. You're kind of taking her lead in the direction she's facing and glance out in that direction, but she's open to see.
All right, I'm just gonna keep an eye out for a moment, for a little bit.
Was Terry down below?
I was, but when he came up, I came up too. Hi, hello, hi.
Hi.
I have one of those little sticker things that you put on the back of here for motion sickness. It's one of these.
Like 4
One of those
bracelets.
things you put on your wrists. Yeah.
4D buddies.
Hi, good day, good day all.
Good day.
Hi.
Good day, hi. That's it.
All right.
I shout out to Percy.
Stand up.
What are you guys looking for? Everyone's so excited. This is so exciting.
Why are you shouting? We have earrings.
Because we're on the high seas, and that's what sailors do.
Is it?
Yeah, see, we're sailors now.
We're sailors now.
She doesn't have to know what sailors really
The
do.
ship hand who's manning the sail, who's like a foot from you right now, just reaches up and covers his ear and goes, we don't really yell that loud all the time into each other's ear, but thank you.
Yo ho ho. And help.
Yeah.
Keyleth, ask the captain if she wants to have extra speed from your wind.
Captain.
The captain, yes. Go.
I'm not talking to you anymore, Percy. Captain.
As you approach from behind, she's currently now
touching her hair.
holding, she's holding the wheel and she's looking over the top. She doesn't even turn her head to you. She goes, yes?
Would you like more speed behind those?
Okay. Thinking about everything I have said up to this moment, that felt a little weird from Taliesin. And I will draw it back to what I was talking about with my campaign of one of the players making a suggestion, right? It feels, and maybe this is something that maybe I'm a little bit more particularly sensitive on. My lovely wife, has told me that I find people patronizing more than the typical person. But that felt incredibly patronizing to me. So take it with a grain of salt. Apparently I have a easier trigger for that sort of thing, where like things feel like that to me more often. But I was praising the Marisha and Matt interaction specifically because I am nearly positive that Marisha knew what was going on there, and like that she might be able to give the boat extra speed or what have you. But she didn't bring those things up on purpose. And this is the reason that I recommended, or I said, I think it works out better on average if other players, when they're giving, recommendations or ideas, they give ideas or thoughts that may not be useful in the active moment if they think that the other player actually needs or wants them, right? Like in the situation in my campaign, Paige was really trying to use Gust of Wind creatively. Like, it was not she wasn't testing me in any way. She wasn't testing the waters. It wasn't like I know I can do this, but I'm seeing if you want me to, DM. That was not the tone at all. She had an idea that she wanted to execute on, super specific. And I was like, it's not going to work out the way you think. And the other player pitched an alternative so that there could still be kind of a win. This is Keyleth's being super vague here. Marisha's being super vague here. I think very purposefully as a player. This is speculation, of course. But I think she's being purposefully vague here to allow Matt the freedom to respond how he wants to. I could be wrong in that speculation. Maybe Marisha did not think of the wind. I find that slightly difficult to believe, given that she has used control weather for this exact thing before, just in the air. So I feel like if she was actually really trying to do something, she would have at least been a little bit more specific. maybe she still would have, been nervous or like not quite expressed it all the way or not expressed it to the captain. But I don't think she would have not thought of it. And so her not expressing it, and then Taliesin being like, hey, why don't you do this? To me, feels like I'm a player that wants to do something and wants something to happen, but I don't have the tools and you do, and I don't know why you're not doing it, but you should do it. And honestly, if you find yourself, and this is another way where like, I think that Critical Role is at a disadvantage. Like I think Taliesin is at a disadvantage, or is not at a disadvantage, how would I say it? Is in maybe a more disadvantageous position for that sort of thing, for this sort of thing here. Because if you did feel that way as Taliesin at a home game, you could lean over to Marisha and be like, hey, did you remember this? I would recommend that. I would recommend, like, did you like think about like the whole like wind and like, used it on the airship or, what, like making that sort of comment to someone, even as like, I know people get a little bit nitpicky about like table talk and about like character or players talking while other players are talking or while the DM is talking, whatever. I think this is a very solid time for some table talk of him just leaning over and be like, hey, did you remember that? Before getting Percy super involved. Because I don't think it's a good vibe for a home table. It's not the biggest deal in the world. They'll be fine with it. I think this will be glazed over immediately. I don't think it's going to be like a super big deal. But it's the sort of behavior that like if Taliesin was doing this super consistently, that might start to institute like bad vibes at the table. That sort of interaction. As an exception, or like as like an occasional thing, or if you establish it as a Percy trait and not a Taliesin trait, like all of those things are totally fine. It'll be cool, whatever. But I think that's the sort of behavior that if it becomes a pattern, that starts to be what people would call like problem player behavior. This is not me calling Taliesin a problem player, to be very clear. I don't even think that this counts as problem player behavior. Because I think it only becomes that if it is a pattern. So yeah, but it makes me feel uncomfy, and everything that I talked about beforehand, like that's kind of wise because he's just like ignoring the flexibility that I think Marisha was trying to offer, and Matt very much accepted, and he is using another player's tools as his own, essentially. It felt more like Percy directing Keyleth down the right avenue since he has experience sailing, but I can see the dismissive aspect. Dude, I keep forgetting that Percy has experience sailing. People brought this up last episode. I don't know how y'all remember that. I think I remember a lot of things. But it's very interesting, right? Because those are the sorts of things. When we talk about, like, Percy has experience sailing, it almost lives in the same area of my brain. I don't have as big of a reaction to it by any means. But it feels in the same category as Grog has an intelligence of 6. Like, it certainly is something that is on his character sheet, huh? But nothing I know about Percy would lead me to naturally intuit that. Now, that's not a bad thing. Characters can absolutely have experiences that are not displayed regularly at the table, and those are equally valid as experiences. Within their character, and they should be like brought up in these ways, and that can be a really fun thing to like bring up this thing that like people don't necessarily know about. But if you were going to, if that was the case, and this might be me being a little nitpicky, but I may have mentioned something tying it into that of like, we had a druid that did this for us, or I don't know. That's cumbersome. Maybe I wouldn't even want that. But I don't know. Yeah, it's a weird. And also, I will say, it would also feel different to me if Percy brought this up apropos of nothing. That would actually feel much more akin to directing her towards like a good path forward. But the fact that she has already expressed that like she can help and she can, do stuff or whatever, and it was already kind of like shut down and said no to in a very good way. Like, it is not a critique of Matt. It makes it feel more like, hey, you didn't ask correctly, which is a really complicated thing in D&D. Like, tying it into everything I just said about, like, the pacing of the session, and, like, the GM might want to do a combat this session because of pacing reasons and because of, like, fiction feel reasons, not necessarily sensical reasons. Because of all of that, the communication of these sorts of things, the power set that Keyleth has a slightly different tone than or not even tone, but like a slightly different mechanical feel to it. Not mechanical. God, I can't place the words today, but it has a different feel to it than it would in like real life, right? Because I think the reason that Marisha asked in the way she did is not because that is how it would make sense for Keyleth to ask. It is because it makes sense as a way that Keyleth might ask, and it has the benefit of being very flexible for the DM. And so it's a strange kind of dynamic then, where if you kind of jump on that or like ignore that as another player, you are sort of, I'm trying to think of a way to say it that isn't provocative, because I don't mean it provocatively. It is stepping on intentional flexibility, right? And that's the sort of thing that you might want to do in real life. Like, in real life, you might want to step on some on flexibility regardless of intention, because this might be a dangerous situation and there's a bunch of civilians here. That makes sense to do in real life. But in the context of a game and story that you are collaboratively writing together, when one player or GM interacts in again, what seemed to me to be a purposefully vague way, I think you should allow that to stay vague. Or clarify with them that they meant it vaguely. Again, like I said at the beginning, I think Taliesin is at a disadvantage to do that here. Like, I think he is at a disadvantage to clarify whether or not Marisha was being purposely vague. At a home table, it would be way easier to lean over. You're not mic'd up. Because if Taliesin leans over and says, like, hey, were you, like, not bringing up gust of wind on purpose? That gives the internet, like, immediate, like, why would she have been vague about that? Was she doing something? Like, blah, 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 blah. It starts this whole thought process that part of the magic of, I think, actual plays and Critical Role is that a lot of people don't notice that magic. Like, I've gotten several comments over the years of doing this of people being like, I didn't notice all of the GMing techniques. And that's a good thing for making like an entertainment product. Matt's amazing at that. So Taliesin can't lean over and clarify. So I guess the overall takeaway that I want to hit towards is lean over and clarify in the way that Taliesin can't, unfortunately. Or maybe don't say anything. I don't know. If you also find it somewhat weird like I do, maybe don't say anything. Also, thank you for the membership, Amarok. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, wait, I gotta scroll forward. Oh, my goodness. If it was meant to be dismissive, I would put it more on Percy than Tal. And I think that's fair. And again, that's one of the reasons that this sort of behavior needs to be repeated in a pattern for me to even classify it as problem player behavior. It's not like, at least to me, I don't think it's fair to categorize a behavior as problem player behavior or not. I think a lot of things about D&D are way more nuanced than that. Like, the same behavior can be problem player behavior, or it can be really great player behavior, depending on context. And so this is a moment that I am not even like counting as a mark against Percy or a mark against Taliesin or whatever. It would need to be repeated quite often. And then if it was, it would sort of recontextualize things, like back contextualize things as all problem player behavior. That specific one. If that makes sense. Like, it would recategorize every instance of it before then. But until that recategorization, it's fine. It's totally fine. I think the generous interpretation is that Keyleth didn't push or clarify for character reasons of awkwardness or communication, so Percy's getting her to be more direct. I agree. I agree. I agree. Yeah. I think that that's a really, actually, I'm going to pull it back up. I think that's a good way to put it, is like generous interpretation versus maybe less generous. And generously interpreted, this is not problem player behavior. This is not even really that bad. I won't even say that bad. It's not bad. Interpreted not generously, which I think it gets less and less, people get less and less generous as this goes on, right? That could start to change the interpretation towards dismissiveness. I think we saw this happen with Orion. Or at least you could see it happen with me with Orion. At the beginning of the campaign, I justified a lot of Orion's behavior. Like, I like interpreted it well. And like not that negatively. But as things that could be interpreted non-generously kept happening, it started to recontextualize a lot of the past actions. Like, I don't think I really thought that negatively of Orion. I can't remember actively thinking that negatively of him until the arrow incident. And that arrow incident was something that I had a lot of difficulty interpreting generously, and it suddenly recontextualized a lot of his behavior before then. It suddenly was like, oh, I shouldn't have interpreted all of that other stuff generously. Like, I'm gonna interpret Taliesin generously here. I'm honestly, but if we're being honest, Taliesin doesn't not have historical instances of being maybe a bit much when it comes to what he can do or what other people can do. So I think that is why I'm a little split on this. If Taliesin had no history of it, I probably wouldn't have even brought it up. I would have just glided right past it. But because there is a little bit of history, not enough for me to, again, count it against him, but it does make me interpret it a little less generously. It's a great example of patterns of behavior really influencing how you can view the same action. And I think that also, I mean, just like I said earlier, I have maybe a lower bar for what can qualify as dismissive. So I am willing to be a little less generous, or not willing to be. I am a little bit less generous when it comes to interpreting things that might be patronizing, might be dismissive. I have a lower bar when it comes to interpreting those things. And I try to account for it, but can't always. Yeah. You don't even have to do tabletop type weather spell in a blank text screen and show her the phone with a raised eyebrow. Also true. Yeah. That's a way to communicate it. Absolutely. That said, again, on Critical Role, you see someone on their phone. I'm sure there's a dozen comments and tweets about it, no matter what the fuck they're doing. So I still get it from that perspective. I've called him the most close to a problem player of the table in the rest of C1. I think everyone has their moments, but I could see that interpretation and don't think it's ridiculous. Yeah. Especially the interpretation of he's not, but he's the closest. I don't think I agree necessarily, but I could be convinced. But yeah. So it's interesting. It's very interesting. Yeah. I only remember because Tal brought it up. Out of curiosity, how long does it take you to establish a pattern for a problem player? It's a good question, and I wish I had a good answer to it. I'll give an example of how I think about it. I had a friend who is a very good friend now. I was in his wedding, like really, really good friend. Before I was in his wedding and before now, we had a pretty major falling out in college. Did not talk to each other, were cordial, but didn't really fuck with each other. And I remember there was I won't go through all the details of how we repaired things. But we didn't do that much until we did one big conversation. We went and had lunch for 3 hours and aired everything out. And after that, we were almost immediately good. We were almost immediately back and repaired. And at the time, Paige asked me, she was like, why did it take that little? Essentially. She was like, did he just say the right things? Did you just say the right things? How was it so good all of a sudden? And I was like, I don't know. I don't know. All I can tell you is that I didn't know what he would have to say, and I didn't know what I would have to say in order for us to be good. And I don't know what we did say to each other, honestly. All I know is that we did say it. He convinced me, I convinced him. We had a shared belief and understanding after the conversation, and that was it. And I don't know what it was in specific that got us there. I just know that it did. And that's not a very satisfying answer, especially for an advice show. But I think that is it's similar with problem players. I think I can't give you a metric of they gotta do something that can be interpreted ungenerously, once a session or every other session or whatever. It's a feel thing. I don't know what Taliesin would have to do for me to interpret him as a problem player. I just know he hasn't. or he hasn't done it regularly enough. How is regularly enough? I don't know. I just know he hasn't hit it for me. Which is one of the reasons I don't talk about problem players often. I don't know if anyone has noticed this, but it's not a term I use regularly because I think it is incredibly vibes based. I think it is very like interpretive. It is not like a thing that is objective in any way. And it's one of the reasons like I eventually stopped going on to like D&D Reddits is because people would talk, and this isn't to shit on any D&D Reddits or anyone that enjoys them. It was a thing that personally bothered me, was that they would talk about problem players or problem player behaviors very matter-of-factly. They would talk about it very definitely. Like, oh yeah, that is a problem player behavior. And if they've done it every session, they're out. They are a problem player. You need to address that or they need to go. And I think that that is reductive to the point of being harmful and inaccurate. Because I think sometimes when people say reductive, it's kind of whatever. It's like, okay, sure, it's reductive, but sometimes we have to reduce complexity. I think this is reductive in a way that is legitimately harmful. And so I just don't talk about problem players a lot because I don't think there's a way to talk about it super well unless they've already crossed the barrier for me and like I'm seeing it. That's why like when we did the Tiberius autopsy, I couched it completely in I am basing it only off of what I can see. And off of what I can see, this is what I think. And then we added in all of the exterior stuff. We added in, the cancer and the drugs and the scams and all that. But separate from all of those, I had a core opinion that he was a problem. And that is totally purely based off of what I could see. And I gave my reasoning for why. But I can also very much accept that someone might interpret it differently. I would have a hard time understanding that opinion, but I can see it. Like, because it is, at the end of the day, an opinion thing. And I don't like when people talk about it very objectively. So, unfortunately, vague answer to your question, but I do think the answer is vague, and it lowers my trust slightly in people if they would give a definitive answer to this. It's not going to make or break my opinion on someone like an analyst, but it's going to make me squint a little bit if someone gives you a super definite answer to this question. I got one of the Umbra streams and liked it. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Now catching up on Critical Eyes right now on episode 75. Since Age of Umbra? That shit started like a few weeks ago. You're zooming. Holy shit. Well, thank you. Welcome. I appreciate it. You are zmooming and schmooving. That's crazy. Eventually the benefit of the doubt runs out. Yeah. You were pretty negative during the Kavarn fight when you learned that Orion didn't want to enter the lair. Ha! You know what's hilarious about that is that's kind of similar to why I don't... That comes from a similar place of why I don't like what Talison's doing right now. Is like, to me, there is clear narrative rationale of what is going on, and the person is seeming to try to subvert it. And that is honestly a little bit, that's kind of rude to the DM or any players that are collaborating with the DM on making that sort of narrative progress. That it's actually very funny because those are rooted in a very similar place. But again, I don't think Talison's done it nearly enough for me to consider him in the same camp, anywhere close to the same camp as Orion. Yeah. I can't wait for you to see how the players evolve going into C2. Me too. I'm very excited. Especially the closer we get. Like we're done with the Chroma Conclave. We're so close. Yeah. Anyways, I'm excited for C2 too. I think we all go through phases of being less considerate sometimes and have to learn from our behaviors. Exactly. People have bad days. I don't say that as an excuse or to be dismissive or to be excusatory. Excusing? I don't know. I don't do it to make excuses for people. We have bad days. And that is why patterns of behavior are so important. Is because if someone does have a bad day, that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be, like they shouldn't like apologize or they, it doesn't mean that you should view that action differently, but I do think it reflects differently on the person. If it is like a one-off event, having a bad day, doesn't make it not something you shouldn't do, but it reflects differently on them. Like if someone spills, like if someone's always mean to me while they're drunk, it doesn't necessarily mean I'm not going to hang out with them while they're sober, but it does mean I'm not going to hang out with them while they're drunk. But if they're mean to me when they're sober, I'm not going to hang out with them sober or drunk because they're always going to be mean to me. You know what I'm saying? And so I think it's a similar thing of like, if there's no pattern to it, it's a one-off thing, I'm not going to work it into my opinion of that person. And like the way that I go about interacting with them. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not something that I'm continuing to expect. Yeah. Oh my gosh. CR Fandom is good at watching long content quickly. Well, that's fair. That is fair. Yeah. It's like a lot of problem people IRL. Sometimes a person does or says things that raise red flags. Sometimes you get to know them better and see those things in a new context, and it's understandable. Yeah, absolutely. That you thought that way. Sometimes they say or do something that makes you think, I should have seen it sooner. And sometimes new things happen. Those flags are left forgotten in limbo. Yeah. This is just, that's part of being human. Yeah. And so, yeah, that's why I'm very skeptical whenever anyone talks about problem players super definitively. Yeah. What is Tal doing? Honestly, really, not that bad of a thing. Most of this conversation has been about the concept of interpreting player actions more than it has been about interpreting Talison's specific action. It's been analyzing the process of analysis more than what Taliesin actually did. Because what Taliesin actually did ultimately doesn't really matter. Like it matters a little, but not that much. Yeah. 22 minutes into the ep, yeah. But essentially, I think he was maybe slightly patronizing to Keyleth / Marisha. But probably not. Like, I think it is super reasonable to interpret it more generously and to interpret it as not patronizing at all. So, but yeah, that is maybe me just kind of exposing my analysis ethos? Sounds pretentious, but I don't know another way to say it. My analysis ethos, I guess. And we're gonna play.
Sails.
Always, but...
Okay, and then I go back and I start doing gusts into the wind, into the sails.
Okay, gust is what level spell?
Well, it's a cantrip, or I could do my or I could do a level 3 gust of wind.
That's gust will be like a...
Okay, down to sorry.
It's more of a heavy fart.
Level 2 gust of wind.
Basically blowing really hard.
Yeah, they handle it.
A level 3 gust of wind.
Level 2 gust of wind.
Okay, concentration for up to a minute. Okay, so as you focus... actually, this is not a spell.
We're gonna be so fast for a minute.
Second level spell, and it cannot be done at a high level.
Okay.
However, it gives you a full minute of a very focused gust of wind. As the sails billow even further. You can see the ropes tighten, and the guy had the rope goes, ow, 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 ow! Like, has to unwind it real fast and go in, kind of rush to the side. But the sails pick up, and the ship itself picks up speed. For the next minute, you get like a nice burst or so. You can watch as the captain kind of looks up and looks over the shoulder at you and gives you a nod, an approving nod, wordless, but...
Captain.
I turn to Doty and I say, take this down. With an efficiency and an effective leadership role model for everyone, the Redhead continues to propel us forward faster and faster, to everyone's surprise and respect, including the captain. As the salt licks my nose and the sweet smell of adventure is in the air, I know that with her on our side, we will be strong and we will be protected. End of chapter.
The tension on the ship.
Hey, look! I've got rubber booties!
They're amazing.
Ain't I cool, Terry?
Yes, you are. Ahoy!
Ahoy!
Delightful.
The tension on the ship slowly recedes over the next hour as there is no sign of anything else. Nothing.
Hey, man, you can't walk off in the middle of a game of hide and seek again. I've been in a barrel for an hour. I fell asleep in there.
Sorry, I get so distracted. Did someone find you?
No, I just woke up in a barrel. I don't even know what
Found
time it is. Touche.
Hey, do you want to help me? I think there's one of those wooden naked ladies on the front of this ship, but I can't really see. Want to reach a hand around and see if you get a handful of wooden boob?
Do you want me to do a reach around? Is that what you're asking me to do?
I might not ever ask you again, but right now, yes.
Okay, yeah, this is not like the wood nymph. Never
No,
mind.
no, no.
I go ahead and reach around, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah.
You shimmy out onto the front of the ship. You do actually see just the cusp. It looks like a pair of hands that are kind of clasped, carved into the top of where the wooden point in front of the ship is. So there is definitely a figure there.
Yeah, I'll hang down.
Okay. You hang down and reach, as one would.
Mega continues to not even react to things they got criticism from chat in the past, like their chat. Matt worded things slightly wrong. You can upcast. There's just no point. Fucking look, whatever, man. I don't. I used to do at the start of Critical Eyes. I used to do more of the rules lawyer stuff, but honestly, it takes too long, and there's very little point. Because what would I have gained by pointing that out other than a feeling of superiority? Which, hey, you know what? I'll admit it. A feeling of superiority is pretty nice. I won't begrudge anyone their feeling of superiority. It feels good. I'm not going to lie to you. But I don't know. When I'm so pressed for time otherwise, I got other shit to talk about. They have Daggerheart now anyway. You can rules lawyer that shit. True. Superiority was what drives comment sections. Look, like I said, I've been fueled by it before, and I will be fueled by it in the future. It's a good feeling. But especially when you don't, fuck with the person that you're feeling superior to. This is the mega honesty hour right now, all right? I like them more. We're being really, really straight up with each other, chat. And I'm self-reflecting right now. This is not something I would have thought about before. If we're being really honest with each other, the reason I probably stopped rules lawyering them as much is because I like them more than I used to. You didn't like old CR Orion? Well, look, I've had more fucking experience with them now, Even honestly, even through the Briarwood arc, I was only experiencing them in the context of also a simultaneous performance and picking apart their performances. There's certainly a distance between me and the cast in the way, there's a further distance between us than there is between a normal viewer and the cast. There's a greater distance between us. And so I think it's probably why even in the middle of the Chroma Conclave, I was like, I don't know that I feel like a critter yet. Cause it took me longer to really invest in these kooky boys and girls and other. I don't know. It took me a while. And so it probably felt less good to be superior. I'm not sure that this is the case. I am in the moment self-reflecting in a way that's a bit hyperbolic for stream. So who knows if I'm being fully accurate right now, but what are you gonna do? Superiority is a great point on that matter. There's so much flavor that the rules are just meh anyways. Yeah, I'll rules lawyer still when it matters. When the interpretation is actually a real difference. But the difference between not upcasting and you can upcast, but there's no effect, is a distinction without a difference. It's in this specific context. Because I can see myself saying that to someone and then being like, well, no, it matters because if you can't upcast, that would imply that you can't use a spell slot of a higher level to cast a lower leveled spell. But you can, even if it doesn't say like on upcast, which is true. It just doesn't matter right now. And we have seen the cast do that in the past. We know that they're aware of that. So what do we get by pointing it out? You know? It's like there's no reason that Keyleth would have wanted to do that. It's not like she's low on second level slots. This is the most reasonable way to use her resources. So what the fuck are we doing right now, you know? Other than feeling good that we know something that we think Matt doesn't, when actually Matt probably does know it. So, yeah. Whatever. I do rules lawyer Matt, partially because it's new and perks of learning, and partially because it amuses me that Matt gets it wrong. Superiority. This isn't me critiquing you, because I feel it too, but it is. There's a little bit of a positive little sprinkle of glitter that you get when you know the rules better than the person that designed them. That's like a little bit like a ooh. I read it so close. I remember. And I have felt it with Daggerheart. So I get it. But I think that is kind of the core of a little bit of rules lawyering. In addition to the first thing that you said, I do think there is more value in, more real practical value in rules lawyering Daggerheart than D&D, because people are way more likely to get it wrong, and because while everyone is still learning and people are still, digesting and dissecting these rules, it does matter more. Yeah. So agreement. It's not a mean superiority, but it's superiority. Exactly. Yeah. I agree. It's not mean-spirited. It's not trying to put them down necessarily, but it is feeling good that you're above. Yeah. Now you're talking in depth about something you said didn't matter. What? What? No, that can't be. I don't think that's true. I don't remember saying that, honestly. Oh, man. It does matter because there are some spells that only have greater effects when you upcast by 2 spell levels. I mean, the concept of upcasting matters. It just doesn't matter in this moment. Like, there's no reason to rules lawyer it in this moment because the distinction does not currently matter, is more what I'm saying. Oh my god, the leaderboard numbers have gone above 75. What? Oh, they have. That's so strange. So maybe it is spam protection. It must be, right? It must be spam protection, and it's just really intense spam protection. I'm looking to see if I can instantly see what it is. No. Okay, no guidance for me. It just says the top 50 most engaged viewers, but it does not. Yeah, no guidance. Interesting. It must be spam protection. That's the only thing I think. It must be like a 2 or 3 minute cooldown is the only thing I can think. Yeah. Thank you for the 8 months, Eva. I appreciate it. Cause yeah, you're totally right. Like Daniel has 225, which is way over the 75. the 75 limit. Maybe it's only like 75 within a period of time. I don't know. Or maybe you have to have a certain period of silence for it to reset, but that wouldn't make a lot of sense if you wanted high engagement. It must be like it breaks it into like 3-minute chunks, and you can earn up to 75 within that chunk, and then that gets reset on the next chunk, like the amount that you can earn. That's all I can imagine. Wild. So that's better. I wish I had more visibility on it, though, so that I actually knew if that was what was going on. During one of the Aussie live shows, one of the cast accidentally used their reaction twice in a turn, and Matt didn't catch it, but Sam did. There you go. Meg would never do so. No. We're good. We're talking about the XP. It's really, we haven't talked about it since. Yeah. Weird. I'm sitting at multiples of 75. Yeah, 75 per some unit of time. I think you're right. Yeah. Interesting. Where's the leaderboard? Somewhere in the chat. I don't know what it looks like to you guys. Or I don't know where it is for you guys, but somewhere in the chat. Anyways, 25 minutes in. Let's get it rolling.
Very quick.
I just kind of grasp over and hold and feel around there.
Sorry, Nicholas.
Not finding much in the breasts, but you find a bulge. It does indeed have a figure at the front of the ship. This one is not female.
Is it Wang?
Yeah. I mean, it's a bulge where one would be. Yeah.
Okay.
This is an equal opportunity ship.
That's right.
Yeah.
What you got down there?
Oh, she's a beaut, Grog. I wish you could see her.
Really? Describe
Yes.
her to me in vivid detail.
Athletic, hearty, curves in all the right places.
I'm loving this.
Yep. Your type, I think.
Man, battle scars? How many breasts? Please say 3.
It's one good chest here. You know what? I will draw you a picture, all right?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, I'm gonna try to climb up without falling into the drink, all right?
Oh, yeah, that'd be good.
Okay. Go ahead and make an athletics check. Last.
That is this my character sheet?
That's a 5.
Ask yourself.
You hear this brief bit of tension, and then a sploosh.
Max. Max. Yeah, okay, right. You fell off the ship. Right? Max?
First player.
I think Vax may have fallen overboard.
Grog, what did you do?
I know, it could be a very elaborate joke, but you know that sound when you deuce and it goes bloop? I just heard that and I think it was Vax.
Can I look down in the water?
Yeah. You look down. You don't see anybody in the water. But a moment passes and you glance over and they're up the side of the ship with 2 daggers, climbing and sopping wet with seawater, which just caused all of the heavy, thick black fabric to just become an additional 40 pounds on him. You watch Vax make his way up to the top of the ship once more.
This is the best this armor has smelled in weeks. Oh, I love the ocean.
I'm gonna land in the crow's nest with Percy.
That was amazing. You are so drenched right now.
I'm twice as heavy as normal.
Man, yeah, no, seriously. She's that stunning, huh, in the front? I can't
Oh
look at
yeah,
the picture.
yes, big.
Yeah,
Big.
big booby.
That's you.
Big booby.
I kind of do a quick like druid craft kind of gust and kind of dry him off a little bit.
Okay. It's like holding a hairdryer to him. His hair's just like off to the side briefly.
Shake like a husky a little bit.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right. You said you had the crow's nest first?
Yes.
Okay. Anything to go just keep a watch?
Just keeping watch.
Sitting and sketching.
Yeah.
Looking out every now and then.
I don't feel as nauseous up here. It's nice.
Quite nice.
All right. About 2 hours later, have you both roll perception checks. Good.
This is the laziest day we've ever had.
It's nice.
Wow, no.
Days at sea.
Meanwhile,
So-
Whitestone burns.
To be fair, I'm not really looking very much.
Fair enough. Okay, 11. Yeah, you're distracted.
I'm
Jeez.
distracted.
With your companion.
18.
18. Okay.
You're less distracted.
Pretty distracted for Vex.
Is it clear skies or are we sailing through fog?
No, it is clear skies.
Right, so we can just look up and see horror.
Wait, what?
What?
We're not having sex. We're just talking.
They're just.
Oh,
Just having a chill. It's just a chill up there. It's
oh,
nice.
right.
Like a prom makeout, that's all.
No, just chatting.
You're in a bag. You're just sitting and drawing in a
Yeah.
basket.
In a crow's nest, like a big laundry basket? It's just like this.
Yes, it's basically a
Yeah.
hamper.
Okay.
Any hand action going on?
Oh my gosh.
No hand action.
No, no.
I got dark. Anyway.
Okay.
Anyway, you guys due to distraction, catch up to the rest of the party does as you look ahead and notice that there is a fog bank forming, maybe a few hundred feet ahead of the ship.
Called it.
Oh shit.
Who sees it?
Well,
Just these guys?
everybody does now.
Oh, everybody does now. Can I do a nature check to see if it looks like natural ocean fog? That's not great. 14.
14. It doesn't take much for you to realize that this fog is pretty localized. It's not an entire bank that covers the entirety of the ocean. Actually, once you kind of travel from one side of the boat to the other to get the scope of it, it's pretty narrow and pretty focused in its direction.
Does this look like something that I would have? Like, is this another druid doing a fog cloud spell?
You recognize this to be of similar size, although magnified.
Bigger than us.
A little
And then my spell, bigger than my spell.
bigger than the usual spell that you're used to casting, but it does appear localized enough to be of a similar type spell or effect.
Hey, Keyleth.
Yeah.
Quick question. Look, is there like a proper way to announce ourselves?
Protocol.
Thank you.
Well,
The ship suddenly lists a bit as you watch the Devils now turning the wheel and turning the ship to try and veer around the fog bank that suddenly has appeared, and she's shouting up to some of her crew. They're starting to man the ballista at the back of the ship once
is this
more.
normal? Is this a sea monster?
It's fog. I have not yet encountered a monster that creates fog, but I'd rather not be caught off guard.
Wait. This.
I can communicate with semaphore if that's something you'd like me to do.
Who the what?
It's communication with flags. It's a primitive communication technique that I learned in many of my studies. Boat to boat, it's really helpful. I pull out a couple of pieces of fabric and I start gesturing.
Where's the other boat?
Well, you just said to announce ourselves. I could announce Vox.
I wonder if they can see through the fog.
Yeah, we should have him do that. You should go to the front of the ship and just make sure they know we're coming.
Can you do any flourishes? Can you do any like tosses, like color gun?
Oh no.
A little flare.
Damn.
That
All
would
right.
be really cool.
Sorry, Captain. What? How close are we to our destination? This could be Vestra.
From the recent calculations I made on a map, we're at least a day and a half out.
Really? Does this look to be like island-sized?
And she's glancing over the front, and you guys, by the way, you're up there in the crow's nest, and one of the ship hands is now climbing up the rope net to get to the top as part of his job. And he gets up there.
I help on the broom and get out of it so he has more room.
I'm used to this enough. I know how to make room on it. Yeah, that's from
He
last
pulls
time.
out his spyglass and he's looking out. Shouts down to the captain. Captain! It's moving!
It's moving.
And you watch as she shifts, the ship begins to turn, wide to move around, and the fog shifts to meet the direction of the ship.
I just pull out an arrow and get ready.
So it's coming towards us.
Or the ship is going towards it.
I'm gonna tie off a rope to the
Not a
broom.
bad idea.
So that I stay in.
She continues to try and move around, and the fog cloud shifts around, shakes her head, and you hear Zadell shouts up, "All right, looks like we're going in! Be at the ready!" And eventually the fog bank hits the front of the ship, and within moments your visibility is cut to nothing. You can see no more than maybe a few feet past the edge of the boat, and the front of the back of the ship, the front of the ship is obscured. There's the front of the ship, the back of the ship is obscured. It's a very, very thick fog that has completely immersed the outside of the ship.
Snacks, don't try anything.
Everybody keep checking in.
I will flip a coin.
Okay. I was going to try to make it through to hour 3 without taking a break, but I have to pee. So, we're gonna take a quick break. I don't think ads will run. I'm not going to run them, but we will see, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it has learned my stream at this point, and it'll be like, oh, we should run ads now. I don't know. So, see you guys in a second. What's up? We're back. Hello. Sad that there's none of the auto breaks. We don't get the automatic transition cutoffs. I will fix. Well, I mean, I won't fix this, but hopefully, fucking YouTube fixes this soon. But we're gonna get right back into it. Let's do it.
To Jumbo over there and tell him, listen, if things get hairy, you might want to use this.
Use what? I can't see you.
Oh, God. Shit.
I do another gust of wind and clear the ship deck and clear the kind of path ahead of us.
Okay. They clear out, and slowly the fog begins to choke back inward. Slowly. It does help temporarily, but as the ship moves forward, basically you move past the area that you've cleared out a little bit, and the rest of the fog tends to envelop it.
I'm gonna see if I can see what this is from underneath the water. I'll be back. And I swan dive off of the edge and into the water.
Did you say have an earring?
I did. Yeah, bye. I'll be back. Bye. I'm gonna do alter self to give myself little gills and little fin hands and go
As I see
with
him
the ship.
do this, I'm going to alter myself to have the same.
Oh, Terry!
And then pick up the coin and hand it to Grog and say, this will make you fly. And I'll dive over the edge as well.
Okay. Terry gives a as graceful, if a little clunkier, dive in full armor, which makes it hard to swim.
Oh, shit.
But you can breathe underwater. It's medium armor. It's not too crazy. You're fine. But you with a much heavier splash. You look behind and you see Tyrion has met you in the water with the gills also kind of extending on the sides of his neck. I would like both of you to make perception checks. Make perception check, please.
Don't fuck me, girl. Yeah, it's
16.
it was cocked. It was right on a 20, which sucks. That's all right. Perception check, 24.
24. Okay, as you guys hit the water and kind of go underneath for a second, you can see amongst the waters, which are relatively still out here, and there's still a fog above, you see a slight displacement in the water. As you kind of glance,
Something in the water, a boat.
Keyleth, you look over and you can see the displacement. There is nothing dark, but it's almost like something is pushing down into the water. Or like there's a concave portion of the water.
But nothing under the surface. Nothing breaking the surface tension of the water.
It is breaking the surface tension. Like it's in, as you glance over, you can see there's what appears to be a natural break in the waves. Like
It's
a path.
invisibles.
It's like another ship or something of that size is currently keeping in time with the Dren Salavis.
It looks smooth. It looks man-made.
You don't see what's there. All you see is the break in the
It's
water.
invisible. Okay, I come up out of the water and I use my earring to communicate that to everyone else.
You still have your fucking gills on?
It's, I don't know. Do I?
It means Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you're like.
Can I
She has
communicate
gills,
it?
but she also
see
keeps her
the
mouth
top.
and stuff, right?
I think you have to go.
You can still speak, I'd say, once you break the surface of the water.
Yeah, I come out of the water and communicate it.
Okay.
You sound like Kim Carnes, like, everybody, it's this great.
Literally like Linda Blair. Yeah.
All right, you guys hear Keyleth begin to inform you as you hear off the left side of the ship two localized sound. It sounds like wood slamming into wood.
Okay. I will say, I don't know if I've said this before, so I won't harp too long on it. Cue 2 hours later. But I won't harp on it too much, but they really need to write down how these fucking earrings work. And they've just had them for so long that I think they just generally take for granted that they're not even really a magic item in the same way that I don't know, the Staff of Conflux is a magic item, right? They're such an inherent part of how they operate within the world that they just do it. But my interpretation of the earrings is that they were telepathic, right? That they use the message cantrip, which I believe does not actually require you to speak. Maybe it does require a verbal component, but I don't know why gills would inhibit your ability to do a verbal component. Maybe they would, and I'm not totally. I mean, I guess they do have a verbal. You do whisper a message, okay. So I guess there is a requirement to speak out loud. Then I guess maybe we're just interpreting gills differently. I don't know, man. Yeah, it seems like they just run into constantly we don't really know how these work all the time. Less than they used to be fair. But it does, put me in that mindset of like, man, write down your magic items, write down your homebrew rules, write down your magic items, and like have them there in plain text that everyone can read. It just makes things easier. Oy, oy, oy. Not all of them have an earring. I think there were only 5 originally. That is so... It is a consistently weird thing about the earrings. And Crazy Smith mentioned it too. It's not even that they only have like 2 earrings, right? That they have to kind of operate like walkie-talkies. Like they have to like pass it to the right person. They have... Almost all of them have earrings. Almost all, but not actually all of them. It's like 4 or 5. I think you're right. I think it is 5. So I think it's like one person doesn't. And I've given a long spiel before about how like I would not put the earrings in my game in no thank you. But if they are, write it down, you know? Gills mess things up because funny. Yeah, that's true. That is true. So the rules kind of went out the window with him. Yeah, which is like, I think that is the thing. That is the thing, is it's like, the rules are kind of flexy a bit on purpose, and they have had, you know, discussions and arguments and like hashing out how they work. But when it comes to magic items, and especially magic items that are like shared and this prevalent, at this point, they're basically a homebrew mechanic for the game. Like, at this point, they just have a shared message telepathic link. But they might as well. Right. And so at that point, like, just, I don't know, just make it like a homebrew mechanic and write it down and like make everyone understand it. They'll still run into these sorts of things, don't get me wrong, but the earrings are consistently like the homebrew thing that bothers me the most in Vox Machina. And it bothers me consistently.
There was some sort of a heavy impact, 2 in rapid succession. And you watch as, from out of the fog, 2 extremely long, metallic, jagged, and almost like hooks or giant grappling hooks kind of and slam into the ship with chains behind them that suddenly grow taut. The rest of the crew begins to turn around and move their ballistas in the direction of where the chains come from, but you still see nothing there. The fog is too thick.
I'm gonna hide.
Okay, go ahead and roll a self check.
And we can see the hooks, right?
You can see the hooks, yes.
I'm going to activate.
Can we see the hooks from the crow's nest?
It's just out of view. You watch them kind of pass through, and you see them arc below you, and then vanish into the fog, and you hear the impact of the ship kind of from the hit.
I'm gonna try to hover down so I can see a little
Are
bit.
you with me?
Yeah.
I'm going to very quietly like say that I'm going to grab onto your broom and head towards that. And I'm also going to activate the spider climbing boots.
Okay.
I would definitely like to go and see the giant sea creature claw that just grabbed onto the boat.
Okay, you rush up to the edge of this giant claw that's hit it, and you can see it's a thick, like a dark iron pole, maybe about that long. It's about that big around, and has a large chain affixed to it that just progresses off that side of the boat into the fog. It looks like a series of giant hooks or curved spikes. It has jammed and dug itself and dragged and caught onto the actual deck of the ship.
Good news, not a sea monster. Bad news, a big hook that leads to nowhere.
Get it off the ship. Can you pull it off?
Sure, so I'll try and lift the hook off the ship.
Go ahead and make a strength check.
Actually, yeah.
I'm just putting that.
15.
15. You're lifting right now, and it's not shifting. Unfortunately, the weight of both the ship moving forward, the tension on the chain and the hook being so heavily dug into the deck, like versus that portion, you're just not getting enough of a lift. There's too much torsion on the actual connection to the ship.
You know what? I want to see where this leads. I'm going to leave it here.
Fuck you, physics.
I'm gonna swim closer to the. I'm gonna follow where the chains are coming from and swim closer to the Invisa ship.
Trinket's gonna run up next to Grog.
Okay, so Trinket and Grog are now heading to the left side of the ship. You guys are swimming in the water towards that direction, and you watch as suddenly what was once a slight displacement in the water becomes visible. And you see before you a smaller, more compact-looking ship, but it has a series of iron plates all across it in various places. It's armored from all directions, haphazardly. Not a beautiful construction per se, but made for function. You
Come out. Oh, go ahead.
You look up from what you can see on the edge of the ship, and you can see what appear to be 2 small gray crystals that are giving a faint glow. It looks like they're actually creating and emanating this fog that is surrounding the space.
Fog machine.
I'm going to come up and kind of, in the path as the ship is going by, kind of try and do a poof of fairy fire in front of it. See if I can fairy fire the ship.
Okay, well, you can only fairy fire creatures in a small area. A ship, an animate ship,
Not gonna do it.
probably not be fairy fire.
Okay, then I'm gonna see if I can I try and grab onto the side of the ship?
With just your fingers? It's pretty. I mean, okay, you know what? I will say because of the iron plating,
Yeah.
there's a little bit of a grip.
The seed.
Go ahead and make an athletics check.
With your webbed finger.
Can I join her in this?
Natural 1.
Take one.
You reach up and grab, and about 3 nails snap, and you lose your grip, falling back into the water.
Oh shit!
Oh, ow.
That shit
that's
hurts.
mean.
Athletics?
Yes.
10.
Yeah, but barely hold on. You don't climb, but you hold on and watch as Keyleth just.
Oh, I'm alone. Do I see her in the water?
You see her splash and disappear into the water below. The fog is starting to kind of close around the area.
She can swim. She'll be okay. She's so strong and powerful.
Do I see Terry?
You just went under the water. You come back up and you watch Terry vanish as you're now being left behind. The ships are traveling faster.
Can you do anything about this fog?
Yes, once I track down the ship, I kind of swim up and I say, Terry, can you catch? This might be bad. Do I see any type of like, what are they called? Cleats. The ship cleats. Do I see anything like ship cleats? Right?
Yeah, no, that's right. It's the little
like the little
prong.
things, the prongs. Do I see anything like that? I want to try and do a grasp, like thorn whip myself to the ship.
You see one. It's a little ways up from where the ship is actually in the water. You would have to probably swim close enough to get there. I'm gonna say make an athletics check to see how quickly you can try and swim against the ocean, just for this brief moment. You have to roll pretty high.
And yet somehow.
Well, that's not great. Just straight athletics.
Yeah.
I bet athletics is pretty good. 15.
15?
Yeah.
I'll say you don't fall too far behind the ship. It's still going faster than you, and the water is kind of up and down. Using your alter self skills, you can dive below the surface to try and get a little more, avoid the choppiness of the ocean, and you come back up. What's the range on your thorn whip?
30-foot range.
30-foot range, and it pulls whatever's there 10 feet towards you. We can say you pull you 10 feet towards it. So it gives you a slight arc, but not enough to actually reach the ship. You can just cruise past the grasping range of Tyrion. So Tyrion, as you're like there on the side, you glance over and you watch as Keyleth suddenly produces a large thorny whip of druidic vine that whoosh, wraps around the small cleat on the side of the ship.
Oh, shit.
And you watch as she arcs out of the fog towards you, reaching her hand out in your direction.
Hi.
Terry!
Yes.
Terry!
Yes, grab my hero's hand.
Okay, you grab her
Terry,
hand. I need you to go ahead.
I want to apologize right now because in this moment I am a damsel and I am in distress. So cross it off, bitch. Come on.
Make a strength check.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Please, oh please.
Wait, strength.
Yes, just a strength modifier bonus.
I'm feeling lucky. Yeah. 19.
Okay. You grab her and it pulls you for 2 points, but you have managed to keep your hold and grasp Keyleth now dangling from your arm. Did a lot of push-ups today. You are very sore. You are very sore, but you managed to get her right up into the ship, and she manages to get a grip onto the edge of the armor.
I was amazing.
You were. Today, in this moment, for this 30 seconds of time,
I've been in the middle of this for months.
You were a hero.
This for months.
We'll omit that part.
Did it leave a little stain?
It's in my nose.
thanks. Okay.
You look up at this point, you can just barely see the chain, and you watch as a couple of shapes, just barely visible through the fog, are now leaping across the chain towards your ship.
I give them a heads up. Heads up, people, incoming forces coming your way.
You guys on the ship, you glance over where the chains are currently pulling taut. You watch as a series of humanoid figures wearing dark green and black leathers, their faces partially obscured, rush onto the ship, weapons drawn. I'm gonna ask everyone to roll initiative.
Oh man, is it gonna be like an hour and 15-minute combat? I feel like it might. Or the combat will end and then they will almost be to the water Ashari and I'll want to see them get there and whatever. But I mean, cool combat concept. I love the idea of pirates specifically. I think often, like, one of the, how do I say it? It's both a good and a bad thing of both naval and like, or both like watership and airship combat. I talked about this when they've taken airships before, in that like combats in the air are really fun because the entire environment has this sort of pervasive, inherent risk of falling off. You also saw it with The Rock in the Cows episode. You saw it with Umbrasyl, with him like holding on to the outside of Umbrasyl. Like anytime you have this combat in the air, there's this risk. Water is really similar, but it's a slightly mitigated risk. Where as long as you're not wearing like full plate or, you know, probably just heavy armor in general, you're probably not gonna sink to your death. Maybe medium armor. I don't really know how heavy a lot of medium is. But you're probably going to be fine in terms of floating. But you're much less effective in the water. There is the chance of like there's this visibility barrier with the water that there's not with the air, which is a unique factor to water boat combat. But I think one of the easiest ways to do either naval or air combat is to have things that fly or things that swim attack the ship. And that can have some complications. I still like it, to be clear. I liked the airship combats. But it has some slight issues in terms of creative play. It's a really, really threatening way to build an encounter, because if you're in the air and all of your enemies can fly, chucking them off the ship, not a threat to them, really. Unless you somehow like bind their wings or their flying apparatus or what have you. Same thing with the water. If they're fighting a bunch of mermen or fish people that can swim, if you toss them overboard, that's a delay more than a death sentence. And that, again, that's not a bad thing, but that is that's a factor to consider. It's a real deadliness factor of the fight that you have to consider when doing the rest of the fight, right? You can't say that Vox Machina had 4 people, so it was within the natural CR range where you don't have to modify CR or XP at all. You can't quite put up as tough of a challenge with the individual adversaries and their designs if they can fly and you're in the air. Because them flying and you being in the air, or them swimming and you being on the water, that's a huge factor in their deadliness compared to yours as a party. So that means that if you have another boat like this, it really opens up your possibilities and opportunities as a GM in terms of the types of aggressive resources you can give them, their strategy, different kinds of defensive resources. You could make them good at swimming, but maybe not quite as good as a merman, right? You can kind of play with these things off and on. You can play with that kind of dial or lever. Obviously, you'll have players that play with that dial and lever with their character builds. Of Keyleth, it's pretty fine if Keyleth gets thrown into the water. She's chilling. But if Grog gets put into the water, like, I'm sure Mans can swim. He doesn't have that heavy of armor, but he's not nearly as effective. Same thing with Vax or with Vex. They would both have to fly out, but that's going to be a little bit awkward. They're going to have to do that if they want to get back quickly, which puts them in maybe a slightly vulnerable position. There's a lot of factors within the party, and you can play with that on the enemy side if they have a boat. Right? If it's another boat, if it's another pirate crew that is aggressing your boat, you can have that internal variance within the collected adversaries. And kudos to Matt, he did that without a boat in the airship where he had the Wyvern Riders, where the things riding the Wyverns couldn't fly, so you could knock them off, but the Wyverns could fly. That's a way to get at the same concept without them having a ship. But the other, I think, fun and interesting thing about them having a ship is the fact that it is a vehicle that they assumingly would like to keep seaworthy. And if you make it not seaworthy, they may need to retreat in order to repair. Like, it becomes its own factor within the fight, getting away from it if you potentially want to run. Like, if they wanted to run from the Wyvern Riders, basically impossible. They flew fast enough to catch the airship already. They can probably do it again. That's not necessarily the case with these things, especially if they can just swim well, but not swim as fast as the ship can sail. So, all that is to say, I think it's a really good way to add some variance, especially if you've never had this sort of vehicle-on-vehicle combat. So I'm into it. I'm very, very into it. It also makes like shipboard emplacements a little bit more valuable. Getting rid of those hooks is like an alternate objective that players could partake in. Damaging their sails so that it's harder for them to follow after you, even if you're not retreating right now. Maybe if you decide to retreat later. Like, putting a vehicle on the board that they would have to use to, or that they are using, I guess, to base off of, is like an inherent alternate objective to the fight. And so, even if there are pros and cons to adversary design and like different levers you can pull, which is cool and interesting, I do think for me, vehicle on vehicle combat, these two ships both being in the water, kind of edges it out in terms of like an encounter that I like more, because there is an inherent alternate objective. If you can't do anything to an adversary in this very moment, you might be able to do something to the ship. So you're going to more consistently have access to interesting choices within ship v ship and, you know, the combatants on the enemy ship as well. I also think that's an important thing to note. I like boarding sequences of like what these pirates are trying to do, where they're trying to board the ship and like, you know, they're trying to disrupt it that way, more than I would like just the two vehicles doing combat. Like, you know, you might see in like a normal, like a naval ship battler, like D&D's combat system is meant for individuals doing combat against other like entities, individuals, or at least that's where it's strongest. So I think you can get a lot of the benefits of having these two vehicles while staying within what the system is really good at, if you make it a boarding crew rather than like, they're gonna pepper us with grape shot and cannonballs until we until we perish. I think that's a little bit less interesting. Now, if they want to, you know, fire a salvo to soften you up and then they board, that's okay. But I think this is one of my favorite versions of a naval encounter in any fluid, air or water. So, big thumbs up. Excited to see it. Even though I'm also going to turn up the speed. Because it's, at the end of the day, no matter how interesting I think the setup is, it's still D&D combat. Just joined the stream, only watched this once 3 years ago, and I still remember this scene. Hell yeah. I mean, I think it is a memorable combat in that way. Yeah. Unless you polymorph them into kittens and drop them over the edge airships. Well, that is true. And that is why, all of this being said, right? I'm not nitpicking, but I'm, exploring alternatives within an encounter archetype that I already love. I love combats on the water. I love combats in the air. They're just the being surrounded by fluid part of it is a really inherent interest point within any encounter set there. To where, Maren... I'm going to go Raylan. Just as Raylan pointed out, even if you have adversaries that can naturally fly and you're on an airship, polymorphing them into kittens is a way to subvert that natural defense that they have within the air. It's a way to get rid of their ability to fly. So, super cool. I love it. I really, really love it. You know air is a fluid, plus 1 science points for you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Any type of fluid, baby. Get me off of terra firma, and I'm liking it much more. But, so, big ups, and I think that this is one of my favorite versions of something that I already really like.
We gonna kill him.
No!
Whoa!
Yarg.
I don't feel good about that.
The top-down view looks so three-dimensional right
Yeah,
now.
it really
It's really
does.
good.
This is insane. This is
1980s graphics.
I can't take both of these were already
This is like the finest arcade button.
all right.
And I mean, this is awesome because we can even see it like really clearly on this map. The map is, it's sort of hard for me to tell the 3D-ness or lack thereof of the ship, so I'm not going to do too detailed of an analysis. I think I see some stairs there, but I can't quite tell. But even regardless of what the layout on the actual ships are, this is a good example of like if I started on this map analysis inherently without knowing anything else, I know that there is at least 2 zones that are separated by a challenging path. Like, I know that without anything else, without any other information. And this inherently is not a White Room combat. Just by putting 2 vehicles on the water, we have made it not a White Room combat anymore. We have crossed that barrier. And not only have we made it not a White Room combat, but we have inherently added a challenging path. So without anything else, it's not a singular zone, and the connection points between the multiple zones, at least some of them, are interesting. They are not just like normal connections where you can just walk there. There is a factor in how you would move through this map. Just at a base level. Maybe it is becoming clear why this is one of my favorite archetypes, or this is one of my favorite versions of this sort of encounter, is because it does not matter what else you do. You've already made a more interesting map than many, many, many maps that get made. And certainly more interesting than many maps that we've seen so far in CR. So, what can I say? 2 thumbs up.
Yeah.
There's the 2 of them in the ocean, currently off to the side.
Dinglings.
First,
Say for where you had the pilots and you were like
Yeah.
upgrades and it was all
What's the
tough.
name of that game?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, what'd you do? Yeah.
What is this? What is that?
all right, so up in the crow's nest, we have Percy, one of the other shipmates, just right up there. We have down here at the wheel, Captain. These 2 wielding 2 different ballistas.
At the bow, what is it?
Side. We have Dodie just hanging off to the side, watching and trying to take record of whatever's happening at the moment. Rob, where are you?
Wherever that grappling hook was.
That would be right here. With Kit right by your side.
Welcoming committee.
And me and Percy had said we were sort of on our way
we
down.
sort of headed towards the other boat.
Right, so
Yeah.
you guys made your way. So
I was going to ask you to drop me the other crow's nest
You
of the
need
other
more
ship.
iron in my diet.
So you guys are heading this way?
Probably the water
Are you taking them with you?
If you're down.
I was going to go all the way to the other boat, but I can. If you want to go. Please.
Toy boat, toy boat,
Toy boat,
toy boat, toy boats, toy boats.
Tour books. That's actually kind of hard.
Alright, Vax, were you?
Well,
Did you
I had a
hide?
stealth check and I got a 25.
Right.
If I didn't know what the boat looked like, so if there's stuff on the bottom, I'd hide there. But if they're gone, I could also have gone up to the crow's nest, whichever.
You can probably hide amongst one of the low sails, probably. Cool. So we'll say you're like up in the sail,
Okay.
in that vicinity. Alrighty, so bringing us now to the initiative order. 25 to 20. Shit. Alright.
Oh no.
Yikes.
20 to 15.
50.
18.
18.
Alright.
You bought that 18?
Yes.
15 to 10.
14.
Grog. Alright.
Oh, 11. Sorry.
That's alright. Keyleth. And then
8.
Hey, look, some things don't change.
nice.
Burn.
Stings.
Alrighty, so you watch as these figures just jump across from the chains that are lashed onto the boat, and as 2 of them make it across, suddenly up the side of the ship, you watch as if a singular wave seems to whoosh and splash on the edge of the ship. However, as the water crests and splashes into the ground, it forms up into its own physical entity. You've seen this form once before that Keyleth has taken, and this is a water elemental.
What if this is the Ashari?
It probably is. Just haven't figured that out yet.
I was grasping. All right, so that being the case, go ahead and pull
Did we say we did anything about the fog? The fog is still there.
the fog is still in this vicinity right now, so you're under the effect of a fog cloud spell. For the area. So basically, the area is heavily obscured. So that'll increase AC to number of individuals. Perfect. All right, so first off, these elemental rushes forward to Grog, kind of splashes around in your direction. Grog is going to go ahead and take a series of swings at you.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's going to do some attacks. That is a 23 to hit.
Hits.
And an 18 to hit.
Hits also.
Alrighty. So you suffer 12 points of bludgeoning damage. That's full damage. You're not raging. And that is 11 plus 4. It's 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
Total? Or 12 and 15, but
12 and 15.
Gotcha.
All right, that ends that guy's turn. Next up is Vax and Vex.
I was on my way over to towards the other ship.
As long as you roll by, I'll just let go.
Okay.
No.
First, you want to be dropped off at the crow's nest, so I'll fly over that direction.
Okay.
Keeping an eye out for anything visible that I can shoot at.
The minute I see a rope, I'll just let go and drop, so she'll just keep moving.
Okay. So we'll say,
Fly back.
as you guys make it on the other side of the ship.
You know, you could have spent your time making 2 very complex Lego pirate ships all week. I'm
You're
just
right, but I don't have that time. All right, so you guys run over to this ship here.
Yeah.
You drop him in the crow's nest. All right, and you're on your bow. Is that all you're gonna do?
I'm on my broom. I'm just riding my bow around. Can I drift down to where I can see anything? And I say to Keyleth, fog? Can you do anything about the fog?
On their ship?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you coast down a little lower, I want you to make a perception check.
31.
31. You glance down, and as the fog parts, you see on the ship there are 3 other similarly dressed, dark green and black leather humanoids that are now beginning to rush over the chain. And standing back on the back of the ship, arms crossed, you see a large humanoid with a fish-like head. Has no nose, a big fish-like mouth, big bulbous throat, kind of a greenish blue skin color, very turquoise, with big thin gills at the side and a large crest that goes down the head. But it's wearing fine billowing silks and a large vest. And its lower torso, from this giant, oversized kind of plump belly, the lower torso is just this swirl of water. That just kind of it sits there, and it looks like it's currently concentrating through the fog.
I'm not going to talk about it a lot. I'm just going to point out, if anyone's not already in the mindset, Matt's character descriptions. I don't know. I know that their boat looks like patched together and like armored in places, and that's it. I know this genie has these fine billowing silks and all this. Not saying it's bad. And I will say, I was trying to channel Matt the other day. I had a monologue that I was giving as an NPC, and I was introducing the NPC as part of that monologue. And I tried to channel Matt. I was like, what would Matt say? What would Matt say? Matt would talk about his clothes. I didn't even think about what he's wearing. I tried to channel my man. And it worked out. I think that monologue went really well. But it's, if you're looking for it, it's all over the place. We can't even ask Paige how well you did channeling Matt. You can ask her, she probably just won't respond. Yeah, I mean, I think it went well. It was very serious. So it's hard to relate, and I think it was hard to judge. But the players said that the session went great overall. So, you know, the monologue was inside of that session. It's the longest monologue I've given in a while. I don't give a lot of like really long, serious monologues in my games. I definitely have before, but certainly recently it's the longest like serious monologue that I've given. I was a little nervous about it, truth be told. But it went well. And I was absolutely channeling Matt. And I will be straight up about that. I had some of my locational environmental stuff. But I was like, this speech is going to hinge so much on the player perception of this character. Like, this is a new character that they did not have a lot of prior experience with. That is essentially telling one of the players that everyone they know and love will die and there's nothing they can do about it. And it is... it was I was like, it is going to be if they think that this person is a bad guy, that's going to be really bad for the monologue. Like, that's going to make this come off totally super different. It's going to make it come off as a threat. And it wasn't. It was kind of a warning, kind of a call to action, complicated. But it was, I was like, they need to believe in the genuineness. Like, they need to believe that this character is genuine, and there is basically nothing I can do environmentally to communicate that. Nothing really. You know, I could have a, like, pet the dog moment, but it would have felt contrived. Like, any way I could have put in them doing some sort of, like, good action to communicate their inherent goodness, classically called either, like, you know, kick the dog, pet the dog, save the cat, kick the cat, that sort of stuff. Any sort of save the cat moment would have been way too contrived, because the moment that they interacted, the character needed to deliver the monologue. And so I was like, okay, I have to, like, communicate what this character is about purely through them, which is not something I'm used to. And normally something that I actively try to avoid when constructing plots. And so I was like, channel Mercer, channel Mercer. What would Mercer say about this guy? Okay, hair color. I wasn't even picturing them their hair having a color. It might as well have been translucent in my head. It was long, but I was like, okay, face. Any distinguishing feature on the face? Clothes. Any pattern? I was thinking about how Matt would describe it, unironically. So I'm learning things from Critical Role, and I think it went well.
Look, on the opposite side. It does not seem to notice you.
And I'm gonna try to bramble
It
shot
is
down both
right
of those.
there.
Well, that's pretty cool. I'm gonna try to shoot a bramble shot at him.
Go for it.
20?
20 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. Oh, Hunter's Mark. Motherfuck! That's okay, sneak attack.
Sorry, you never plays a good one.
Why? I can't help it, I get so happy! Okay.
Let's see. Actually, roll again, because in the fog cloud, you do have disadvantage.
Oh,
on
that's
strike.
cruel, man.
That's cruel.
Don't do it.
One.
Yeah.
That's okay, that's okay. I'm gonna try to do another shot. And in that downtime, I'm gonna fucking Hunter's Mark.
Yeah.
There you go.
Turning lemons.
Into orange juice.
So this entity is currently Hunter's Mark, and you can take your second attack. If you like.
Okay, I can't do a bramble shot again because that was like wasted? Or does that mean, does the bramble shot only work if it connects?
I'm going to say for the purpose of this bramble shot, because it's only fairness, but powerful message, you can, if it only works if it connects. I should change the wording on that.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try.
Go for it.
19.
19 does it?
Yes! Okay.
Actually, I just mouthed that's fair, but I think that's a good moment to zoom in on. And it's purely complimentary. That's a great way to go about discussing that sort of stuff, both from the player side and the GM side. I mean, I guess as long as Laura feels comfortable bringing it up later if she does have a problem with it. But I think that was a really smooth, really efficient, really straightforward way to talk about a rule clarification on a homebrew item, because I was just talking about, like, oh, write down the earrings, but I know that Fenthras is written down. And sometimes rules clarifications are needed. She asked about it. He said, since it's a powerful vestige, we'll say from now on, or for the purposes of this shot, it only works if it connects. And she just goes, okay. And, like, that is, I think, a great way to hash out that sort of thing in the moment. Like, Matt gives a very basic justification for it. She just says, all right. And then if they want to go more into detail, think through the math, think through the edge cases of how it might be used, you can still do all of that, but it's probably not worth doing in the moment at the table. And so I really love just scooting past it. And I've said it before. I'll say it again. I talk about all my sessions right afterward. So at my table, I would, if Laura had a problem with that ruling, I would want her to save it for the conversation afterward, and then we would talk through it right then and there while everything is still relatively fresh in everyone's minds. And we have the context for what sort of consequences came of the ruling. Not like super long-term consequences, but at least like short-term consequences we will kind of be able to see of the ruling. So there's less hypothetical thought on how the ruling might play out. So I like that brevity in the moment. Again, with the asterisk that she would feel comfortable coming to him if she wasn't cool or wanted to hash it out more.
15 plus 4 lightning damage.
Slick.
Plus sneak attack. Ooh, an 11 for the sneak attack and hunter's mark. And then the DC of 17 or be restrained. That's strength save.
Gotcha.
And I'm gonna do the ramble shot damage now.
That is a 13.
Yes, he's restrained.
So, go for roll the damage. Ramble shot.
Is that that's a 1. 16.
16, okay. We go ahead and concentration check on him. He succeeds. Okay, 26. All right, so the first shot whips past and just slams into the ship. He watches this giant fish entity kind of glances off to the side, looks down and starts looking up into the fog cloud, but you're right above it at this point, and or just off the side, and you fire your second arrow. He turns just in time to see it hit it in the shoulder, and it glances him, tries to snap it free. The wooden shaft of the arrow suddenly sprouts all these vines and thorns that begin to wrap around it, and it tears around its body. And it's currently stuck in place. It cannot move.
Awesome. And I say, Percy, spellcaster, right below you. Fish guy.
Got it. Not sure what to do.
Noted.
All right, so ending that, we come to Vax's turn.
That's one of the assailants is directly across from me on the other side of our boat.
These
right?
are, there's one crossing right now.
But there's one guy who made it onto the boat.
There's two men on the boat
right there. I'm going to attempt to assassinate that motherfucker.
Okay. So you're we'll say you're up over. You kind of shimmy your way along the edge of the sail, and you're looking right down below him.
Okay.
This guy right there.
So advantage on this.
The guy closest to Grog, or the guy who's alone right there.
The one that you're touching right now.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So that is a 32 to hit.
Lit.
So this is assassinate. It's an auto.
Did you roll disadvantage because of the fog cloud?
Well, no, but I'm at advantage because of assassinate. So the first roll was a 19.
Yes, you're fine.
Which is still a 32. Here we go.
I get 2d6 now for sneak attack.
You do. It's one of these.
Another 6.
Nice. Say, hey, that die. That's 48 points of damage. One hit.
2.
Ramble shot, motherfucker.
Doing my maths over here. 32, 36, 60, 72 plus. That's 80 points of damage.
80 points of damage.
No wonder Terry almost died.
Is he still standing?
No. Just leaps off the chain, pulls out what looks like a, for this it would be a dagger and a rapier. Glances around and goes lunging in for, looks like it's running towards the captain of the ship. Gets maybe 2 steps before your blade sinks into the back of the neck and just hits the side and collapses right at the edge of the ship right there. Done.
For funsies, I will throw my second dagger at the one right in front of Trink.
Okay.
So that is not that good. That's a 13.
Okay, yeah. Leave me this advantage. Okay, so this one you fire and just disappears off the side of the ship, but returns to your belt. Are you gonna stay where you are?
No, I'm going to drop down.
Okay.
And circle around Trinket's tush.
All right, make an acrobatics check, just to land from the top.
25.
Yeah, you're fine. So move around, you're behind Trinket. Pardon me, currently. All right. Then turn back to Percy, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to take a quick look around and see if I can figure out what's causing this fog, because it's annoying me.
Just check.
That's 19.
Glancing about in the area, it's hard to see, especially from this vantage point. The area is so heavily obscured with fog. You do glance and see what looks to be a very, very faint general glow in a lower area towards the edge of the ship, but that's all you can
So
see.
starboard port.
On the other side.
All right. Somebody take a look at anything. There's a glow coming from the starboard side of the enemy ship. It's the one closest to our ship. We need to find out what's causing this fog. In the meantime, I'm going to slowly make my way down a couple of the ropes. Is that an enemy right there, that guy?
You're up here right now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Is that I'm asking if that's an enemy on our ship right there.
This is an enemy right there. These are enemies. These are your guys. The guys with the red cloaks. The red color signifies your own crewmates.
Okay, so we have 2 enemies that are currently on their ship.
2 enemies on their ship. One that's currently crossing and one that is on the other side.
Okay, I'm going to slowly start making my way, just maybe like a few feet down, and I'm going to shoot those 2 people who are on the very edge, both of them in the back.
There's no honor in that.
No, there is on the other hand fine comedy about to happen.
Sure.
Because, yeah, just a little bit. And I'm going to very, very carefully. And I'm at disadvantage with this?
Disadvantage with these strikes, yes.
Oh, that's annoying. Okay, I'm going to use the pepper box, the animus, and I'm also going to burn a grit for a push.
For which one of you guys?
One on each.
One of these two?
Both of them. I'll start with the first one and work
first
my way
one
down. All right, so let's see what happens.
Big money, no whammies.
That'll do. That's 28,
28 will hit.
and that's sorry, you know why I'm a little confused. I just have to switch it again. I need that too. There we are. That's wow.
That's cool.
That's good. That's 17 points of damage and 5 points of psychic damage.
Nice.
And he goes 10 feet away from me.
He's trying to step across the chain. He gets blasted and just plunges off the side of the chain, loses his footing, tumbles over and vanishes into the fog, and you hear the splash. Moment
Next. I love boats.
disadvantage on the shot?
Yep.
Me too, Percy. I don't remember the last time I saw Percy use a fucking pushing shot. I know he has, because now that he has used it, I do remember that he has it. But I love it. Especially, I think it's a good example for someone like Percy, or, that has these sort of battle master style grit features, or for spellcasters, or for any of that, or any of those sorts of people that get to use their toolbox of features in maybe slightly different ways. And this is the power of map design. I love boats too, Percy. I love them too.
here we go. That's good. 29. I'm rolling really well.
Yeah,
not as well as yesterday, but really well.
I got a nautical theme, catch me in an Afghan.
And that's 5, 6. It's 11 points of damage and 5 points of psychic damage and a 10-foot push.
Alrighty. Okay. He also falls off, grabs the chain, catches it with his finger, but because of the sea spray and the fog, it's too slick. Just,
I was going to say, he's happy to grab it and I'll deal with that too.
Yeah. But they both fall off the edge of the ship.
Said no.
I can make him drop things. I have that power.
Oh.
All right. I've been wanting to watch somebody like holding on and make them drop it. I've been wanting to do that for like probably a year and a half now. God, is there anybody fun on our side?
Fish guy.
There's one guy walking across.
You got him grappled.
Yeah, one guy walking across right now in chain, and the guy below you is grappled, and the guy, and the water elemental is also attacking.
Hey, don't you get advantage on grapple guy?
Technically, that would cancel out, wouldn't it?
He is restrained, which means attacks on him are with advantage, so it would cancel it.
We cancel that automatically. Oh, in that case, I'm going to take a shot on him.
He'll probably get a chance to be unrestrained as soon as it's his turn.
Okay, good point. So I'm going to take a sharpshooter shot. I'm also going to do anything else to him. Is he holding anything?
Not that you can see.
That's good. And he's a magic. Yeah, that'll do. I'll just take a good old-fashioned sharpshooter shot. So that's. It's not as good. That's 18 to hit.
18 to hit? Just barely hit.
Oh, thank God. Okay, that was a little low.
I hope he's not your cousins.
They might be.
Well,
Nobody's
they were a
I'll
little.
figure that out.
Talking, yep.
I'll figure that out.
We're
That's kind of heavy. That's going to be
Yeah. We're
14, 24 points of damage and 3 points of psychic damage.
Your cousins are fishmen. My cousins might be fishmen.
Okay.
They could be anybody.
Werefish.
Gotcha. Okay, so you managed to fire the third shot of your animus. You see it blasts into the upper shoulder and back portion of this fish-like creature. It does not look terribly heavy, but it looks currently still bound by the various thorny vines that have wrapped around it. And your turn?
Yeah, and I'm just going to crawl a couple feet into the ropes that direction. I'm just going to keep some ropes swinging. There we
There you go. Alright, that brings us to Grog.
After getting hit by the water elemental, can I go, out of here! What do you want?
Water elemental just.
Fuck it, you got salt water in my eyes, I'm going to rage!
Okay.
I'm going to a rage.
It's not me, Grog. It's not me.
Oh, I hadn't thought about that. I beat the shit out of it with the dwarven hammer, 2 hits.
Go for it. 2 strikes.
Are these a disadvantage, or I'm like right up?
No, immediately you're fine.
Hey, reckless attack.
Okay.
Oh my.
Kills you.
23.
That hits.
Nice. 10. 16. 17. 17.
17 damage. Okay. Take a strike.
God, those are balls! They're not literal balls. 22.
That hits.
Nice.
24. 24 points of damage.
24 points of damage. Okay, nice. So you start bludgeoning its watery form. Even though you see the water splashing around and soaking everything in the vicinity, you are still watching as each blow forces the creature to kind of shift and move, and you hear this like kind of little thud sound and a pain noise you seem to emit from this elemental creature with each impact.
You can do better than that.
Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Alrighty. That brings us to the rest of the crew. So these guys, who have the water has now pushed them past a bit, they are moving. They're starting to try and swim their way to the edge of the ship, and they're starting to actually let's see if their rolls are for athletics. Natural 20, nice. Okay, so they both make their way up the side of the ship and latch onto the edge right beside Keyleth and Tarian.
Can I say something to him?
Yeah, they both kind of get out of the water and they're pulling up right alongside you, pulling blades out.
Hi, Kaitiake. Water Ashari.
They just hear them just growl as they pull their blades out.
Hey, we try to talk.
So for this one, each of them are going to make 2 strikes against each of you with their rapiers.
Oh, great.
Tarian, that is a 21.
Yeah.
And a 21.
Yeah.
Twice in a row. So you take
What's your AC there, big guy?
9 points of piercing damage and 5 points of piercing damage. As it just thrusts, holding up the side of the ship's armor, thrusting the rapier into you, scraping past your armor. One catches you in the hip. Keyleth, the other one's going to make 2 strikes against you. That's going to be an 8
No. Oh. Nope. That misses.
and a 27.
That. Yeah.
And that's going to hit you for 10 points of piercing damage.
Okay. That's
And it looks like they're kind of their ascent has stopped, and they're just right now happy to just continue to pierce these 2 stowaways that are gripping onto the side of the ship. This one stumbles across the rest of the chain, and turning and seeing you guys there on the edge, and as you dart around the side of Trinket, it's going to move, avoid the bear, step across, and attempt to attack you 3 times with twice the rapier, once with the dagger. So the dagger's going to be a 11.
No.
Not very good.
No.
However, that is a 26.
That hits.
Okay,
Okay, dodge.
and a 19.
No.
No. All right, so they get 1 rapier strike towards you. That is going to be 9 points of piercing damage as it just cuts across the center of your armor in the midsection. It doesn't actually get the skin, but it's enough of an impact where you can feel like a bruise coming.
Okay.
Alrighty. Ending their turn. That brings us to Keyleth.
Okay. Am I still on the side of a boat?
You are, yes.
I'm gonna climb up that boat.
Okay, make an athletic check.
Ooh, that's good. 17 plus my athletics, which is good, which is 7, so 24.
Okay, so you get on the edge of the ship. It does get 1 attack opportunity against you as you move up. It's going to slice at you with a rapier. That is going to be 18.
Miss.
Nice.
No, hit. Sorry.
Okay, that's all good. That is a 10 points piercing damage.
Okay.
The rapier just catches you in the back. And you're like, ugh! And you climb up and get back on the edge of the ship. And as you glance around, you can see that there is the weird fish-looking guy in the center of the ship right now who's currently bound by the vines around him.
Any sign that these could still be my people? Pretty certain they're not.
You can let that go now.
You're pretty sure there's not much of a tribal sign
Nothing,
that
these are
resembles
like-
anything Ashari related universally.
Guys, real pirates! And then I'm going to do control water, and I'm going to raise water 20 feet around me and start sinking this bitch. I want to sink this ship. 20 feet, just tidal waves coming over the boat, and I'm sinking it.
What control water level is this?
4th level.
We could steal this ship. Okay.
Stuff.
Okay, so
Nope.
okay, as you get on the edge, you begin to pull your arms up, and as you do, your hands begin to glow with a dull blue turquoise color, similar to the skin of this fish-like creature. And it glances over at you, and its jaw opens. You can see like this kind of bird-like sound as the edges of the water begin to rise up and splash and pour into the ship, filling the bottom of it, and just perpetually just filling the lower, usually air-filled section of the ship. And it begins to immediately begin to lift a little bit to one side.
Do I have any movement, or is that it? Probably getting up is my
I
movement.
mean, that's gonna be your action, and climbing up is gonna be your movement. That's kind of where you are.
Cool.
You can maintain concentration.
I maintain concentration.
Yeah.
And
You get the sense it's gonna take a few rounds, but if you keep at this, you'll probably have a good chance of achieving your goal.
Cool. That's what I like to hear
Bring
in
our
life
ship down with it.
in general.
You keep at it. You might be able to.
No, it's localized.
No, but the chains
rounds.
attaching to ships.
Oh, we got time.
She says she destroys everything.
Yeah.
All right.
Destroy reality.
And in Keyleth's turn, it is now the crew's go. So the crew here is going to turn the ballistas around as the captain leaps off, down, and goes behind the guy who attacked you, Max. She pulls out a scimitar as Captain Adele rushes forward, screaming, "Yeah!" and just does a full downward arc to the back.
Eldazine, ladies and gentlemen.
That is 18 hits.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Second strike is a 23. Just
Breaks hearts.
Left and right.
Left and right. Man, you relate.
Yes,
Great. That's better. That takes 24 points of slashing damage. That ends her turn. You see guys trying to fire ballistas at the ship.
Yes.
Towards the.
Yes.
That's one of them. Unfortunately, just coasts off the edge and misses the ship.
He's fired.
The other one is a natural 20.
Boom!
Ooh, that's gonna be nasty. That is that. Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
That is 42 points of damage.
Damn.
To the side of the ship. You watch as one of these ballistas has a similar looking like giant iron arrow, but it's meant designed to just split and destroy wood on impact. It's pierced, but it seems to splinter out, so it hits and then breaks as it goes.
Oh, shit.
And as it slams into the side of the ship, just above where Terry and the other guy are, you watch it spoosh, slams it, and wood splinters and breaks. The impact shakes the side. I'm actually gonna ask both you and that guy to make a strength saving throw. If you could.
That's sort of cocked, but that's okay. I'll take it. That's a 5.
Okay, both you
Maybe
guys.
I'll use luck and go again.
Go for it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, especially on a natural 20, my first gut instinct was like, you're gonna punish Terry? What are we doing here? You're gonna make him make a strength save? Come on. Like, the ballista, we all know that the ballista was only aimed there at runtime. Like, it wasn't like it was aimed and then fired. It was Matt figured out where it was being aimed in the moment of narration. But generally, players have a lot more offensive tools, less defensive tools, and broadly equivalent mobility tools. And a lot of times, players like getting put in weird situations, and they like putting enemies into weird situations. Like, both of those are often interesting to players, especially if they're not too bad. So, gut instinct was like, I don't know about a strength check for Terry. Seems very arbitrary. But then it was like, no, it's a strength check for both you and the other guy. And suddenly, I'm way more into it. Now, in theory, it's like one of each side is getting hit by the strength check, or the strength save. I think it was strength save. So, roughly equivalent negative thing. So it's a neutral action on the part of the GM. It'd be like starting a fire on one of the decks, right? That's not, I guess, centered on an existing PC, right? It's a neutral kind of environmental thing and hazard. But I think it even goes more positive when we look at just like fun and interesting ways to GM a combat like this, because them falling into the water, we already know that Terry has Alter Self. He's a caster in general. He has Doty. So even if Terry is in the water for a little bit, Doty is still participating. There are all of these things that make Terry falling in the water a pretty neutral thing. Like, even if he fails the strength save, it's really not that bad that he fell into the water. It's way worse for the other guy. It's you're trapped in here with me, I'm not trapped in here with you sort of situation. Any individual like that with a PC in a hazard zone, like swimming in the water, that's a worse scenario for the NPC than it is for the PC. So in this case, if both of them fail, I think it's a broadly positive effect. If one of them fails and one of them doesn't, if it's for Terry, maybe it's a little bit of a negative. If the NPC fails, big positive. I think those two compared, net positive. If you compare both of the scenarios where one of them fails and the other doesn't. And then if neither of them fail, then basically nothing changed. So, in all of those senses, when I think the negative scenario is a very minor negative and two of the scenarios are very positive, really fun way to update the environment and to show consequences from the environment updating from that. And you got to be careful about that. That's why I was originally like, ooh, I don't know. And my ears went up. I was like, oh, I don't know about that. But, because a lot of times updating the environment, especially in a way like this and like giving consequences to the players, I think a lot of GMs avoid it because there's an amount of risk to it, especially if the thing that is happening and who it's happening to is arbitrary. Like, this is not a pre-existing mechanic. This is an in-the-moment consequence that Matt is whipping up right now at runtime. You can see him have the idea to do it in the moment. This was not pre-planned. A lot of people, we can often get stuck in the quagmire of what is pre-planned, like what did Matt pre-plan, what did he not, is this good improving, is this not? But right here, you can see Matt have the idea.
Arrow, but it's meant designed to just split and destroy wood on impact. It's pierced, but it sends a splinter out, so it hits and then breaks as it goes.
Oh, shit.
And it slams to the side of the ship, just above where Terry and the other guy are. You watch it, spoosh, slams it, and
you can hear him laughing. He's starting to realize. He's like, actually, it's like just above where they are.
wood splinters and breaks. The impact shakes the side. I'm actually gonna ask both you and that guy.
And I'm actually going to ask. I'm doing speculation here. I am. But this is one of the more clear improv moments to me. Like, I would be surprised if that was pre-planned. I would be very surprised. And I think it is a moment of Matt improving a consequence really, really well. Who knows how instinctual that was? Who knew how much he thought about, like, the fact that it was Terry and the fact that, these equivalent consequence situations, right? I don't know that he thought down all of that. I wouldn't think down all of that in the moment. What I would probably think down in the moment is, as I'm describing this narrative flavor, I would say like, oh, it's right above where Terry and the other guy, and it would light up a light bulb in my head of like PC and NPC. Consequence, both of them. Because I think more often, if you're giving a consequence to both a PC and an NPC, and as long as the sides are relatively, within a certain margin of error, balanced in terms of the amount of entities, normally applying the same consequence to both a PC and an NPC, I think is going to bear out well. I think it's going to feel fun and interesting. Now, if there's 30 entities on the adversary side and there's 6 friendlies, then doing that 1-to-1 would not be as advisable. Maybe doing it like 1-to-6, maybe more so. So I'm loving this combat. Oh my god. I'm not only loving the prep for it, there's a lot of diversity in the adversary design. I haven't even mentioned that yet. There's the fog, which I mentioned in the notes as a visual blocker, but not a movement blocker, which I think is an amazing choice. Like, obviously, it makes sense. It was a great foreshadowing of danger. Like, it worked really well narratively, but also mechanically. Like, one of the interesting things about this map is the way in which people are going to move around it. And so introducing the fog, which can block vision, might block spells or any sort of like gunslinger action, but not block movement, which is already cool and dangerous, right? We don't need to block it more. So blocking vision is a cool extra layer of things. This is one of the best fights in a while. I'm not even gonna lie to you, man. I'm not gonna lie. This is one of my favorite fights in a while. I don't maybe best is the wrong word. But and then all of that, so that's all the prep. And then the way that Matt is handling a lot of this, the way that he is having people go under, rewarding Keyleth, doing the tidal wave and like letting that slowly sink the ship. I think that like Matt's also running of this encounter is really stellar. Yeah. Yeah, I'm liking it. Sink the ships, sink the ships. Siege weaponry is also a super fun thing to have in fights if there's a good target for it, I will say. I think it can actually feel surprisingly lackluster if there's not a good thing to use it on. I've run into that before myself. Or if it's too difficult to use. So like I've done like a catapult in a session before. And the catapult was basically like 1 turn to fire, 2 turns to reload, which is far faster than you could ever reload an actual catapult. But I was trying to make it usable in the combat and I failed. No one used it. They were all like, oh, we want to wait for like the right time to use it because it's going to take so much to reload. And they had pretty middling targets. They had targets that they could use the siege weaponry on or they could not. What. And on top of that, having less capable fighters to man those siege weapons. Honestly, to even use my own example, if I had had catapult crews that would have been there to reload in the meantime, it's just like one of the players had to like direct the shot with a bonus action, or they had to fire it themselves with a full action, but then there would again be like a crew there to reload it. I think they would have used it. And that's sort of the case here with these ballistae. So yeah. And Daniel, yes, siege weaponry ideal setups for secondary goals. And if I'm Matt here, which I have a feeling Matt's probably going to head towards this, it's awesome and easy to now link in siege damage on the ship with Keyleth's spell, with her control water, and have it just sink slower. Or sink faster. Like it would, he said, it's going to be a couple of turns or something like that. Now that it's starting to take on this sort of damage, maybe updating Keyleth on like, okay, it's going to be 3 turns unless there's another ballistae hit or something like that. Yeah. I thought you were going to say Dodie could dive in the water for Terry, which would have gone poorly for Metal Man. Well, that is true. It's certainly a lot to rest on GM interpretation. Oh, yeah, no. I was more saying that Sam, the player, would still get to participate in the combat while Tyrion, the character, was climbing up. Because he could experience the combat vicariously through Doty. Yeah. Good combat so far.
Try to make a strength saving.
Oh yeah, and I mentioned it very briefly, but the diversity in adversaries here. We have like the boss guy, we have the gremlings, we have the caster. Lots of fun variants within the crew of the ship.
Good.
That's sort of cocked, but that's okay. I'll take it. That's a 5.
Okay, both of you guys.
Maybe I'll use luck and go again.
Maybe go for it.
Oh yeah, that's 10.
Okay, that's enough to hold on. The other guy just make it. So you just hold on from the impact. The other guy falls back and splashes.
I
like to picture you in full armor with boat shoes on.
As you hold on, you watch as the ballista, which has a chain attached to the back of it as well, is now being ratcheted back, and as it slams through and is pulled back, it's tearing sections of the ship apart, and you can watch now as it's like pulling down and breaking a whole section. That's going to go ahead and end this mission. This guy is going to go ahead and let it crossbow and try and land it up towards, I can only see the guy below. The disadvantage. That's a shame.
I will say, and I think Matt is running it in a very natural way, and I only say this as someone who has run this sort of encounter before and ran it exactly how Matt is running it and been like, ooh, didn't love this particular aspect of that. I would give the entire crew of the ship a single turn. And so, like, the ship crew, can take an action. Essentially, the ship can take an action, and we're just going to include the crewman as part of the ship. And one of the actions the ship can take is, firing ballistae broadly. And in that way, we can work in damage on a more reasonable scale. We don't have to have it do these crazy numbers. We don't have to roll an attack roll for each individual crewman. We don't have to go through all their actions. Just mixing it all, smushing it all into one big, it's the ship's turn or the crew's turn. And they do an action and a bonus action, and that's it. And then you can make a stat block for the ship, very similar to environmental stat blocks in Daggerheart, right? You can make that sort of stat block, and then you can just consider that an ally when you're trying to judge the encounter difficulty. Makes that way easier. Makes it just makes your life easier. It's not, I wouldn't say it's necessarily better, but it makes your life as a GM substantially easier, and it does make the combat go faster. So, but that is only something I learned through very direct experience. It would not have been my natural intuition for this sort of thing. So yeah. You also like environment over people. This is true. This is true. But this is one where I'm not even arguing it would be more interesting, honestly. On the scale of comparing interest, I might actually say the way I'm recommending is maybe minorly, some might say negligibly, less interesting than the way that Matt is doing it, of considering them individuals. But I think that there's a certain amount of management benefit to doing the way that I'm talking about. But if you're cool with the combat taking longer, the players playing less often, and it being harder to balance the entire encounter, maybe that's cool. But I think it is mostly logistical and management benefits to what I'm talking about.
It's a natural 20 and a 19 actually still manages to hit even with the disadvantage from the fog cloud. Okay, that's 8 damage to that guy. Let's look at these. Alrighty, and then this guy over here is going to move to the earth or the water elemental and take strike on her. Or on it, and misses. It goes and strikes water elemental, shifts out of the way. The blade moves past. Without an impact. End of the round, we have Tarion.
Yeah. So one of the guy right next to me is gone, right?
Yeah, he's splashed back. Both of these guys are in the water 10 feet.
Oh, they're gone. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay then. Move. Okay. Can I see? No, I'm gonna climb. I'm gonna climb up.
Yeah, athletics check. Okay.
I'll just go back.
No, it's okay. 16.
Yeah. No, that climb up and get on the edge of the ship right next to Keyleth, who's currently concentrating. You see her eyes kind of glowing and her hands glowing with this faint aqua look as the water is now just immediately to the right of her, curling up and splashing over the bow of the ship and just pouring into the ship below.
So cool. So cool. Okay. I just yell back to Dodie. Get rid of the grappling hooks. I don't know. I have no idea what I'm doing. And then I see the giant thing in front of me, right? Do I see the thing?
You do see it. Yeah, it's currently bound by these series of thorny vines.
Great. I'll reach into my magic bag and pull out a vial of acid and just throw it at the thing.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack. It's restrained, so you have advantage on the ranged attack roll.
What kind of acid? He's just gonna really think about his life.
Like throwing like
what do I
Miami,
add?
throwing a Molotov cocktail right now.
It should say on the class.
My spell attack bonus?
It should say under the class's ability.
It says.
What's the bonus next to it on your sheet? Under your attacks?
it says.
It should
No,
be
it
there. Doesn't? Ah, damn it.
Oh wait, no, it says it, but it's cut off. It says DC 1. I'm sure there's something after that. But are you talking about
Right, it's their saving throws. Your spell DC to get past that, I think is what it is.
Okay, so then it's 17.
17, okay, good to know. Which has disadvantage on it, which you rolled a 1 in the first one. So, no, so go ahead and roll full damage.
Great, so that's 7d6.
Okay.
Okay.
LED 6.
They're really fun. Yeah, I like it.
LED
I know.
6.
26.
26 points of acid damage.
Wow.
Nice.
Alrighty.
Just let out a fishy scream.
You watch as you lob your vial and it bursts across the creature's chest, and the acid begins to burn. Burning part of the vines that currently keep it restrained, but
Sorry, I don't know how this stuff works.
but it does burn. You see it it's trying to break free. You see the smoke of its burning flesh rise above its body.
Okay.
Then your turn, too?
I have a bonus action. I'll use Sanctuary on myself.
Okay, there you go. And with that, Doty's gonna go ahead and reach down and try and grab. Nope, not with a 4. You hear the metal kind of creaking, but not getting any sort of
Knees,
action.
not back. God, robot.
All right, and in that round, that brings us to the top. The rushing waters, the ships continue to move forward. Both of these guys shift backward. They're being left behind by the boats. They're trying to swim forward. That brings us to Marid. Okay.
I've been waiting for this.
So this guy is currently up on the side. He's looking around. He's gonna make a perception check. Just look around. He got shot by you. He got shot by you. He's gonna go ahead and glance up in your direction. He's gonna go ahead and use a water jet ability against you.
All right.
Actually, let's see. 9.
Water jet.
You know what? No, he's not.
No?
He's going to use, or he is, but he's going to use water jet.
Is he not grappled anymore?
He's still grappled. He's restrained. He can still do abilities.
Oh, shit.
60 foot line. Yeah, you're up there, but it sees the cluster in that direction. Oh, hit his own guy. Don't do that.
He wouldn't?
Oh, honorable.
I'm trying to see what's the most useful.
Yeah.
I can't move. I can't angle. That's really frustrating for him.
For him, right? For him.
For him, yeah. Yeah, for him. And for that, he's going to aim for trinket and vex.
I need to remind myself. I'm going to write this down before I forget it, because I just realized often I want to respond to chat messages in like the log over there. But I need like, okay, wait, make it more obvious when I'm responding to chat in the notes and have a easy copy for the chat that I'm responding to. Because I've done this pretty regularly where I'm like, I want to respond to a chat because I think it's interesting, but not quite interesting enough to warrant pausing for, because it's just going to be like a quick response. But then I have to like type out like what I'm responding to. I need like a little ding and a little like copy button on my chat program to be just be like, boop, and that's what I'm responding to. Because I always worry that people are going to like tune back in and like read the notes, but they won't have any idea what I'm responding to, so the notes won't make any sense. And so then they'd have to like rewind to see what chat I pop up, and yeah. Sorry, that was just me thinking out loud, basically. I always read your responses. Thank you. But I want it to be obvious to other people. I think the person that asks or the person I'm responding to is almost always watching, but it's more for people that are reading it later. I know the context. Exactly.
What is he doing? What?
Aiming for trinket and vex. So all of a sudden he turns his head this way, opens his mouth, and you watch as this small spiral of greenish energy begins to swirl, and a singular burst of extremely accelerated water just fires through the fog out of sight. You hear this sound, and you turn just in time to watch as it blasts towards both you and Trinket. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, and Trinket as well.
Oh, Vax or Vex?
Vex.
Vex, yeah, you're fine.
Yeah,
oh,
I'm
you're
fine.
in Trinket, right.
Wow, Trinket rolled so good.
17.
Hold on.
Hold on.
20.
Alrighty. So Trinket manages to duck down, taking half the damage.
He was very zen about that duck down. Matrix style, he's so no.
30. So 15 points of bludgeoning damage to Trinket, 30 to you, Vax.
But halved, because if I fail, it's halved. If I succeed, it's 0. Is it dexterity, so it's evasion?
Evasion.
Evasion for dex saves. If I fail, I take half damage, and if I succeed, I take no damage. That's how I survived dragon fights.
Yes.
Oh, what's a bug? Dragon fight.
Yeah, I like this.
Guys, we're having a water battle.
You guys,
I've been waiting for this
we're
for so
having a
long.
water battle.
Super Suckers. 250, Super Sucker 500, Super Sucker 1000. You remember those?
Oh yeah.
I didn't know they had gauges.
Oh yeah. So you
Yeah.
take 15 points of bludgeoning damage. However, you are pushed 20 feet away and knocked prone.
Oh no.
Check off the ship.
Off the edge of the ship.
Oh, no.
And
Thrown.
into the water below. It's with such force that you aren't even given a chance to grab at the ship. You're thrust off an arc and into the water, into the ocean, soaking you down to the wave. That is the elemental creature swirls up and occupies both the space of Grog and Trinket and is going to go ahead and turn it into a whelm. So it's going to attempt to whelm both of you in. I need you and Trinket to make strength saving throws.
Strength saving throw, advantage because of magic. 19, 26.
18.
Alrighty. You guys are both pushed out of space, so it forces you out. However, you both manage to escape any sort of damage as its giant spiral, this whirlwind of water, spins around and you both barely force your way out of it before it can really do any serious damage to you.
Barely.
Alright, that lends us to Vax's turn.
Okay, so in the water, click the boots, and the wings shoot out, and I explode.
I'm sorry. I gotta go. I think that the caption generators are having too much fun with this, I think.
This whirlwind of water spins around and you both barely force your way out of it before it can really do any serious damage to you.
Barely.
Oh, okay, actually, never mind. I saw Laura like smiling. It did not clock to me that she was making a joke. It clocked to me, she was like, oh yeah, barely, like, oh yeah, we barely got it. But Laura was, all right, caption writers, you get away this time. I'll have to aim my pun ire at Laura. But I'm watching you. I'm watching you, caption writers.
All right, that lends us to Vax's turn.
Okay, so in the water, click the boots, and the wings shoot out, and I explode up out of the water into the air.
Okay.
And I just start gunning it towards the guy who knocked me in, right?
Okay.
And when I'm about, I don't know, 30 feet away from him, I mean, because I'm hasted, so I get 120 feet of movement just for regular movement.
Yes.
And when I'm within 40 feet, I'm gonna throw Whisper at the guy.
Okay, put you about there.
Yep.
Hit up.
That's 26.
26, alrighty, that hits.
And I'm gonna bamf right up to him as I hit. That is just it's just a little 10 plus 15.
15 points of damage with that strike. Okay.
And I should have one more. So I used bonus action for the wings. I did my movement. I did action, so I got one more action.
Well, you're offhand attack, yeah.
Yeah. So I will shank him again.
You have advantage on these strikes now because you're right against him and he is restrained. 20 hits. And you shank attack.
Okay. That is just 9, and I'll unload some poison in him as well. The DC is 15.
I feel like Shake Shack's less attractive on a t-shirt.
That's a 9. He does not succeed.
Okay, so he takes 2d10. Do I roll that or do you, Maddie?
You roll that.
All right.
So what's the damage initially?
It's 2d10. Oh, is 9 plus 13 poison damage.
Okay, so
22.
22. Are you gonna roll sneak attack damage?
Why would I get that here? Is he up against anybody?
No, you have advantage on him because he's restrained.
Hey, I love you.
No, and he's currently. Yeah, he's not immune to poison.
26 attack damage.
He's not in that roll. How much is that do?
20 for the sneak attack.
20 for the sneak attack. All right, so it's 20 plus 22. Yeah, 20 concentration. He's not. So, let me double check one thing real fast here. This will be interesting.
Shake your booty. Shake your booty.
Gotcha. Okay, so he loses concentration. He's now poisoned and restrained. Oh, he needs to make a saving throw actually to see, which he didn't know. So yeah, he's still restrained.
Yes.
Oof. That sucks. 13. Okay. That makes Vax's turn. Back to you.
Awesome. Cool. Then since he's got my brother next to him, I'm gonna fly down so I can see him better. And shoot him 2 times with my blazing bowstring on the first one.
Go for it.
She shouts as she flies through the air.
Blazing bowstring! Activate! Do I still get disadvantage?
You do the foggy skull test.
Okay. 28.
28 hits. Second attack.
Second attack is just, can I do regular?
Yes, that's fine.
18.
Hits. Don't damage above.
12. 12 was 3 points of lightning damage.
Did you add your hunter's mark?
I am about to.
I never asked that.
8, no, 10.
I know that. Who's that by? Should I look it up? Wait. Why is this? I know this, but I don't know what I know it from. KC and the Sunshine Band? I don't know if I want to talk about it. I don't know if I want to talk about where I know that from. It is rare that I feel so pasty white as right now, because I just realized that I know this song by Casey and the Sunshine Band from the movie Pitch Perfect. And that, oh man, I should not be, why am I looking at images? I should not be doing that on stream. Yup. That, okay, well, you know. Because I was like, what are the next lyrics? Shake, 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 shake your booty, shake your booty. And then it's like the next song in the fucking sing-off or whatever. Oy, oy, oy. But Pitch Perfect, I do love Pitch Perfect. Pitch Perfect's a good movie. It gets a little bit of shit. It's a good movie. It's a perfectly fine movie, and I won't deny it. No, it's just the thing of like, I look at the band, and I'm like, I don't even know that band. But it's the second one. It's the juxtaposition. It's, if I know it from Pitch Perfect 2, but I've never even heard of KC and the Sunshine Group, that's the white part. Oy, your complimentary cup of ranch. I hate ranch. I hate ranch so much. I'm a barbecue sauce kind of guy. You used to do acapella, right? I did used to do acapella, so Pitch Perfect was very up my alley, which is why I have seen it. It's where a lot of actually my music stuff comes from, is like doing choir and acapella, yeah. Anyways, because I was trying to dig back in my memory. I was like, why do I know that song? They're fine lowbrow movies, better than many that don't get shit talked. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyways.
13 additional. And then 10 for the blazing bowstring. Ooh, 9 more for blazing bowstring.
Nice. Alrighty.
And then my
Yeah.
second attack.
Correct.
11 plus. 11 plus 3 lightning.
Alrighty.
And then I don't get sneak attack again, but I do get
You
hunter's
do
mark.
Hunter's Mark. Yes.
And 3 more for hunter's mark. Ooh.
Nice. So after he gets stabbed in the side, and the poison pulses through his system, turns around as the arrow slams in a burst of flame and lightning arcs through his body.
And I'm gonna fly back a little so he can see me less. And then I'm going.
Oh yeah, this is a justified pause. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. KC barbecue. That's the only thing I will ever be competitive about where I came from. Well, I guess and my Missouri hate. But no, I grew up very near to the Kansas-Missouri border, like state line, which state line is a road in Kansas City that also happens, well, not happens to be, it's named after the fact that the road itself is also the state line between the states. Grew up near there. And it, yeah. I will fight for Kansas City barbecue every single day of the week. I have not had good barbecue since moving to Chicago. And I'll tell anyone that. Anybody. I can't speak to, I think it's Kentucky has like a very like prominent form and style of barbecue. I can speak to Texas barbecue. No, thank you. No, thank you. On Texas. But you know what, at least they have a distinct style of barbecue. Same thing with Kentucky. No matter whether or not I like it or not, they're doing it. I love barbecue. Barbecue's probably my favorite food group. Food style, I suppose you could say. That sort of hearty, savory. I'm not a sweet guy. So also, like, there are some, like, sweet barbecues, and I know that some people say that Kansas barbecue is a little bit on the sweet side. But I like the KC barbecues that are on the less sweet end of things. Because I am a savory food guy through and through. Yeah. Oh, I do love barbecue, though. God, it's making me hungry. Look, I contain multitudes. I can contradict myself sometimes. I may not like food, but I do like barbecue. Yes, sir. I went to Mizzou for college, so I know how KC people feel about their barbecue. Proud. Not a lot of other things that I'm gonna feel proud about in Kansas City. I guess now we have like sports teams, but I was never into sports or teams, really. So that's kind of neither here nor there for me. The Royals and the Chiefs, whatever. But man, oh man. Transit, nah. A lot of driving. Sucks that it's so necessary. We tore out the most ubiquitous and robust and well-supported tramline network in the entire United States, even better than San Francisco. Go fuck yourself. We tore it all out for roads and highways. What else is there to not be proud of? Really terrible zoning. Really horrific zoning. I-70, the turnpike, as far as highways go, is not a bad highway. It's a pretty good one. Relatively safe as far as interstates go. But I'll die for that barbecue, man. That's when we go back to Kansas City. I insist. Because I can't get it anywhere around here. It just makes me sad. Have we begun the episode? We're actually pretty far in. We're 128. Yes, sir. Yeah. Korean barbecue is the best. You know what? I can say I haven't had it. I should have it. I'd be interested, actually. Because I do like savory Asian cuisine in general. So I'd probably like Korean barbecue. If I just had to, like, guess, I think I would definitely like it. Man. Mega just implied that barbecue isn't food. Yeah, it's better. KC has a cool indie music fest. That's fair. Also not that into music, so that kind of, went right past me, but I am broadly aware of it. Yeah. I feel like you would like some churrasco, Brazilian or Argentinian. Probably. Yeah, probably. I've been to a Argentinian breakfast place once, and I did like it. So I can't. I think I probably would. Yeah. Does Meg enjoy the act of eating his home barbecue compared to other foods? The act of eating. No, I don't really like eating any food. I don't like the act of eating any food, but I do prefer some over others. KC barbecue is trash. I know you're just trying to rage bait me right now, Russ, because you can think that other barbecue is better, and you'd still be wrong. But that's an opinion you can hold. But trash, you're just trying to make me mad, and I won't fall for it. The turnpike is nice. Yeah. Does Kansas City have specialty hot dogs? No. We have specialty, I would say the most specialty meats in Kansas City is pulled stuff. So it's like pulled pork's really good. Brisket, really, really big brisket. Ribs, I'm not the biggest ribs guy. I like it still because it's in the barbecue area. I think Kansas City has like a unique coleslaw kind of recipe makeup, but I'm not as sure on that one. But definitely not hot dogs. No hot dogs, which is fine. I could take or leave the meat tubes myself personally. Kentucky does not have its own barbecue as far as I'm aware. What is it? It's something in that area. Maybe it's Tennessee? It might be Tennessee. There's something in that kind of the like Appalachian, Ozarkia kind of in between those two things. I don't know what you call that region of America, like Kentucky, Tennessee, that sort of area. But I know something in there has, maybe it's just Louisville. Maybe it's like a very specific city like Kansas City. I don't know. But I know something in there has a specific barbecue type. Carolina barbecue? It's probably too fishy. Everything in Carolinas was all fishy. Bleh. Not a fish guy. I would rather not eat for a day. And when we went to Europe on our honeymoon and we tried like fresh caught seafood, which hey, Kansas's seafood, I guarantee, sucks. On the order of seafood. We're way too far away from an ocean for it to be good. But man, I've had seafood that is like real fresh. I don't know, it tastes like fish. And fish is meh, it's mid. All of it. I don't know. Kentucky does. It's mostly a focus on mutton. Oh, interesting. I don't like eating food. Different reasons, probably. Maybe. I don't know. I just don't like eating it. I also did realize the other day, one of my problems with food and eating is the consistency with which you have to do it. If I had to consume the same number of calories, but I could do it all in one meal without feeling sick, that would be way better. The part of the reason I don't like it is because it just forces itself upon me so often. It's the same thing with sleep. If I could sleep for like an entire day and that would be like all the sleep I need for the week, I'd probably have a less negative view of sleep. But it's the consistency. They're needy. All right? I'm going to say it. They're needy. Food, sleep, stomach, brain, fucking. All right, get over yourself. All right? You don't need that much fucking attention. All right? It's annoying, really. You're not cool at parties, stomach. All right? What kind of meat do you prefer? Pulled pork. Pulled pork, closer to well done. But I'm honestly pretty flexible on cooking degree. I'll take raw or well done, honestly. It said that Mega started hating food. No, I hated food in Kansas as well. Appalachia? Like the area around the Appalachian Mountains. That's, I think, is that not a somewhat common term for that region of the U.S.? To me, like, West Virginia, Carolinas, like the sort of western side of the seaboard states, and then the eastern side of the kind of middler states is Appalachia. I don't know how else I would describe it, honestly. Carolina's pork. Yeah. Eating is a time and resource management game. Exactly. And it fucking blows, dude. I just realized Mega's views on food are my views on water. This is now a dark mirror. All the shit I've given Mega is now on me. I love water. Although I will say water is a little clingy. It's a little clingy. It's just easier than food. It's easier to get. And it's less painful if you have like anything wrong with your mouth. Like drinking is just overall has less negatives than eating. So it is also clingy, but I can deal with it more because interacting with it, it doesn't have as many negatives, you know? If humans could eat one big ass meal a month, that would be pretty interesting. That would be kind of sick, right? Like, if I could just have a monthly feast, I'd do it. I'd have my monthly scheduled eating time. It'd be so much easier for, like, meal prep, for shopping. Like, it would, because, like, I hate it when I buy 12 eggs and I don't want to eat 12 eggs over the course of, like, a week. Or a whole loaf of bread. Bread is ridiculous. Bread is ridiculous. I'd love to eat a sandwich, but I buy a whole ass loaf of bread. I eat one sandwich one day, a second sandwich the next day, and then like I kind of don't want a sandwich the third day. Or I've run out of sandwich materials. All I have is the bread, but I don't have time to go to the store. So now I take like one day off of eating the bread and half of it's moldy. And it's like, okay, so I just wasted my money. Is that what we're doing here? We're just wasting money? But if I could just eat like 3 sandwiches in a day and like be sated for 3 days, I'd do it. I'm going to start if we, you know, maybe that's what we should do with CRISPR. That's too charged of a topic to bring up. But if that's the direction I'm going, if I can evolve humanity, I'm going towards the monthly feast. Oh, man. Appalachian is a term? Okay, good. Ross is a Southerner, confirm. Well, that's fair. Tennessee has a whole hog barbecue. Alabama has white sauce for barbecue chicken. White sauce is barely barbecue. Like, it is, but like a little. Memphis. Thank you, Scott. Memphis is what I was thinking of. I'm sure there's a lot of others, but Memphis is the one I was thinking of. You said that, and I was like, that's it. I do sometimes eat only one very big-ass meal a day, and that's why I don't judge Mega for this. Well, that's what I do, too, but it's not good for you. It, like, fucks with your stomach lining. Anyways. Bread freezes real well. Yeah, but then I have to thaw my bread, and so now I have to plan out my meals because I have to thaw my bread. Or I guess you can toast it, but then it has like a weird consistency. Like you're right, but then it's just all this management. Food is needy. This is my new thesis. The fact that I have to freeze my bread and thaw it out. Thaws in like 5 minutes. 5 minutes too long, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, man. Anyways, I never finish a whole load. That is true. All the European viewers are confused by all the types of barbecue. American bread is weird. American bread is weird. I'll say that. This is one where I think the Europeans got us beat. I think Europeans have better bread, period. I think Europeans get a little too haughty about their food in general. They like to talk about all the preservatives and all whatever. Oh, we don't wash our eggs. They taste the fucking same. Come on. But the bread, I'll give the bread to them 100%. Europeans got better bread. I ate bread every day we were in Europe on our honeymoon, and I never got tired of it because it tasted better and it was cheaper and it had like a better consistency. and it's better for you. They got bread down pat. They win that one. They can have that. Frankly, they can have what is it? Maths? I saw someone talking about like the things that Europeans were allowed to win at over the US, and they said maths because it's mathematics. And I was like, you know what? It is mathematics. It's not mathematic. It's not math. It's maths. All right, they can have that one. We'll let them have a win. That's why soup and broth are my favorite food. Easier to make it and to eat. That is fair, turning crazy, Dolphin. And you know what? I've honestly been experimenting with soup lately because it is easy to both eat and make. I've been experimenting lately. I'm generally a soup hater, but I've been trying to make myself like it. Do you have DMs in the US like the German store? Wait, what? I don't even know what this could mean. DMs in the US like the German store. Like the store is called DM. No, we do not. I'm assuming that's what you mean. Otherwise, I have no idea. I've never tasted European bread, but I buy almost exclusively bakery bread and doesn't last as long without fridge or freezer. I mean, yes. I mean, European bread is basically like all bakery bread. But I'll tell you, I think it's even got bakery bread, U.S. bakery bread beat. That's only my personal opinion, though, and I was only there for a little bit, so I can't say. I can't say 100%. Math is dumb, putting the th and the s together. Nah, I'll give it to him. I think it makes more sense, frankly. American use sugar as a preservative, whereas European foods use salt. Yeah. I mean, they, nutritionally, yeah, but Drogery market, no. Yeah, no, we don't have those. It's fresh and does not last. You can get fresh bread here, and it's the same as Europe's, in my opinion. I don't think it's the same. And it lasts as long. And I will also say this. I rate European bread higher because there is better accessibility to the better version. If I want to go and get European quality bread in America, it's substantially harder. Even in a big city like Chicago, where there are many, many more bakeries. It's harder. There's less access to it. Like, I can't just, go to the grocery store. None of the grocery stores around me have bakery quality bread. Even the one near me that has a bakery, it's not. I've had the bread. It's fine. But anyways, I love those random tangents in the chat. I like them too. Maybe it's a New York thing, but I've never had every grocery store in my town that has a bakery. It might be a New York thing. I won't lie. Because New York is the most European of U.S. cities. Let's call a spade here. Saying New York has blank, so Europeans don't got it on America. That's like saying New York has a pretty good subway. America has nothing to learn about public transit. All right. I think it probably is a New York thing in terms of bread availability, because there is probably better access to better bread in Chicago, but not in Kansas City. I can't say that. I beg you to cook things and learn how salt and sugar behave both in flavor and chemistry effect. I am absolutely not going to do that. There's probably a reason that you're saying this. I don't know what it is, and I'm not. Salt, you put it on road, right? Or like tink 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 into pasta water. I still know nothing about cooking. I know a little bit about nutritional stuff from back when I was like tracking my macros for working out, but I know nothing about cooking. Most grocery stores here in Central Florida have a full bakery, but how close are they? Like, I'm thinking about, I have like 2 grocery stores within a 10-minute walk of me, and one of them does not have a bakery, and one of them has a fake bakery. Now, I could probably, if I had a car, or if I wanted to take the bus, I could probably get to a grocery store in driving time, bus or car, in like 10 minutes driving time that probably has a good bakery. But again, that's like lower availability than it is in Europe. Every regular Publix has a bakery, but how far away are the Publix? That's what I'm kind of saying, right? That's what I'm saying. And are they the same quality? Look, this is me trying to give Europe something. I had their fish. Their fish was mid as hell. And they'll talk about it being fresh caught. Tasted the same as Kansas fish. So I think the Europeans aren't all that. I just liked their bread way more. But anyways, I'm going to go back to Critical Role. Because now I'm just talking out of my ass with absolutely, based on my experience of 2 cities and 2 weeks in Europe. I am just pitching uninformed opinions now.
Going to have Trinket for my bonus action. Run forward and attack the guy on the edge of the ship.
Is it a leap year?
I take it back. You changed. Oh my god.
Did you want to do another attack?
Yeah, because it's my bonus, so he can just do one attack.
Everyone jump on board.
Roll. If you wanted to, so you can always, instead of doing a damaging attack, you could go for a shove.
Oh, I could? I didn't think I was
Yeah,
allowed
you
to.
can sacrifice an attack for a shove strike instead. It doesn't.
I want him to do that. That's what I wanted to do.
That's what you were going.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and roll an athletics check for Trinket.
Hold on. Man, motherfucker. Athletics, is that just strength? That's just 5.
5. Okay, yeah, so Trinket goes over and slams into the guy, and he gets pushed against the side of the ship, but not with enough force to shove him over the edge, and he kind of catches himself.
So Trinket just stands up and he's got his paws on his
Just
chest.
pressing on him there, yeah. Okay.
Growls loudly into his face.
Alrighty, that is your turn.
That's scary, a
First
big
you're
bear.
up.
Especially if these guys don't see. They don't see bears.
All right, that guy's still in the vines, right?
Correct, yes.
Oh, he's becoming a problem though. Okay, I'm going to if I can pull this off, is it possible that I can like break the rope that I'm currently holding onto and do a little aeroflame, like fly down to the bottom of the boat?
You can do that, yeah.
Is it possible that the rope I have to shoot is in between me and him?
Sure. Kill 2.
I'm going to use a piercing shot, and I'm going to try and do both with one shot and hit him for a second and aeroflame the ship.
Oh shit.
Okay, make an acrobatics check as part of this.
Okay.
Aeroflame the ship,
Specifically,
so
the kind of shit
you said?
acrobatics is for.
Totally, 100%.
Like
Swap shot
full
with
shark this shit. Yeah.
Acrobatics. That's a 23.
Whoa.
Yeah, go ahead and make it. Still
Still
disadvantage.
disadvantage.
Because of the fog.
Oh man, now you're like in an
Nope.
Angelina Jolie movie.
Nope.
So this is going to be funny because I was using the Animus.
Yes.
So depending on how mean you want to be here, I'm going to take my 2d6.
Oh, you misfire?
Yeah. So
So cool.
this is going to be funny. I'm going to take my 2d6, and that's 6 points of psychic damage to me. That's cool. That's cool.
Okay, so you use your piercing shot to shoot both at him and shoot the, or you
Yeah.
shoot the rope and swing down?
Yes. So does the psychic damage mean I let go of the rope I'm holding onto? Or does it not? I also my feet are sticky and my hand has so like
Your feet are sticky, but your hands are not.
But my hands
and
are
if you
not.
blast with psychic energy, you know what? I will say go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, I'm down for this. I'm down for this.
Yes, make a
I'm
wisdom
on
saving
board.
throw to see if you can withstand the blast to your brain as your vision goes white.
So that's a
Good,
8.
man.
Nope.
So here's the next question: do I have any chance of grabbing anything with my hands and feet on the way down?
Unfortunately, no. What happens is, as you grab the rope and you fire or as you slash the rope and go to swing down, you go to fire, and as you do, it backs up and your vision just goes white and you feel your whole body go instantaneously numb. You're not sure if you're even holding the rope anymore. All of your
So I'm
extremities
just gonna wake up on the deck
have no
on
feeling.
the floor of the
and
boat.
the pain kind of sears in your brain. You hear the pulse of pain through. And as your vision comes to, it clarifies and color comes back just in time for you to see the surface of the ship rocketing towards your face. And you slam into the ground, skid across, landing prone at the base of the ground in front of the fish creature.
It was so
wow,
cool.
that one was like.
So
Can I yell out? No! No, best friend!
You can. You take 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
12 points of bludgeoning damage, and I don't have anything. Can I burn a bonus action? Am I okay? Or
You could use that was your action. Inspire, you land. Yeah, because you're still prone, but you can still use the rest of your attacks if you want to.
I'm sorry, your best friend?
I can use the rest of my actions.
I mean, that was an attack.
Yeah.
Do the piercing shot. Or the piercing shot, yeah. So you still have your tool.
Your local grocery has a lady who bakes bread at her house every day. Ross, you shouldn't feel bad for people who live in cities, because that is not a normal rural thing, man. I mean, I've got lots of family, friends, acquaintances out in rural Kansas. I do not know a single place that has that sort of thing. That's dope. That is so sick. If I could move out to the country with something like that, I probably would. Because I get the benefits of the country. Don't get me wrong. I've got, my grandma lived out in the country not her entire life, but my entire life of knowing her. And I used to go and stay with her, and it was sick. Like, living out in the country is really nice. And like that, having like that space, is super cool. But maybe I've just gotten unlucky, but I think that is a pretty unique thing. Farmers markets have bread bakers too. Farmers markets do. That's true. But those are, but then we get back to me having to time things. And I don't like timing food. Needy. Once again, the food is needy. There has to be farmers markets near. There are, and I go to them, and Paige really likes them because it's like good food. But now I have to fucking schedule getting my food like a date. I'm married. I come on. Why is it needy? Yeah. Anyways. I love the actual living on a farm part. It's the rest of the community that is hard, at least where I am. Yeah, I think I think both city and rural, it is the people around you really define a lot of the experience. And people, I think, like one of my friends, we are always trying to convince him to move to Chicago. And he's always like, look, I just don't want, he was like, I don't want to move to a place with that many people, like with that high of density, because I get unreasonably upset at singular people at singular shitheads in crowds of good people. And if I scale up the amount of people around me, then I scale up the chance to be mad every day. And I'm like, okay, I think that is probably hyperbolic, and you would probably, like, your disposition might change a little bit, but it's not the least reasonable of rationale. Yeah. Y'all say farmers markets, it's just the store, brah. and that's what I'm saying. That's a unique thing. Like, I'm thinking in my head about like Abilene and Salina. If you're from Kansas, you might know these places. And there is just a Walmart, or just I believe Abilene only has a Dollar General. And I don't think the Walmart in Salina has a bakery. It might, honestly, but it's certainly not fresh baked at someone's home. It's, it's cooked in the Walmart. So this is just, this is lucky. This is a good area. I'm not going to shit talk your area at all. That sounds sick as hell. I would stay there if I were you. But that is certainly not a country versus city thing. Yeah. The most important deciding factor of quality is the people at the table. That's true. Anyways. But I have said, I will say really one thing, and I've said this to Paige before. There's lots of, I think when probably Europeans or even some Americans think about like moving rural, they think of like a person that like owns a bunch of land And so, like, oh, you must be rich to move out to the country. Not how it is everywhere. Certainly is that way in some rural areas. But there are also some rural areas where that is very much not the case, and it is way more affordable to live out there. So I have told Paige before, because Paige grew up in a very, very small town, about 1,000 people. And I've always said I would rather move to a town of 1,000, somewhere rural outside of that, or I'd rather stay in the type of area that we're at. It's urban, but it's not like downtown. It's not like high rises around us, but it's not single story type things. I'd want to live in one of the two. I'm not a suburb enjoyer. Although I know some people are suburb enjoyers. It has its perks. But just not for me. I'd much rather be one of the two. One of the two, country or city. Yeah. Paige lived in bumfuck nowhere. Absolutely, yeah. Her hometown is awesome. Her hometown is super sick. I really like it. I really like visiting. I'm not going to say too many details about it because it's actually relatively identifiable. But yeah, it was like town of 1,000. I think her graduating high school class would have been like 20-ish. Mine was like 75, which is small for where I grew up. But hers was 20. Not because she went to a small school. She went to the biggest school with 20 graduating class. So yeah, she was out there, yeah. Yeah. Not in Europe, no. Big properties are rare, and the rural areas are in bicycle distance of a city. Yeah. Have you ever lived somewhere with fruit stands on the highways? That's the best. The cherries and peaches you can get are peak. No, because I lived in, the bread basket. You got to remember. People aren't selling wheat and sorghum and corn on the side of the road. Actually, that's not true. Some people did sell corn on the side of the road. So no fruit stands, because we just didn't really have fruit. I can think of a singular orchard in the general region of where I grew up. And I think it was just that one orchard in Kansas City, I think. The rest is all grains. But there were roadside corn stalls. Now, it's a bit harder to, just buy corn and just munch. That's a bit less enjoyable than, grabbing a peach. But I have driven through areas where that has been the case, but never lived near one now. Yeah. I think my actual town was smaller than 1K, but we put every kid in the county into one high school. Oh, yeah. That's like Lawrence type shit. Although Lawrence is actually pretty big. Yeah. Graduating classes from small town areas, grew up in a big city. It's fucking small shit, man. Even Kansas City, which is a city, small graduating classes. The biggest graduating class of any high school in Kansas was 400, which was pretty big. But it was much more common for it to be closer to the 200, 100 range. 75 was small, but it wasn't whoa, 75? It was just on the smaller side of the expected range. Oh, yeah. 250 graduating, I guess. Yeah. Probably on the St. Joe side of KC. Probably Crazy Smith. Hey, the St. Joe side. Look at that. Yeah. That's some knowledge. My dad's high school graduating class was a single digit. Yeah. That's the real small one. Yeah. Fruit stands on the side of the road vary wildly from best to that kind of fruit or vegetable you have ever had to fruit poisoning. Well, yeah. That's the dice you roll. That's the fun of the fruit stand. I love a fruit stand. Where I live, you get the morning mist on the fields during tobacco season. The toasting barns make the entire place smell fantastic. Oh, I can imagine. That is, look, I'll say the southern rural vibes if the heat wasn't such a thing, it is nice. It is like a truly like good vibe in terms of like the nature and like the industry. But man, I'm just not a fucking heat man. I was in Kansas. You can draw a line horizontal from Kansas. I will only be living north of that, never south. I considered a lot of southern cities, but especially when I was in tech, I kind of had to consider Austin because tech. But I considered like Phoenix. Phoenix is fucking man's hubris in action. It is an affront to God. Phoenix should not exist. We should pave it and we should bulldoze it and replace it with solar panels. That would be a better use of the space. Well, maybe not a better use. It would be a more natural. Pave it with solar panels, and that would be a more natural use of the space. That makes more sense. But a lot of the Gulf territory, I get it. I get it. Oh man. Yeah. The heat is Satan's ball sack. That's what I'm saying. I can't take it. I cannot take it, yeah. That sounds like hell. The smell of tobacco makes me want to crawl out of my skin. You're probably thinking of the smell of cigarettes, which is absolutely terrible. Tobacco is a bit different. And especially like the processing of the tobacco plant is different. Cigarettes, you're smelling like tar and like all of the other shit that they put into a cigarette. Not saying that you have to like the smell of tobacco, but it is definitely different. It's like you would like if you smelled like a cigar. Like a cigar is very different from the smell of a cigarette. Again, not to say you have to like the smell of a cigar, but more people would find that more pleasant. My college friend that suburb and I drove through it to get to Omaha. Oh, yeah. Omaha's cool. I only visited there once or twice because my grandpa lives there. But just it's a little bit too middle for me. Middle of the road, yeah. You couldn't pay me enough to move back north. Oh, I love the cold. I love the cold. Honestly, one of the things I've been doing to get to sleep more consistently lately is ice packs. Not ice packs, but like these gel sleep rollers that you can heat up in the microwave or freeze in the freezer. And oh my God, it lets me wear a weighted blanket and like be covered up, which I love. I love like the pressure of the weighted blanket. I'm a claustrophile. I love like tight enclosed spaces, but it gets fucking hot. And so it's always like I have to keep the house freezing, but then I can have my little freezer cold roller. And so it's cold inside the weighted blanket and cold outside the weighted blanket. And it's awesome. Heavy recommend to anyone who likes the cold, which is me. During the winter, me and Paige open the windows. But during the summer, I have it set to 69 degrees at max. I think we ran the heat like once or twice last winter, the entire time. Oh, I love the cold. Cigars and pipes also smell bad. Fair enough then. Fair enough. I think there's a really big difference. I like cigarette smell and smoke makes me nauseous. How much I hate it. I despise the smell of cigarettes. Cigars and pipes are very tolerable for me. I don't like smelling it or smoking it, but tolerable. Cigarettes you could not pay me to put to my lips. I could see you vibing with keeping things weird in Austin. Look, I went to Austin for Rooster Teeth 2015, I think, 2016. I have never wanted to not be in a city ever again so much. And it's not Austin's fault. It's Texas's fault. And the fact that Austin is not near the water. Nothing, it's a fucking, sure. I'm sure Austin is great for the people who can stand that sort of thing. But holy fuck, I wanted to die every time I stepped outside. Couldn't take it. Not. And so it's like, I had like good opportunities for jobs in Austin too. That's the real shit of it. But I was like, I can't deal with it. It is too much for me. Oy, oy, oy. Tobacco is sold in expensive candle stores. Yeah, it is. Anyways. RTX must have been sick, but the humidity though, oh my god. The air felt like what I imagine the inside of a toaster oven feels like. Hated it. Oh, hated it. RTX must have been sick, but it was sick. RTX was cool. Especially then. That was like when Sugar Pine 7 was still like up and going. That was like when a lot of the shows, I went to like a bunch of Funhouse panels, rip. I saw an early screening of Planet of the Apes. And like they interviewed Andy Serkis in the theater. That was crazy. But yeah, RTX was dope. The actual convention was sick. It was really well run too. I know nowadays Rooster Teeth is a little bit more, but back then, I didn't know any of that shit. It would be worse if Austin was near the water. Humidity is a bitch. Yeah, but generally lower temperatures at the very least. No South by Southwest for you? No. I'd love to go to South by. Don't get me wrong. I'm never stepping foot in that state again. It's just not happening. I would rather go anywhere else. I've been to Florida since. Florida's fine. It's got so much water that it just can't get as hot. I'm sure that there's a Florida right that could disprove that, but that's been my personal anecdotal experience is that Florida was more tolerable than Texas. So I'll go back to Florida. Unfortunately, I grew up in a mountain near the equator. 99% of the earth is either too cold or too hot. Fair enough. Floridian. That is the thing. Yeah. Bernie brought it back from Warner, if I recall. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Austin has a lower temp. Houston is worse than Austin. That's so unfortunate for Houston, because they also have some of the worst traffic in the entire United States. That sucks. I got family in Houston. I feel for them. Actually, I think they all moved to Kansas by now. I don't remember. Anyways, never live in Florida. Just search Florida, man. Well, that's true. Maybe I could take like Alabama or Georgia. Unless you mean right by the water, which Houston is an hour away from. I don't know the cities of Texas well enough to know. I've only been to Texas that once for RTX, and it soured me on the entire state. I can never go back. I have a visceral reaction. I'm never. Oh, but I'll give any. I would even go back to Arizona, which is crazy. But Texas, on my shit list. Never again.
Whether attacks if you want to use them.
Just because it just hurts and I'm irritated, I'm just going to pull out the retort and just like fire it in his general direction.
Okay, awfully. So 2 more strikes, both at disadvantage.
Yep, that's
I forgot we were watching Critical Role for a second.
28.
28 hits.
And
That sounds good.
16.
16 does not hit.
Okay, so the 28 does though. That's 7 points of damage.
7 points of damage. Got it. Okay, so as you roll over on your back and flower torch, just fire 2 shots. One just goes off into the fog. You see it tear through the ship mast for a second, a little bit, some wood splinters. The other one, you hear the creature take the impact and the blow. You're not even really paying attention to where it's going. You're just hearing the sound and shooting in that direction. All right, I think that'll end your turn.
Oh, yeah.
What a turn.
What a terrible way to go.
Roger up.
I want to keep hitting the water elemental.
So cool.
All right, so you turn towards it, over there.
Yeah.
Get the space there, go for it.
Reckless attacks, please.
Yes.
Reckless attacks.
First one's a 30.
That'll hit.
Where's that list? 21 points of damage.
All righty.
Second attack. It's very methodical. 26.
All righty.
Does that hit?
Yes.
And 17 points of damage.
17 points of damage. All right, so you rush in and slam twice in this elemental again. You see its form with each hit is just splattering water against the ground, and where once it came up this solid force of water, it's starting to have difficulty keeping its form together. Where once it was focused genuinely on you and Trinket, it seems to be lashing out now in a frenzied state, and it's kind of just punching all around it. Does that finish your turn?
Am I not good enough to hold your attention? Get it?
The narrating the like it's lashing out in a frenzied state, it was more focused on you and Trinket. We've talked about like targeting priority for adversaries before. I think that's a good example of if you don't want an adversary to retreat, the types of narration that you can do to make it more, or make the progression and the ebbing away of its life feel kind of narratively juicy. And it has the side benefit of being a nice excuse to target others that might have less damage or might have had less damage done to them. It's not a cure-all. I still think that DMs need to have adversaries retreat more often than they do, myself included. But it's better than just having a sentient being fight to the death with absolutely no indication that it's worried about dying. And like changing up the targeting priority and narrating that it's starting to look desperate. I think that's a decent way to do it.
Okay, gotcha. All right. This guy here is going to squeeze past the side.
Trinket attacked him on the way over.
Well, he has moved away from Trinket.
Damn it.
Actually, no. He's going to squeeze this way instead of Grog's on that side. He's going to go ahead and move past the bear and kind of let Trinket kind of push his weight into the side of the ship. And he's going to go ahead and take 3 strikes at you, Grog, with advantage.
Another play friend.
So 2 strikes against you, 1 against Trinket. So first one with advantage is going to be a 24.
Hits.
The dagger is going to be a 15.
Misses.
All right.
With advantage too?
Yeah. So first one rolls a 1. All right, so you take 10 points of piercing damage, reduced to 5.
Okay.
And then the other rapier attack's going to go against Trinket, which is a natural 1. Jesus.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, so he just swings and Trinket catches the blade in his teeth. And he's like draw the rapier back, which is now covered in bear slobber.
This is not the time to joke, buddy.
That ends his turn. This guy here is going to go ahead and turn now to face off with Captain Adela. He's going to make 3 strikes against her. That's going to hit. First rapier strike, second rapier strike, and the dagger all 3 hit, unfortunately.
Guys are awful.
9, 14. And, okay. So roll 21 points of damage.
21 points.
So as she tries to parry to the side, the pirate just catches her off guard and gets 3 good hits in, but Adela kind of parries off the side, gets pushed back a little bit, and then forces her way forward, parrying her counterattack.
Come on.
That brings us to
Protect the captain.
Keyleth.
Oh,
Okay.
shit. We're still, like, attached to this boat, right?
Multiple times.
currently, yes. And if you're still concentrating on this, the water is still pouring into it.
I am. How much slack do we have before I start pulling our boat underwater? Because I don't want to be that. I kind of thought someone would start.
It depends. Right now, it'd be probably 2 rounds before it begins to really like genuinely start
Affect us?
sinking heavily, depending on if the ballistic get another shot into the side or not. And
Can
it's gonna
I
process.
want to keep doing this. Can I concentrate my flooding of water? So there's now a hole in the side of the ship under where Terry was, right? I had to think not to say Scanlan.
Correct.
I want to flood in more water. Can I flood it more on this side to where I try and like, or can I do something fancy like a giant hand of the gods from the wave come up and try
like
and
Fantasia.
take the fish head guy?
What, the ship?
Or can I at least maybe try and flood that side to where I can try and
You
toss
can
it
either
over?
choose to continue to flood the ship or use control water to attack the fish character. One or the other.
Don't look at us, man.
Let me see if I can control water and take a wave to like poof, toss him overboard.
Toss him overboard.
He's a fish. That'll help him.
Oh, he is a.
I agree with Matt there. With the general aspect of those both sound like reasonable things to do with control water, not at the same time. And I think that's generally, especially if you are going to be more permissive with like creative usage of spells or features or checks or what have you. I think that's a good kind of, not baseline, what's the word? That's a good cap, I guess, or bound for yourself as a GM. If a player wants to do something creative and you think it's reasonable and you're, working with them on it, having one creative effect at a time, like one thing, honestly, one effect of a spell at a time, I think is a good base guideline and like good kind of baseline habit and principle to operate by as a GM. If they're already doing a standard effect of the spell, they shouldn't simultaneously do a separate cool effect. Or unless the cool effect is like just the standard effect applied in a special way, then that's still essentially one effect. But trying to keep it broadly contained, and especially multiple cool effects. Like, I would generally try to keep it contained to one effect broadly, whether that's standard or cool, or I don't know what you want to call it in this case. But especially like Hand of God to like whip him off while still flooding it. It's like you only got so much focus. And I think that general sentiment of you only have so much focus can pretty much apply to any situation where this kind of request might come up. I can't really think of a time where it wouldn't. The only thing close is like a multi-attack, right? It's like, oh, I want to do something fancy on this attack and then something fancy on the next attack. That's all like within one action, but that is like what multi-attack is supposed to represent. So I don't see any issue with doing it there, right? Is like, I'm totally fine with letting my characters do multiple interesting things over the course of an attack, but each individual attack should still only have one interesting or cool thing. And that is like a cool fiction of multi-attack, is that it is essentially increasing your focus, increasing your ability and your speed. But for each individual kind of segment, especially if you don't have something like multi-attack. Yeah, Dorvin put it well. There's only so awesome you can be. You can only be so awesome in 6 seconds. And that is like not from the perspective of like trying to keep player power in check. I think that might be where people think I'm coming from when I say this. It is from the perspective of keeping the fiction manageable. Because the broad majority of the time, I think, when you are improving something like this, like when you are improving an interesting or creative use of a feature, you're not going to have a great way to represent that, either in a VTT or on, in an IRL setup. And even if you do, it's going to be still difficult. It's going to be more difficult than the more standard representations because it's not in like a common reference point that everyone can look at. It's like in-process conversation between the player and the GM. It kind of lives in flux, so to speak. And that is harder to like hold in everyone's mind, right? And so the moment you start layering those things of having like multiple things that are difficult to hold in the mind and they're kind of competing against each other, they're using the same resource, the same caster, it's like it starts getting very complicated very quick. And it can lead to a lot of confusion. As someone that likes to be really creative and wacky with my players, like I love saying yes to my players for these sorts of things. It's one of my favorite things. I am fully willing to let an encounter become intensely unbalanced, like in the player's favor, if they have an especially cool thing they want to do, or just a cool thing they want to do. Like, I am very down to follow that through, especially with all the other stuff I've talked about, like thinking about future consequences, is the cool thing repeatable, all that sort of stuff. Keeping all that sort of stuff in mind, I want to say yes. I'm looking for an excuse to say yes. But I have learned through experience that having overlapping yeses that are both different than the baseline, that's hard to keep track of. So, what are you going to do? And well, actually, sorry. What are you gonna do? Say no to it. Like, say, hey, it's one or the other. You know, you can do that new thing that you described. That sounds cool, but you'll have to stop flooding the ship. Yeah.
Fish.
He is very plainly a fish.
He's very
creature.
definitely a
The lower
fish.
half of his body is a swirl of water.
So put it in the water.
That's
right. That's real shitty
Water's
for
gonna
him.
help us very much.
Water-
You know,
water
I'll
mix.
just keep sinking this ship.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep concentrating.
Get rid of the fog.
Okay.
I can't do that right now.
The torrent of water continues to shove down into the ship. You
There's
redirected it.
things.
As it's pouring to the side, you use your other hand to pick up another portion of water and start spraying into where the wound that was left right above Terry. You're being sprayed by water overhead as it's just like traveling over you like an Epcot Center water fountain.
You're good, right, Terry?
Yes.
All right.
This is so weird.
Good. This is like a Tuesday for us.
All right, so the crew on this side, this guy's gonna go ahead. This guy's gonna move up to pirate there.
Yeah,
Swing.
small pirate, here.
Misses, unfortunately. This guy's gonna take another crossbow shot down with the second captain. That will hit, actually.
Yes!
And
Get him!
Nice.
Get him.
Alrighty, and then these two guys are gonna take 2 more ballista shots as they kind of load up, pull it back. This guy continues wenching. Actually, this guy doesn't get a shot because he used last round wenching and pulling it back, so he gets 1 shot retracting. This guy managed to pull it back and take a secondary shot at the ship. That hits. It's not critical, but it's still 3 d6.
Oh god, just everything weird.
That is 14 points of damage inside of the ship. This one slams into it, maybe about 5 feet to the left. You feel both Keyleth, actually all of you are on the other ship, you feel the impact as the second blow hits and it pulls out the side this time much lower, and water is now really pushing the ship to slowly begin to capsize to one side now. That ends the crew, sir.
I read about this. Many of us will die.
Terry, it's your turn.
My turn.
Yes.
Okay. Is there water all over the deck? Is it hard to move? Is it okay?
And it's wet, and the deck is currently listing to one side.
Is it listing towards
It's listing
Keyleth
this
and-
way.
Okay.
Boat shoes.
Yeah, those are like impervious to water. Okay. Once again, I'll yell back at Dodie and just say, the thing with the grappling hooks again.
Jody actually does succeed this turn. Lifts it out, and now it's starting to pull. The chain are pulled very taut. It's starting to, as this ship lists, the ship's being pulled a ways towards it. The chains are extremely taut. So as soon as Dodie pulls it up, it just goes firing off the side and plunges into the water off the other side. The ship now is going to slowly turn this way as the other chain is now tugging it from that direction, and this is listening to that side. So what are you doing, Terry?
Yeah, I'm going to cast haste as my action. And I get a second action now because I'm hasted, right?
You get to use a second action to say melee attack.
It has to be a melee attack.
Melee attack, disengage, hide.
It said that I could use a magic item.
Big slap somebody. Oh yeah, you do.
Or use an item. Use an item.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Use an object.
Can I use an object, not an item? I can't use my ring or anything, right?
I'll say for purposes of this shirt. I don't know. Why not?
Okay, so I'm hasted. I pick up the ring of the ram, and I'll ram the fishman.
Oh yes.
Oh, nice.
How many charges
the
do you
ram.
have?
That's been a while.
3 charges, right? So I can use 2.
Next
Is that-
question.
You can use as many charges as you want the ring holds. So it should tell you up to.
That's 3 charges.
Okay.
Well, it says I can use an action to expend 1 to 3 of its charges. Okay, I'll do all 3, right?
Alrighty. So it is still restrained. So go ahead and roll with advantage an attack roll of +7.
Ooh, 19.
With
Advantage.
advantage.
Oh.
Natural 20.
Oh shit. Well. Okay. So roll 6d10 force damage.
Holy 6d10.
How many do you need?
There's all 3 charges.
There's 3 d10s.
Well, then we double
How many
your rolls.
do you
It's
need?
critical.
6d6.
2.
And that's like force damage. Like,
Okay.
That's a 10.
35. 70.
70 points of force damage against the creature. So as you focus on your ring, there's a burst of divine white-looking energy that turns into this giant plate-like shield in front of you and just stays there. And you're like, huh? And suddenly it thrusts forward, and out the front of it, like a portal, a giant spectral ram head just slams into the chest, throwing it off the ship as it screams. It just turns into sea foam. Scattered into the ocean across from you. It is destroyed.
Can it be like a kid who's holding a rifle but not up to him, and so it hits him and it really throws me back a little?
Yeah, sure. Roll a dexterity check.
5.
Off the ship and roll. Into the ocean
We're not
afterward.
gonna drink it again.
Are there still bad guys left? Yeah.
There are.
Dude, this is like definitely a difference between me and Matt. And I'm not sure if it'll, continue to be baked into his style. I can't say that I feel like I've seen it in Age of Umbra, but it's also a different system, so who knows. Terry got the kill. Terry fell in the water. Is like, if my player said like, oh, can I do that? I'd be like, yeah, absolutely. You want to, like, it pushes you back so much. You're like teetering on the edge of the ship. It did push you hard enough to fall in. Like, when I think of like collaborative sort of, I don't know. But I can see it from Matt's perspective and like the people that would enjoy Matt's perspective more of like, if there is a consequence, even if you want the consequence, you don't necessarily want to just decide that it happens. People like to have negative consequences delivered by the dice and thereby delivered by some sort of mechanic. I guess it's, it makes it feel less written, I guess, or like less, I don't know. Like, I guess less directed maybe. Because it's like there's no part of me that thought, let's bring a check into this. There's no part of me that was like dexterity save time. It's like, oh yeah, like you absolutely can get pushed back. And I would probably say something to the degree of push yourself back as far as you want. But I can see that it would feel like they are like controlling it too much, so it doesn't feel as much like a negative consequence. Like, I think Sam here, and I'm trying to steel man something that I wouldn't do as much as I possibly can here, but I think that Sam wants it to feel like something that he is not choosing to do, right? He wants it to feel like a negative repercussion of using something that he's not very skilled at. But D&D doesn't really do that sort of shit. D&D doesn't really have that manner of shit, and especially not for a level 13 character. It especially not for then. But if you want to feel like you have that sort of negative consequence, then bringing in a roll could access that sort of thing. I still wouldn't do it, but I can get it. I think either way, fun. Like, really fun moment, really cool, however you accomplish it. I definitely would. We've said it before. I'm a low roll DM, but I can see the advantage to it here. Yeah, what you're describing feels very Sam, leaving it up to the dice rather than having the confirmed fall. Yeah, I'd ask for a check to see how/where they land or if they get damaged. I could see a check for damage. It's interesting. I think, if it's a good point. And if I were in the moment, I just wouldn't have asked for the check. But let's pretend that I can pause it and I can think through it with infinite time like we can do to Matt here. I think maybe the version of it I like the most is me as the DM. Again, I don't think I would have done this instinctually, but me as the DM being like, oh, are you, like, is it pushing you far enough to fall off the edge? And then being like, oh, maybe, I don't know. And if I say, well, if it does, I'm going to need you to roll some damage. Like, roll me, I don't know, 2d6 fall damage, or even like 1d10 fall damage or something like that, when they're pretty clearly winning in this case. Although I guess maybe you want the ability to like succeed on it and not, like, that's a lot more of a consequence than just falling off. I don't know. Now that I'm pausing and thinking about what I would do, I don't know that I would do that. That feels a little too harsh. I don't know. I think I'd go with my instinct, but I can see a lot of positives and negatives to a lot of different ways of handling this. Either way, any way you slice it, fun from Sam. Yeah. What do you think about Terry now every time Terry does anything? I mean, I think someone said it last stream or maybe the stream before that. Comparing Scanlan to Terry, I think Terry feels like what Sam was going for with Scanlan in a lot of ways. And I like if I consider them the same character, the same archetype of character, right? To the degree that I thought Terry might be a bard when they first introduced him, right? If I consider them the same archetype of character, I think it was John. There you go. I think Terry is a massively improved implementation of that. Like, they feel like they are going after a similar sort of tone and vibe, but I think comparing the two, Terry is doing it way better than Scanlan ever did, frankly. Because even the Bard's Lament was not this, right? The Bard's Lament was awesome, but it was not like the broad tone that Scanlan was going for in most roleplay situations, which is one of the reasons it was so cool. But comparing that, I like Terry in almost every way more than I liked Scanlan. Yeah. I feel like this would be a different combo if falling into the water was counting as damage. It would be a different conversation, yeah. And falling into the water is a good consequence because it puts you theoretically somewhere you don't want to be. Oh my god, we didn't even discuss that. Love this combat. I've talked before about like more maps need places that characters do or don't want to be. The water. The water is a classic example of a place on the map that a character does not want to be, broadly speaking. That might be a little different if you have like a swimming speed. Like if you're like, I don't know, like a fathomless warlock or something like that. But for the majority of players, and when you're designing a map, I would not take that edge case into consideration. The water's a place that entities don't want to be, which is awesome. It's so fucking good. I've said it now repeatedly. It's like the just baseline design is so great. And I think this is a good example where taking damage, you're right. Like, taking damage, that's a different level of consequence than falling into the water is. Because falling into the water, you're in a worse position. You're essentially vulnerable, right? In the more abstract meaning of the word, not in the Daggerheart version of the word. You're more vulnerable, and you are required to move and like spend movement and maybe make a check in order to get back to the place you want to be. Number one, we can see that is encouraging movement on the map. Super important. And it is presenting some challenges in doing so. It's also presenting characters with a way to put entities into a place that they don't want to be, which is awesome because the GM can much more freely give that out. Like, in the same way that a character will be more willing to take that consequence just as a funny, as opposed to, taking that consequence of like damage. Because it is a lesser consequence than damage. And like your generic White Room combat literally just doesn't have that tier. It doesn't have that tier of consequence of, oh, you are now you didn't take any damage, but you're just in a place you don't want to be. A White Room combat just doesn't have that. Barring, players or adversaries using features, like a layer action or something. So I like this combat. I like it a lot. And it allows us to have these sorts of debates of like, yeah, you're right. Like, damage is a little too much. Would I roll? I understand why they would want to roll because it is a consequence. And they are still in combat. So, like, it does matter. And a player might feel okay about voluntarily taking a risk towards a consequence. but they might have much less of a desire to just give themselves a consequence. Which the dexterity save is a risk of a consequence. And that might be a lot easier for any player to kind of get involved with. And I think, my opinion is a little skewed because I'm coming at it from what I am assuming Sam's mindset to be of like, Sam said, oh, can I get pushed back? In my head, that's like, oh, he wouldn't have even said that if he didn't want to go off, but that's not true. That's me assuming too much, frankly. And so just saying like, oh yeah, you can go back as far as you want. Well, now I've given like Sam a decision to make about to what degree he wants to punish himself. And is that an interesting decision for a player? From like an encounter design standpoint, probably not. I'm generally more into it as a more like fiction forward and like story first, and I have a general aversion to rolling. And I like to give my players a lot of agency and a lot of power over their stories, but the interesting encounter side of me, like when I think about that as like a moment within an encounter separate from the story that the player is creating, is that an interesting choice for a character to make or for a player to make? Not really. And it runs the risk of them potentially regretting their own decision later. But by inserting a role and inserting that randomness, I think it's much easier for a player to sign on to that risk of the big consequence, rather than just assigning themselves the big consequence. Big, in this case, being falling off the boat. Taking on the risk of that feels more fun than just giving it to yourself. You'll feel less like guilty about it if it winds up being a really negative thing later. Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. I don't know that I've necessarily thought down that thought train before. That is very, very cool. Or very interesting, I should say. Down with Terry, bring Scanlan back. Yeah. Mega is sitting at his computer, either nodding or shaking his head as things happen. A bit. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna take the dogs out. So this will probably be a slightly longer break, and then we gotta get going. I can feel my voice getting a little pitter-pattery, so we gotta get going. Also, we're at like 144. The midway part of the session is 143. I have understood why it is not a good narrative stopping point. You were very correct, John. All right, I'll be right back. And Ooh. Oh, wait, we're already back. Oh my god. It like... Normally it takes it a second. I mean, go ooh, for it to come back, but it's already back. Hello, what's up? We are back, and we are watching Critical Role. Let's get into it.
There's 2 over here, and there's 2 currently in the water below. And
But nothing left on the ship, right?
That we see.
That we see?
Correct. These guys are trying to swim forward. Come on, let's talk. Nope. These guys at the top of the round get pushed back even further. Terry,
I lost alter self when I hasted.
yeah, so you're just generally swimming, but you also flow back in the ocean. You're now like caught in the water behind as the ship continues on without you. All right.
He got his $50,000 worth.
This next water elemental is going to go ahead and take 2 slam attacks.
You
You there?
Taking a slam attack against Grog, taking a slam attack against the pirate.
Yeah.
So against Grog, says advantage on you to use reckless.
Yep.
That is a 23.
Hits.
16 points bludgeoning damage, reduced to 8.
Okay.
And against the pirate, that hits. And the elemental reaches around, and as it punches Grog in the face, it slams the other pirate in the head, its fist engulfing his head, and he just kind of sends it, trying to find a way out, and it just drowns him while it's standing, and then drops the body to the ground.
Oh fuck.
Oh, it killed him?
Yeah, it lashed out.
One of our guys?
Enough damage, no, one of the pirates.
Oh,
He is uncontainable.
Vax, you're up. Except maybe one flash dart.
You know when you look at a cat that's alarmed because its nerves and all the hair is puffed out? Vax's feathers are all going like, watching Keyleth wreck the boat. I could fucking watch you do this all day. Up into the air, and I go and get Terry out of the water.
Okay, you go and grab Terry.
And I'm going to pick him up and dump him back on our boat towards the back of the ship.
Okay, carry him, so you're half speed, so you can see just at the edge of the ship.
Cool. You good?
All right.
Oh, wait, no. Do I have one action? Do I have an action left? I use Divine Sense right now?
As you're hasted, and you have the haste action.
Yeah, I'm hasted.
I'll say you use Divine Sense.
Okay. I pat him down and go, we're good. And I'm just going to make sure he's not a demon.
Oh, Terry.
Yes.
Okay.
A demon. A demon.
Why a demon?
Why would you think it's a demon?
Because he's...
Guys, the conclusion of the epic series Shades of Magic, A Conjuring of Light, was just released. So go pick it up. It's put out by Tor Books, a leading publisher of science fiction and fantasy for over 3 decades.
Okay. That ends Vax's turn. Vax, you're up.
Okay. I'll fly over to Percy, who's on the fucking ground, and I say, "Are you good?
That was worth it. Good.
Lovely. Get off this boat!" And I'll fly over and try to help out the fight on the other side.
Okay. Full set. 20, 40. Yeah, you can get over here.
Okay.
And still be up just above the fray.
And then I'll shoot some arrows at.
There's one guy left and the elemental.
I'll shoot them at the guy.
Okay, go for it. 2 strikes on him.
Yeah. Oh, disadvantage too.
The fog is still around, so yes.
Okay. So that's. Oh, damn it. Okay.
One of them was a...
Yeah, but 20 on the first one, and then 15 plus 7 on the second one was
22.
22.
Both hit.
Awesome.
You have a D3.
I need a D3. Yes. 4 minus 1. It's a D6.
It's a D6 plus half.
2, 4, 6? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Jesus, this is terrible.
There is a D3.
17 plus 3 lightning damage, and then 16 plus 2 lightning damage, and then for my bonus action, Trinket's gonna. Oh, and he was sneak attack because there was something next to him, huh?
Correct.
Ha 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 ha! 5 for sneak attack.
Alrighty.
And then Trinket, well, attack him too, because.
Don't attack Trinket.
Okay. Yes. That is, was that a bite attack?
Whichever one you decide.
Sure, it's a bite attack. A 24.
Hits, roll damage.
Is 11.
11. As both arrows kind of stapling into one of the guy's knee, he falls down to the ground on one knee. The other one hits him in the side of the body, and he kind of looks up, just as Trinket chomps down over his head, and just crunches down. You watch as his skull kind of collapses with the force of the bear's jaw, and the arms just go limp at the sides. Trinket then shakes him a bit, and his limp body just goes woof, woof, just landing and breaking to the side of the ship, and then drops it in the ground, and Trinket turns around and looks in your direction.
Good job.
That made us all so happy.
That was great.
See a guy get thrashed.
I wish Skyman could have been here to see that.
Alrighty.
87 episodes. 1 kill.
2 other guys are trying to swim, but they're not able to keep up. They're just watching slowly vanish behind you in the fog.
Somewhere I feel a grit point.
Alright, Percy.
The water elemental is still a problem, I take it.
Is still lashing out, yes.
And there's 1 hook left.
I'm going to stand up, dust myself off, pull out bad news, take careful aim at that, and slightly irritated aim at the water elemental, and see what happens.
Go for it. Disadvantage on the shot.
Disadvantage on the shot.
Was the fog not dissipated because fish head got blown away?
No,
Not yet.
the fog's not
So I'm actually going to, I'll spend a bit to gain my advantage back. To
Okay, go for it.
Come on. I think I didn't do that too weird. That's 20.
20 hits.
I'm also going to blow through most of Cabal's ruin because that's funny. So that's I know I say that a lot. So that's standard damage is 15 points of damage plus. Where is
1d4
the
plus 4. Spend 1d6 lightning damage per charge of spending.
1d6? Okay, 1d6 per charge, and I'm let's end this. Should we just end this?
That's good. Lightning's bad for water. Not that I know.
Not. I figured it would be. I'm just going to blow 8 of the charges. So do you have 5 more? I'll just do it.
Yeah, I do.
Just give me 5 more.
5 more, of course. Dream come true. Make it happen.
There you go.
It just doesn't end there.
Yeah.
So plus 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 23 points of lightning damage on top of that.
Okay, as you bring bad news down at him across the way, fire the bullet. It blasts across, and you guys see this glow of electrical energy that just shoots through the air. The bullet enhanced by the Cabal's Ruin vestige enchantment. As it blasts into the side of the elemental gets blown back through the air, and as it does, it just vaporizes.
Is that everyone done?
All the enemies currently seem to be not on the ship or dragging behind. However,
I'm going to stop. I'm going to wave, and I'm going to go walk over. Since so much, I'm going to walk over and start looking to see if I can see what that glow is and if I can deactivate this because I want to loot this ship.
Make a perception check.
Ooh, that's better. That's 25.
25. You glance on the side and you see now there is a singular, like small Palantir type orb, but smaller, that is a foggy gray color on the inside, slowly swirling, and you can see it's gathering condensation and mist around it.
Does there seem to be any mechanism for turning it off or otherwise? Or
looking around it, it looks like it's just embedded into
Take
it.
it with us.
I'm going to at least try and pick it up and
Make a check.
Okay.
While he's busy, I'm going to jet over next to Keyleth on that boat.
Okay. Well, we're
we
going to
in
do this in order for
combat?
okay. There is a bit of a...
That's adorable.
That's sad.
3.
You feel something pop in your back shoulder, and your right arm gets a little numb, and you're like,
That's so mean, dude.
Sometimes you just reach out and pick up
Yeah,
something.
you never know.
Yeah.
An old man.
There's no way that there seems to be nothing to. Clearly, something's
Yeah,
going
I mean, as you go over to it, you see it's there, but it's currently held in place by something that's beneath the orb, or at least it's either adhered to or glued to or held there, and you're just going to lift it.
I shout to.
Squawk's turn,
Sorry.
Yeah, can I go over to the harpoon hook and like, fuck this harpoon hook? Can I try and like get it out of the ship with my strength?
Sure, go ahead and roll strength check with advantage because you are raging.
Hey, 25.
One-handed.
Hey!
And like it just flies out of your grip from the tension of the ship. You have to pull your hand back so that one of the giant gnarled edges would almost take your arm off in the process.
We lost that gauntlet.
It tears a section of the edge of this boat off, just the railing on the side, kind of pulls through it immediately. Trinity has to pull off to the side, and the one guy kind of backs up and immediately shoots off into the water below for you guys. The ship, now that it doesn't have the tension to the side, is now capsizing very quickly and turning on the side.
Oh god.
I feel like I did something bad.
That was cool.
Keyleth, you're up.
I say, hey guys, cruises are really trashy. And you still have control water going. Can I like flush out? Yeah. Can I like flush out the bottom of the cruise ship and like bring whatever treasure is up out of the bow with what water is there? Just kind of.
You you're kind of off at the side. You can look down. It's not very well lit on the inside at all. In fact, it's not lit on the interior. You do have your elven dark vision for a few feet, so you have to like glance over and look into the wound below. Right now, all you're seeing is sea foam and ocean pouring into the side of the
Okay,
ship.
I stopped sinking the boat because we're not dying.
Okay, the ship is still sinking. But you filled it with water, and currently the
I
side
want to
of it is
start bringing the water up like a fountain of wealth and youth, just coming up out of the bottom, just other way, seeing what comes out from the bottom of the ship.
Okay.
Hopefully not dead bodies or like
Rain and men.
slave trade.
Okay, I will say this is so I was talking about like, okay, as a GM, you know, one cool effect at a time, right? I said that earlier. But also as a PC, it's like if the GM has already, especially if the GM's already kind of like said like, pick one of the other ones, it's like I potentially try to tone down like additional and repeated like creative uses, especially of the same spell. Because you're not, you know, expending any additional uses of it. You just got it on concentration. Like, I definitely, I get it, and I get the desire as a player. But it's hard. It is very much a, I don't want to use the word spotlight hoggy, but like D&D is not a overly soft system when it comes to the combat and especially the spells. And again, as someone that wants to do like fun stuff with my players and I want to say yes, I have run into this sort of thing before where you say yes once and then they kind of get like really into it. Like it starts to feel very soft all of a sudden. Like once you kind of take that one step, it is hard for a player, I think, or at least some players, to not just start viewing the entire spell in that more intuitive, soft way. Because I think the way that, like, what she is saying right now makes perfect sense. And honestly, off the top of my head, I don't have the text of Control Water. That is also something I will say. I gave the gust of wind example earlier. The first thing I asked was, can you post the text of the spell in chat? Because we were playing on Roll20. I'm always like, if I'm making this sort of ruling as a GM, one of my first questions is, can you post the entire text of the spell? Harder. That's one thing that is harder in person. Like in Roll20, you can press one button, or at the very worst, like copy and paste. Super simple. But like, let me read this. Yeah, like there is. As an action on your turn, you can repeat the same effect or choose a different one. You can choose from any of the following effects when you cast this spell. Ugh. So it's like, all right, flood, part water. I mean, this is, I would say, certainly a flood. Absolutely. And she can obviously choose to stop now. And, like, redirect flow, I suppose. But it's not like that can be super intricate and targeted. And if she was like, okay, like, can I like end my casting of this one and recast it like that? I think the vision component still comes into it. Like, unless you just want to make all of the water inside of the ship flow directly upward, that'll help it sink slower, and that might get some stuff out. But I don't know. It's tough. I say it's tough because I very much understand the desire here. And it is something that is tricky with being a GM that says yes to more creative and, not raw versions of spell use. But I think there's also a responsibility on the player to not only somewhat restrain themselves in terms of how creative they're getting, but also if you are asking to modify a spell in some way, essentially use it in a non-standard, creative, interesting, whatever we want to call it. If you're asking to use a spell in that way, in a softer way, I think you do have somewhat of a responsibility to know how far you are pushing that. I've said before, I don't think it should be on players to always 100% remember the exact mechanics of their spells. I think it's okay if they forget. I think it's okay if they have to look it up, or if I have to look something up, or if they misremember it slightly. I think that's fine, especially for someone like a druid or a wizard, where they have tons of options for spells, and they're managing a lot of that in their head. But when you start getting into non-standard use, that comes with an amount of responsibility, I think. Like, I don't think normal play bears that same responsibility. But if you want to start doing weird stuff, I do think you need to know how weird you're getting. Because how exactly do I say it? I think that getting too weird can put the DM in a bad position. Where it's like, Matt has already allowed a certain amount of non-standardness, right? It's already allowed that. And I think Marisha doesn't even really know what she's asking for here, which is part of the problem of, like, she is not just asking to, lift up the treasure with it. She is asking to ignore the part of the spell where it says you have to choose the effect when you cast it. You can't change it, right? Or actually, it said like it was on like a subsequent action. You could change it. So actually, never mind. That part's not applicable. But she's asking to change it and like really pinpoint target it, which like the one feature I could find in there didn't really imply that you could do that. She's asking to like target a bunch of water that she can't see and like target things within the water that she can't see and just have it come generally up. But that's just going to kind of bubble upward and then like recycle back down and then go upward again. Like that's not exactly going to get like the fountain effect that she's wanting out of it. So I don't know. It's hard because It's hard. I think you can see how conflicted I am about this because I love it when players do weird shit. I love the fastball special. I defended a lot of the weird shit that Orion did in the early campaign. But you need to know how weird you're getting and not push it too far, because then you put the DM in a spot where they've already said yes to some things, and it's like, okay, well, why did you say yes to the other things, but you're not saying yes to this? And it's like, well, because the thing you were asking for before wasn't that weird. This is much more weird than what you were asking for before. And if you don't know that as the player, that's a bad position to put the GM in. So if you're using your spells in weird, non-standard ways, or like asking, like, can I use it in this way? I think you definitely have a responsibility to know the full extent of that. But knowing how weird you're getting is similar to knowing the price of something on a menu. You can't stick to a budget if you don't know what things cost, if that makes sense. Yeah, with the budget in this case being non-spotlight hog play. Like, equal and reasonable play at the table is, I think, the budget in this kind of analogy. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Because, and like, if you don't have a budget or are actively trying to, if you are actively trying to eat cheap and like you're trying to like follow a budget, or you're trying to like, in the extended metaphor, play standard, and you just like misread the menu and like, read the price wrong, and then the waiter corrects you and is like, actually, it's this price. In this analogy, actually, the spell is this rule. I think that's fine. I think that is totally acceptable. If you just like misread the price or read the price quickly, and that's why you misread it, because everyone else at the table has already ordered and it's your turn, and your menu is weirdly bigger than everyone else's, and you're like, and you misread the price in that context, and then when the waiter corrects you on the price, you're like, oh, okay, that's the price, got it. I think that is well acceptable. But if you are trying to stick to a budget, which in this analogy I think everyone is here, and you don't understand like how high over you are, or you don't have like a decent concept of it, that can get into a problem area. Yeah. Other than you should ask for exceptions rarely and with a gap of time in between. Don't be greedy. Kinda, yeah. And like that feels very restrictive to creativity, which I don't love. But D&D combat is pretty hard. Like in terms of like hard or soft mechanics. Skill checks, very soft. D&D combat, pretty hard. And it's okay to get creative, get on standard, go softer. But I agree, it should be the exception, not the rule. Just because it can start putting the GM and the rest of the players into these kind of weird situations and how to interact, It's the same core concept that whenever I am like wanting to customize a feature or a magic item or whatever for a player, I always say to them like, hey, when we work on this, if you want something specific, you're going to have to take a reduction in power. But it's really hard to like stack reductions in power on top of each other. And that's kind of the area that we get into here of like, if you ask for multiple special occurrences on top of each other, it's like, okay, I can only restrict this so much before you're just becoming more powerful than the spell would otherwise allow you to be. And you're just doing more than the spell would otherwise allow you to do. There's only so much I can restrict this. So yeah. it's a complicated one because I think there's a lot of things kind of going wrong there. But I get it. Soft magic is a hell of a drug, especially in a harder setting. Like in a not setting necessarily, but in a harder context where like you are used to feeling somewhat restricted by the hard mechanics of D&D combat and spellcasting. It can be very freeing for that to suddenly be soft all of a sudden, and everyone around you is still following the hard mechanics. And now you're like, well, this is already soft, we're just gonna keep going. Like, I get it. It's similar. Oh, man. There's actually, okay, I don't know how online pilled this is, but I actually have a clip, a Twitch clip, that is intensely relevant right now to explain how I feel about this. Master Baker, Ed Milk. Yep. I think this is the clip. A visual aid, a bit visual and audio. Hopefully this doesn't get claimed. We're gonna see. This is at best Twitch clips WW. If you claim me, go fuck yourself. You're not Jason the Ween. You're not Cutie Cinderella. You have no affiliation to Master Baker, so don't fucking claim me. All right. Let's see. So this is at a baking competition show. A Twitch baking competition show. So this is with other content creators, and this is the finale. There is a live audience in front of this. So it's like the British baking show, but, you know, Twitch, online creators, all that sort of stuff. And then their finale was in front of a live studio audience. And so this is one of the contestants, Jason the Ween, handing this gallon of milk to one of the people in the audience.
You're here?
I'm still here!
He's still here.
How many sleeper games? Chug! 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 Yeah! Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh my god.
There's no way you can do that.
Let's go! I'm still in! I didn't encourage that.
That's your guy.
I didn't encourage that. I don't know him, bro.
And the people that put on the event have talked about it since. Ed came up almost immediately afterward and apologized, and said he just got swept up in the moment. Right? He got swept up in the moment. I didn't encourage that is crazy. But like he was getting a lot of he was getting attention. He was on these big people's streams. I think he's a much smaller streamer. And feels scripted. Maybe it was. To hear other people talk about it, the energy in the room was not great afterward. And the guy came up later off camera, like crying and like very apologetic because a lot of people have to clean that up. And, I literally have no idea what happened there. There was a half gallon of milk and the guy was like, oh, you should chug it. And so he's chugging the half gallon and then probably didn't want to chug it anymore. And so he just poured it on his head. But there was a lot of milk still left, and so he just basically poured a bunch of it on his head and then onto the floor. What was supposed to happen? I don't know what the fuck Jason the Ween was thinking, handing that to him. He was obviously not going to chug half a gallon of milk. Jason's kind of a dumbass in that scenario, if you ask me. But my whole point with this is that doing something like fun and kind of weird, especially when the people around you aren't necessarily getting to, not maybe through any like fault of their own, just because they didn't ask or they didn't think about it, it can take you away a little bit. And so that is why I am, that feels similar to this of Matt has already gone a little bit soft magic on it, and has allowed her to do something a little bit non-standard. I think it's very easy to keep going with that, and to get like swept away in that kind of feeling of shaping the water like Avatar. And so that's why I'm so hesitant about this critique, is because I really understand the emotion, but I think it's a broadly like something I would avoid for several reasons. Yeah. Sounds pretty online. It's pretty online, yeah. Chugging that seems unsafe. I mean, it's just a lot of liquid. I have no idea, honestly. I don't know if chugging a half gallon of milk is unsafe. I don't know if Jason person has been famous since they were younger, then it's possibly lacks life skills and just really is drinking that much would be dangerous. Jason is the kid that handed it to the other person. Is drinking a bunch of milk dangerous? That doesn't seem dangerous to me, but I have no idea. Chugging milk is very not good for you. Why? Why is that? But yeah, I mean, Jason is also like 20. So he's the guy that handed the half gallon to Ed is very, very young comparatively. What's wrong with chugging milk? I don't know how much liquid you can take safely, but this is a lot. I mean, it's a half gallon. I'm not trying to defend Jason here. I think he was dumb to initiate this interaction and not expect it to go at least somewhat poorly. But I feel like I've chugged half a gallon of liquid before. So I don't know. I mean, like, maybe he'll throw up afterward, but is it like that dangerous? I've heard a gallon of milk challenge, but only because people online claim it's impossible for your stomach to handle that much. It expands your stomach from what I know. Like one time though? Cause like, yeah, like I know competitive eaters have to like expand their stomach so they can eat a bunch more. But like, is it actually dangerous? I have no idea. I'm not a nutrition person. I just can't like the term dangerous is like, if it's just gonna like make you a little pukey and like nauseous, I'm like, well, that's not dangerous. That's maybe a little dumb, but the liquid has to be somewhere. Yeah, your insides are pretty big. Like a half gallon is not that hard to drink in like 10 minutes. Chugging is obviously different, but like I could easily drink a half gallon in like 5 to 10 minutes. I don't know. I can't imagine it being that much harder to drink a half gallon normally. Like, I think, and like, it's draining the whole time. Like, it's not like it gets to your stomach and it like can't go anywhere. It's like there's a plug, you know? Right? I feel like the crazy person right now, but I just don't see how that would be that dangerous. Like, if you drank too much, you would just puke. Right? So I guess that's maybe my thing. Is like, I don't know, that doesn't seem dangerous. It's like if I drank more than my stomach could handle, my stomach would just be like, uh-oh, we don't like this. That's honestly, if I had to guess, like earlier, someone was like, it's scripted. If I had to guess, I think that Jason either thought he will be able to do it, he will stop, or he will puke. And I think those are probably the three routes that he thought was going to happen in his head. I don't know, but it's like a half gallon. It's not even that much. Dairy plus acid, not a fun time. Well, yeah, but it's like, that's like chugging alcohol. It's like, yeah, you shouldn't chug alcohol. But like, I feel like just chugging like half a gallon of milk is, I don't know. maybe I'm just desensitized to like food stuff because I have such a small gradient of experience, like a small gradient of like preference on like how I eat or what I eat or how I drink or what I drink. I'm just kind of like, it's liquid or it's solid, and it goes down. And when I talk about like wishing I could eat like all my calories in one meal, it's like I wish I could chug a gallon of milk without even feeling bad. That's what I wish. I think I could do it. Like I'm being 100% with you guys right now. If I have to swear on the Bible, I think I could chug a gallon of milk. I'm not even talking a half gallon. I think I could chug a gallon without throwing up. I just think I could do it. That might be entirely irrational, but like I look at a gallon of milk and I'm like, I've drinking that amount of liquid quickly before. And it's not alcoholic. Like, yeah, I'll feel bad afterward. Like, this is no question. I will not feel good, but I don't think it's gonna have like long-term repercussions. I don't think it's gonna like change the chemistry of my stomach acid, you know? I'm probably gonna have terrible shits the next day. But, I don't know. It seems fine. If I were to go something about the fat content not being able to be absorbed by the stomach fast enough, man, I don't know, maybe. Expands in your stomach, like can tear your stomach open if you fill it before the milk expands. That seems wrong. I have no expertise here, but the idea that milk would expand so fast that it would burst your stomach before escaping through the hole out your mouth just seems wrong to me. Like, it just doesn't pass the sniff test for me. I could be wrong here. I have no expertise, but that just smells off to me. I don't know that I believe it. It can lead to severe cases of throwing up. Yeah, absolutely. I think it'd throw up, but I just don't believe that they're like, I would have to see evidence of like long-term negative repercussions from drinking a bunch of liquid quickly. Because unless it's alcohol, which is poison, why wouldn't you just throw it up? Like, why would it stay in there? Why would it not just, like, I imagine it like a 2 liter. Like if I get a 2 liter of soda and I shake it and there's a hole in the top, it's not going to burst the bottle. It will just escape through the hole. Right? Am I crazy? Your body isn't constantly draining? I can believe that. I was less confident about that one, but throwing up is the good case. It doesn't always come out. Why? Why wouldn't it always come out? Actually. It can spike your blood pressure and increase your heart rate. Vomiting aggressively can tear the esophagus. Yeah, like it can, but like, I don't know. You're gonna get rid of the liquid pretty fucking quick. Like it can only expand so much. Am I crazy here? There's a whole Wikipedia page on chugging milk? Really? Your kidneys can remove that, so theoretically you could drink 20 liters of water in a day. It's not the liquid, it's that the milk doesn't mix well with the stomach acid in that quantity. But what does that mean? What does that mean? The entry for chugging milk in the Discord, I'm curious. Because this seems like much ado about nothing, I'll be frank. And this seems like a little bit of worrywart syndrome. It seems like it's like not good for you. It's not going to improve your life in any way, but I just can't imagine it being that bad. History, and contestants were to consume, which resulted in each participant vomiting. Sounds very natural. The primary difficulty in completing the challenge lies in the limited capacity of the stomach, sure. Stretch receptors sense when it's reached, triggering a vomit reflex. Okay. Forcing more liquid. The fat and protein in milk each inhibit the stomach from releasing its content into the small intestine, forcing more of the liquid to remain in the stomach. I actually did know this. That is why drinking milk is more hydrating than drinking water, because you have more time to absorb the liquid in your intestines. Anyways. Gastrointestinal and protein in the stomach causes the casein to coagulate, turning the milk into a thick, semi-solid substance similar to consistency of mozzarella, further reducing the amount of fluid that can be held in the stomach without being regurgitated. Yeah, I think you would puke. But I also, I just can't. The idea of it being dangerous, I don't know. You're assuming your body's capable of vomit. If you don't or can't for some reason, why? If you don't or can't, why wouldn't you in regards to the don't, and why can't you? The milk isn't preventing you from vomiting. You would have to have a medical issue where you can't vomit. And that's not the majority of the population. I'm not going to operate my life worrying that I am encountering someone that is incapable of vomiting and doesn't know enough about this sort of thing to inform me of that fact. I don't know. The dangerous is come on. I don't know. Seems a little bit of worrywart to me. Yeah. Forcing more of the liquid. Yeah, you guys are all just quoting reasons that you would throw up. Yeah, I don't know. I'm worried about the volume, though. Yeah. I don't know. Everyone, yeah. I don't think this food challenge sounds that bad. Oh, I can eat a lot. Let's not get it twisted. My family and then my friends later used to joke that I have a hollow leg because I do not look very big. I'm not a big guy. I've never been a big guy, but I can eat like no one's business. I won the eating contest at the county fair. Yeah, I don't know. My grandfather died chugging milk. I think you and I have a different definition of dangerous. If it makes you puke, it's dangerous. I mean, we do that, yeah. Because it's like, I don't know. Puking can have negative repercussions, but it's that feels like an over. Like, I would call a poisonous snake dangerous. Puking is not as dangerous as a poisonous snake, as a black widow spider. Those are dangerous to me. Puking is unpleasant and ill-advised and can have negative repercussions. But dangerous just feels like a lot to assign to it. Mega has never been constipated. This is unknown Mega lore, but that's very funny. I am constantly constipated. Yeah, this is new Megaphone Man lore. I have chronic things down there because of how constipated I am. Then why don't you fuck around and find out? Yeah. It's just not dangerous. It's not dangerous. The reason you don't dare to do some borderline dangerous shit is because you don't know what other people have, do, are. I wouldn't. It's just, I can't. What is the percentage of people who can't vomit? I have to imagine it is a fraction of a percent. Maybe I'm ill-informed about the number of diagnoses or diseases that could prevent you from vomiting. I don't know of one off the top of my head. Off the top of my head. And there certainly are some. I can acknowledge that. But again, like, I am... If you cannot vomit, I have to imagine that you are refusing any form of chugging ever. And it has to be so uncommon that I do not feel unreasonable not taking it into consideration for the purposes of doing something that might result in vomiting. That would also mean that, like, I should never, like, hand a drink to anyone ever, because drinking can induce vomiting. And I don't know if they can't vomit. Like, it just feels... I don't know. I feel like I'm a pretty, like, sensitive, generally, like, considerate person. This feels like an overreach to me. And, like, don't chug milk because they might not be able to vomit. I don't know, man. You should do it before stream? No, because I still think it would be incredibly unpleasant. I don't like vomiting. It's just not dangerous. I don't know. It's not a good idea? Sure, that's fine. Mega does like to drink alcohol. I do. I've vomited much in my life. And, like, it's not a pleasant experience, but I just don't see, like, it's just not dangerous, man. I don't know. Dangerous just feels like far too big of a word to consider here. It is like the downsides, the repercussions, the consequences are unpleasant or dangerous if the person has a very specific condition that prevents them from doing a thing that they would certainly know the activity has a risk of doing to them. Right? I don't know. Snakes are venomous, not poisonous. Well. Things you get fucked up. I honestly, I don't think so. I'm being real straight up with you. I don't think so. This is a scenario where I'm trying to think of a scenario that I feel like this is equivalent of. This is like if I am allergic to peanut butter and someone is like, "Hey, I dare you to eat as many peanut butter and jelly sandwiches as you can." There's a bunch of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches right here. I'm like, "Hey, you should eat as many of these as you can." If you're allergic to peanut butter, I don't think it is going to happen that peer pressure you will overcome that, like, allergy. Right in your head. Like, you are aware of what activities are dangerous for you. In this case, eating peanut butter is one of those activities. So I don't, if I had a bunch of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and I was like, let's have an eating competition, I wouldn't think to ask first if they are allergic to peanut butter. And I honestly don't think that would be unreasonable. I think that there's an amount of, like, I don't know. I don't think peer pressure has that substantial of power. I could be off base here. I'm willing to fully accept that. But I would need to, I don't know. I feel like I would need to see, like, oh yeah, peer pressure can cause people, like, it can be such an intense psychological effect that it can cause them to like ignore things that they know are extremely dangerous for them specifically. And they could very easily tell to the person that is trying to convince them to do it, you know? I don't know. The times where I think of peer pressure being dangerous is when it is a communally dangerous activity. Like, they are doing drugs and they're like, "Hey, you should do drugs." And it's not like either of you is specifically vulnerable to drugs. So there is, like, a communal aspect there where they know they're asking you to do something dangerous, but they are also participating in that. Right? I don't know. Why wouldn't you just vomit? There are different times I've wanted to vomit and it didn't happen. I don't think those are times where the liquid was forcing itself out through your esophagus, man. I don't know. The flap that separates your desires from long-term work. I don't know, man. To chug in a public humiliation thing, to hand them a glass of milk. I have not gone there. I'm just saying it's not dangerous, man. Just like on the whole. I don't know. I put another article in here. Let's see. Why chugging a gallon of milk is nearly impossible. Have you ever had the strong desire to make yourself, if you're no thank you, possibly, then you probably have minimal desire to try yourself that you cannot resist the test. Tend to hold it down. Okay, well, this part, Frank, I will hold my hands up here. This part does seem dangerous. I don't think the drinking the milk is that dangerous, but trying to hold it down actively and prevent yourself from releasing it, that does seem dangerous to me. We can shake hands on that. That does seem dangerous. Because I do think you can like muscle through that sort of thing. But I think if you are willing to let it come back up, I don't know. The violence of the action of chugging liquid to this quantity can have unpredictable consequences. Can it? I'm being fully honest. Can it? I've chugged a lot of liquid before. I don't know, man. Being constipated is temporary and unpredictable, totally different. But not being able to vomit is not temporary and not unpredictable. Right? Is having I don't know, man. I don't know. I would just find it surprising if there is a situation where your stomach is full to the point of it being dangerous, it is tearing, and you cannot vomit. Like when we talk about difficulty vomiting, I know what you're talking about. But that is not a situation where I have too much in my stomach. That is where, like, I've drinking too much alcohol. And, like, I don't have much to throw up. Or, like, I don't actually need to, like, expel the shit. Or else my stomach will tear itself open due to the expansion. It feels like different things. Or are we only doing a half up? We always only do a half up anymore. But I misread it. Anyways, turns out you can die from chugging a gallon of water. From water poisoning? From what? Died after drinking 2 gallons of water. And the contestant didn't drink as much as they could without urinating. Again, the without urinating. Like, I fully understand the idea that if you try to consume a bunch of shit and then not let it out, yeah, that seems dangerous. But the thing that seems dangerous about that is the not letting it out part. Not letting your body naturally do the thing it's trying to do. I don't know. It lowers your electrolytes so much your heart can stop. Yeah. If you keep it down, the salt content in the body will cause the brain to swell? I would definitely need an article on a source on that. If you do keep it down. So like drinking too much milk is too much salt too quickly. And that can be dangerous. Maybe. Someone may not want to shit and vomit in the middle of a room of people. Yeah, probably not. But like, I don't know. This is not talking about like, I was pushing back on the idea that it is dangerous. Is it an inadvisable activity? Yeah. You shouldn't chug a half gallon of milk. It's gonna make you vomit. And vomiting is not pleasant. But the danger, man. From the article you just read, DJ contestant led a woman to die. In both of those situations, it is containing the liquid that caused them to die, not the process of drinking it. Neither one of them vomited. They did not get the liquid out. They specifically tried to do the opposite of that. When you drink, it causes the body. When you drink, it's from the House of Works. This one. Drinking a gallon of anything in a short period of water, even water, is dangerous. When you drink a gallon of water, people who attempt to drink a gallon of milk in 1 hour vomit for a number of possible reasons. when you drink a gallon of water, are these like links? How your kidneys work? Oh, brain stuff. Okay. Like, I don't know, man. These do not seem like I don't feel like I have enough context to this. I'm not trying to be stubborn. Like this seems like the most dangerous thing that I have seen in terms of like drinking something very quickly. The first explanation involves lactose, but that's all vomiting. So those with lactose intolerance face issues in the large intestine with lactose causing gas and diarrhea. So lactose in milk really isn't what's preventing people from holding the milk down. Right. So it would be more likely for them to get it up, or I don't know, man. I don't know. If you are relying on expectations that vomit will prevent death, that's already danger, man. I guess this is the first bit of this, of like this diluting blood electrolytes and causing cells to swell. That sounds like the most legitimately dangerous thing I've heard just from the process of drinking the stuff. Everything else, I don't know, man. I don't know. If you're relying on yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. I am often on the side of people calling something that seems normal or seems regular dangerous. I'm normally on the side of the people calling it dangerous. This case, I don't know, man. I don't know. The fact that too much water equals brain damage is crazy to me. That one is actually not that crazy to me. I don't know. I'm not trying to be contrarian, but that one is like, I've known for a long time that like people use the example of water, too much water can be dangerous as a like metaphor for too much of anything can be dangerous. Oh, too much water can be dangerous. And so I have looked into, because I thought that metaphor sounded like BS. Clearly, I'm a little bit skeptical of those sorts of health-related claims. And I was like, oh, yeah, like there's a lot of bad stuff that can happen from drinking too much water. But and also, I've had procedures where I had to drink a bunch of water. So then I was like, uh-oh, is this going to be too much? Is this amount of water going to be dangerous? And it is almost always in concert with other stuff. Like the actual process of drinking the water is really difficult to drink water quick enough to harm you. You have to also be like depriving yourself of other things, and you have to be like really focusing on it. Unless you are very dehydrated, in which case it can have worse effects. It can be more dangerous or can have worse effects if you're dehydrated. But all I don't know, half gallon just doesn't seem like that much to me. There's a short-term danger of volume tearing your stomach. That is something that was not supported with anything that we looked at. That's the thing that seems actually ludicrous to me. I'm going to be real with you. The idea of like tearing your esophagus lining from vomiting, maybe, but like the idea of tearing your stomach seems truly outlandish to me. After being forced to drink almost 3 liters of water in just 4 hours by their parents, they thought his urine was too dark, so they made him drink water until he threw up. And once again, I don't know. All of these situations seem like they have exterior motivating factors for why the person was consuming a dangerous level. Like, I truly, honestly, maybe this is incorrect of me, but I kind of just have an idea or a innate sense of someone will not drink enough water to kill themselves if they are also going to allow themselves. They're not trying to like hold it in. Like if you are following your body's natural inclinations, I don't know. Like all of these scenarios that people are bringing up of people that had these really bad circumstances are people where it was like they had their parents force them to continue drinking when they didn't want to, or they were trying to hold in their urine for a wee, or they're trying to not vomit, and that is what caused their stomach to rupture. Like, yeah, if you put me in like in a human centipede-esque scenario where I cannot eject the liquid when my body says to, that seems reasonable. How much do you have to eat in order to rupture your stomach? Stuff their stomach with about 5 liters of food or fluid. Most cases of stomach rupture. And where is this from? It seems like a bold claim. Eating disorder resources. How much can your stomach use? Interestingly enough, how do you know if you rupture your stomach? How do you know if your stomach ruptures? Oh, wait. According to NBC News. I don't know, man. Because I'd be curious about this. Like, I am legitimately like, what is the variance on that? How often does this happen? Because this all is pegged to, is honestly similar to the asshole conversation where like, I'm not saying, hey, this shit is good for you or that you should be doing it or am encouraging it. The word dangerous just feels not overused, but seems like we should have more of a gradient for when we employ it. And these do not. I can't tell if this is like really truly possible enough. I could be wrong in that, but I'm not. I'm seeing a lot of like vague things with not a lot of links to things. I don't know. 5 liters is more than a gallon. 4 to 5 liters is a lot. You started with this with the clip. I mean, I know. I'm just like, people are going at. I think that Jason was dumb in that situation. I don't think he was being actively dangerous. Like, I don't think that even with everything I've seen here, I still do not feel like it is reasonable to hold someone of any age to thinking about all of this stuff when offering it and saying chug. I truly don't. Unless it is more common than it seems to me. Or there is like a really like complicating factor that I'm not understanding. But it just doesn't feel that common to like be, because like dangerous feels like something I should be like worried about in every situation. And I'm just not seeing that from this. Acute gastric dilation due to binge eating may be fatal. Oh, I like National Library of Medicine. Gastric blood dilation, stomach blood circulation, necrosis, and due to dilation. 90% of cases have complaints vomiting. The most useful method to determine diagnosis, etiology, clinically more than 90%. Okay. Medical treatment, suitable cases have no necrosis or peritosis. Delay in surgical increases risk of mortality. Gastric perforation, acute gastric in a 24-year-old patient. The present case. Okay. So what is, I guess maybe what I like, I think I am a person that broadly works off of like statistics. So I guess what I'm not getting from a lot of these things that people are linking is an idea of like, how risky is this actually? Because just because something is risky, I don't think makes it dangerous. This series of link sharing is hilarious out of context. It is, yeah. You said the body would be forced you to vomit before tearing your stomach. I'm telling you, it's possible. It is possible. You know, I will fully hold my hands up on that. It does appear to be like 1 in 10 times in these cases. More than 90%, yeah. So Well, I'm going to assume that when they say more than 90%, they are not just rounding to the nearest 10 and that it's like 90.1 or something, because that is more to your point. Yeah, like it does appear like 1 in 10, it may not. But I will also say, so it says clinically more than 90% of cases have compliance vomiting. It's not saying that the 10% that are left had their stomach rupture, right? Like, legitimately, am I misreading something here? Because this is about gastric dilatation. I guess, what is dilatation? Is dilatation the tearing of the stomach? Dilating a blood vessel or becoming dilated. This sounds like expanding. As a reason to disbelieve that this medical crisis can happen. No, to be clear, everything that everyone has said, I believe can happen. But a lot of things can happen that I don't think it's reasonable to take every possible edge case into consideration. It could happen that I metastasize a tumor on my back tomorrow and completely lose functioning of my legs. Like, I metastasize a tumor on my spine. In fact, I have a much higher likelihood of that happening to me because of my past. There's a reason I chose that one specifically. But it is so unlikely that I should not live my life as if it is as if it's a risk. Like, I just shouldn't live as if it's a risk because it is so wildly unlikely. So the reason that I'm trying to understand the statistical, like, likelihood of these things or the statistical possibility of these things is because I think that's important when judging other people's actions. This started from, saying that Jason did something dangerous, that he's like this, like, it's implying a lot of culpability that I think is inappropriate to assign here, because I'm not seeing enough evidence that it is something that is so likely as to be worth keeping in mind. I believe that it can happen. Nobody's saying it's common. I think to judge a person's actions as dangerous, it should be at least somewhat common. It being risky makes it more dangerous just because you don't know what statistic will be, No, I mean, I agree. The level of risk does make it more dangerous, but there's a certain level of dangerous that it needs to be for me to call it dangerous, Like, I'm not going to call... I'm trying to think of another example. I don't know. Yeah, and see, this is just what I disagree on. I don't think so. I haven't seen anything that makes me think so here. Like, Russian roulette is risky and dangerous? Sure. But this is sort of like, in the same way that, like, you could call eating a Big Mac, I guess, Russian roulette. Like, Russian roulette implies a really high level of risk. Like, any reasonable gun. If you told me that there's a giant gun with 1 million chambers and there's a bullet in one of them, and I'll give you $1,000 to shoot it, I'd consider it. And I wouldn't consider you immoral for offering it, honestly. Well, maybe, I don't know. That one, I don't know. You know what? That's my reaction to that, of like, how would it be immoral to offer that? But I think they would have to know. Again, I think that's maybe part of the thing, is I just don't believe that this is like, it would almost be like saying, go and shoot that gun. I don't think it has any bullets in it, and it actually has 1 bullet in 1 million chambers. I wouldn't think too And so it's like they looked inside and they just couldn't see the bullet because it's such a big amount of chambers and they just didn't, they don't see the bullet. I wouldn't find them too culpable for that. This is a incredibly unlikely situation. I don't think it's reasonable for the average person to know. I'm also not saying that Jason was intentionally putting the drinker at risk. I would say, I guess what I'm getting at is like, I think that they were on the same page about what the level of risk of this would be. And I don't see the risk being very high. It's nowhere near as dangerous as Russian roulette. Yeah, I don't know. I would consider you immoral to offer that if they knew there was a bullet. That is what I changed. And that is honestly like if someone told me that they had a peanut allergy and there's a 1 in a million chance of them dying, and they tell me that. That is legitimately why I'm trying to understand the statistics, because I do think that changes it for me. If they say there's a 1 in a million chance of me dying from my peanut allergy, and I tell them, eat this sandwich for $1,000, that would be immoral. Like I understand the like risk of that. Yeah. Yeah. If they honestly believed there was none, it's trickier morally. That's what I'm getting at. I'm saying that this is so unlikely. It is, or not unlikely. The risk here is so obfuscated that while we are directly talking about it and trying to find evidence, it is difficult for me to understand what the risk is because the risk is so obfuscated. Like the actual risk. Like I legitimately can't tell how risky this is. And when the risk is that obfuscated, I think it's really reasonable to assume that drinking half a gallon of a pretty otherwise benign liquid is basically risk-free. Like, or at least danger-free. Like, it is so non-risky as to essentially be danger-free. I think that's a very reasonable assumption. Yeah. We are starting to circle the toilet bowl. We're circling the serious bowl. Fred's might not see hazing as dangerous either, John Forsythe. Yes. And like it's hard when especially when we're talking about chugging. Because like I know I'm fully on board that like chugging alcohol is dangerous, no matter what. It's really easy to get way more alcohol into your system than you think. It's not a question of like bursting your stomach. It is like your body, like one of the things that makes alcohol dangerous is your blood alcohol content at any given time. So increasing it all very quickly can also have all these bad effects on other chemicals in your body. Like just the rapid change can be very bad. But like all of that in my brain is centered around the alcohol of it. So I don't know. Poisoning yourself? Yeah, I mean, chugging alcohol is absolutely poisoning yourself. We will have no argument there. As someone who has chugged alcohol many times. Yeah. We can make it stitchy if we try hard enough. Look. I'm someone who's very skeptical, especially of health claims. I like to really understand what someone is saying. And especially when I like call someone dangerous or indict an activity or whatever, I like to have an understanding of it. And I'm not saying that is like the correct way to argue to go about life, but it's hard for me to. I've just seen so much medical claims that sound intuitive, especially with my own personal health issues, of like so many claims that sound intuitive of like, yeah, you can drink a bunch of water, or you can drink a bunch of milk, it expands, it tears your stomach. But I am just so skeptical of claims like that sound intuitive, but don't like match with anything I've heard. Like I've never heard of someone tearing their stomach from drinking very benign liquid like that. And I'm not saying that I've heard of everything, you know, I certainly haven't. But I don't believe those sorts of things on face value. Yeah. Bringing money and bets into an analogy just turns it into an economic dilemma. That is also true. I was bringing dollars into it because it seemed like the best way to model the potential benefits of peer pressure, but it's really not even close to a one to. It's kind of apples and oranges, but fruits can be compared. I don't know. If you count the food column, probably an hour 30. This is a tough one, yeah. Literally, if you drink 5 liters, you can. Yeah. I believe you. I believe that 5 liters is a lot of liquid. I can't imagine someone doing it unless there's an extenuating circumstance. I've drinking lots of liquid at one time for many reasons, and ones where I had to hold it in, like I couldn't pee. Like I can't, like for an ultrasound, you have to drink a bunch of water. You're not allowed to pee. When they were doing an ultrasound of my bladder, and I did not drink that much water. Like I drank like 2 water bottles, which are probably like 1.5 liters total, and I didn't pee, and I wanted to die. So it's like, I think it is hard for me to just accept that this was that was a real risk, that like Ed would have actually pushed it that far for it to actually be considered like a danger of ignorance. Because that's the only thing I can see here is like, okay, they're both ignorant of the danger here, and their ignorance escalates or includes that danger. But it just doesn't seem like the danger of ignorance is that much of a factor here. Yeah. This is a joke, just to be clear, butt chugging. I love that. I was scrolling up in my chat program, and so I said, I love how you clarified it was a joke. Just to be clear, this is a joke. And then I saw this. That was good. That was good. I'm sorry none of us are doctors and have exact statistics to show you. It's tough with health claims, man. Like, I do require a bit more burden of proof for health claims, yeah. And, like, I don't run a health-focused show, so it's not a problem most of the time. I'm just saying I don't believe that it's dangerous, and you guys are like, well, you should believe it. Listen to the things we're saying to you. And I'm like, that's a claim that needs evidence. And so, like, I don't blame y'all for not having the evidence. It's not something I would have evidence for. I clearly don't have evidence to support my skepticism, I guess. But it's not, those sorts of outcomes are just not things I take on face value. Yeah. We need that moderately attractive TikTok doctor to come on here. Dr. Mike! I'd love to talk to Dr. Mike about chugging milk. That'd be the best. Oh, I should do a short for Hank Green. Hank Green will know. Well, he probably won't know, but he knows how to look things up. I just take it on face that most online jobs are dangerous because they're made up by strangers. Man. I'm trying to think if I think that is overly pessimistic or if I just live in a candy land. I think a lot of shit can be not good or unhealthy, maybe. And I am hyper skeptical of a lot of, like, I'm hyper skeptical of, like, online fad diets, very skeptical of things like keto, and, like, my skepticism does not just apply to peer pressuring people to drink milk. My skepticism is across the board when it comes to health stuff. I'm very skeptical of literally any diet I have ever seen. As someone who at one point was trying to work out very hard and was trying to, like, not diet very hard, but like control what I ate to hit my macros. This health skepticism is consistent for me. I don't trust strangers to keep me safe because they want attention and views. And you know what? Hey, that's fair. And I think that is a good mindset if you are in a situation that Ed was in. Honestly, like I'm in a position where I don't blame the kid that handed him the milk, Jason. Also, I'm not like a Jason fan or supporter. I also want to make that clear. I think he seems like a little bit of a dick. But, you know, not that. Doesn't register much to me. He seems like fine overall. But I agree with this wholeheartedly. If I'm in Ed's position, I do not trust that Jason knows that whatever he is wanting me to do will be safe for me overall. I fully support that method of viewing the world. Yeah. I think we should start bug chugging challenge so we can get Dr. Miter on the stream. Yeah.
Or something bad. Yeah, like slave. You're talking about fingers crossed. Oh, let's not do that together.
It's probably just kids.
He's looking at his notes like
It's just kids.
Dude, it is crazy to listen to this on 1.8 after not hearing it for so long. I gotta turn down the speed for a second. I gotta readjust my brain to sped up because that was just like a wall of sound that just hit me.
Okay, so as the water comes rushing up from underneath, Blasto, you see a lot of genuinely soaked food items come shooting up, large chunks of broken wood, what appear to be additional iron ballista spears, and lots of chain come firing up from the inside.
Watch your head. Points.
Furniture, chairs. It's just like occasionally just pieces of broken things from the interior. You're not seeing much else from that at the moment.
Oh, these were lame pirates.
Let's
No
get
treasure.
Let's get the orb at the very least.
Good pirates keep all their treasure on their ship at all times.
Lame.
It's just 100 of
We really should have kept one of them
Do you
alive.
want to check like the captain's quarters before it all goes down?
Wait, actually? Okay, wait, we gotta do one more thing before we fully let this die. I don't know if people know this, especially if they're new here. I have a jerry can of water next to my desk hooked up to a motorized dispenser. And I fill up the jerry can like once a week so that I can have a consistent source of water at my desk so that I drink enough water so that I'm not dehydrated, because I get dehydrated because I forget to drink water if it's not that easy. I want to see how many liters this is. All right, you know what? I was like, I legitimately do not have a good sense for how many liters this thing would be. It is 5 gallons up to here is 20 liters. So you know what? That's more than I thought it would be. I'm gonna be real. I thought it would be less when we were having this conversation. In my head, this is the amount of water you would have to drink to be dangerous. That is how it existed in my head. And that's wrong. And and that is very wrong. How much water do I have left? Whoa, I've never looked on the inside of it. Hey, you know what? I'm really glad that I got that because I have now adjusted my mental model. I'm glad. Do you wash that apparatus? Yes. It has like the rubber hose and there's a little nozzle on it, and then I clean out the jerry can like once a month. But yeah, I clean it. The radio DJ drank 2 gallons of water. So how much? That was 5 gallons? She drank like half of that jerry can. Oh my God. That's a ludicrous amount of water. Oh my God. Wash it, please. Even if it's just, I do wash it. I do wash it, yes. Could you drink all that before it gets dangerous? No, that's 20 liters. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on how quickly, right? Because I mean, I drink one of these in about a week, maybe less. It depends. But it all depends on the timing. So which is also one of the things that was complicating this conversation for me, because when we talk about quick, obviously chugging is like one of the quickest you can drink things. So that's, whatever we found was going to be on the order of that. But I was curious about like the statistics that they tested. So if it's like drinking 5 liters over the course of an hour is dangerous, it's like, oh, well, drinking less than 5 liters in a chug might also be dangerous. That was also part of the contextualizing I was trying to do, is even if I couldn't find a study about chugging, if I could put into context what this study found to be dangerous of like this amount of liquid in this amount of time, I could at least like set a mile. Oh, excuse me. I just burped. I could at least set like a mile marker to compare to in my head. Yeah. I now want to cut off this entire tangent on YouTube. Oh, I will be delineating this as a chapter that is called Please Skip, Don't Watch This. Please skip, don't watch this. More arguing about the definition of words, but with higher stakes this time. Yeah. I'm sure those numbers are out there for you to find. They probably are. They probably are. Like, I believe that most of these sorts of things are discoverable, but they just take effort, which is why misinformation can so easily proliferate. Not saying that you guys are peddling misinformation. Do not get that twisted. I'm just saying finding like real sources of information is hard, and like finding like good studies that can like really contextualize, especially health claims. That's one of the things hard. It takes a while. Like, I am not surprised that no one could find it on stream. That shit is difficult. But yeah, it's also one of the reasons I'm so skeptical of that sort of thing. 20 liters over 7 days is a little below 3 liters a day. The exact medium of 2 to 4 recommended liters an adult should drink per day. Let's go! Woo! Let's absolutely go! I'm at the medium! Woo! Oh, man. If we don't do this once per stream, is it really complete? I really should get my tangenting down, dude. Like, I love it. I have a lot of fun, but it does make the streams more impenetrable. Especially a super long one like this. Where we're like arguing about threat levels to potentially vulnerable populations. This isn't lighthearted entertainment. But it is why I try to keep these under control more than I used to, honestly. But it's harder when I'm feeling bad. If you guys want a good barometer for how good I am feeling, I like being on stream. Being on stream makes me feel good. I often like crash because I lose a lot of the adrenaline after stream and I get tired. And so the worst I'm feeling, especially if I don't have like canker sores, the worst I'm feeling, normally the longer I just want to stay on stream and just like chat about shit. I'm like, we don't need to finish Critical Role yet.
What if there's a map to treasure?
Looks like it's going down.
Those of you on the boat.
Doing it now. Yes, we want to do it now, but there's an order of operations based on a die roll.
I have control.
All right.
I have control.
Tyrion,
Yes?
anything you wish to add to the circumstance? You're now soaking wet, but your winged savior has lifted you down onto the edge of the ship.
How many of you can fly?
2 or 3, give or take.
Amazing. Incredible. Stupendous. No, I have nothing to add other than, do you need my assistance in cleaning up any of these ruffians? Oh, also, one question.
Yeah?
Did I hurt the beast?
Man, you did great. You knocked that guy clear off.
Really?
Yeah.
I killed it.
It's a good start, man.
What was it?
What was it?
Yes.
Oh, you need to ask the white-haired one. I don't know.
Okay. Was it bad?
The worst.
All right, so you spend your turn conversing.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
6 seconds of dialogue right there.
All right, we'll say, for the pace of things here, guys, the ship is maybe 30 seconds from fully sinking into the water. And what do you guys want to do?
Seconds.
I'm gonna do what I said before.
Oh man, okay, this is an actually relevant tangent. And I guess I'll respond to the comment while I've got it paused for the actually relevant thing about the actual episode. Can't do this if we also want to do Age of Umbra on Wednesday. If I do the whole episode today, my voice is shot for like 2 or 3 days. Chug the episode. But separately, I know you're joking. But some people don't know. They're like, you can do it. But this is one of, I think, this is honestly a textbook case of clocks. Of like a time to implement clocks. And now I don't even have to say bit-D clocks anymore. Now I can say Daggerheart clocks. And people are way more likely to get, to I think here. She was like, you have 30 seconds before the ship sinks. Perfect. 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock, whatever you want to call it. And then you don't have to go into initiative. You don't have to like track time where like everyone is doing things during the time. You can just set up a 6 or 8 o'clock and then say, all right, you have 6 actions. Like as a group before it's gone down. And, or you just set it up. I mean, that's one way to use a clock. You can also put it as a consequence. So if there's potentially risky things, you could set up a 6 o'clock and just say, okay, I'm going to tick this as a consequence for like a roll or an action failing. That also totally works. There's a lot of opportunities with a clock like that you don't necessarily have when you're tracking it by seconds. Especially in terms of like organization and not wasting time. Because if you just say you've got 30 seconds, that's 5 rounds, that all 6 of them are doing things, probably not, right? That's kind of like, all right, skip my turn. Now I don't really have much to do, or maybe I do. Let me think about it. They have to like think through what they're going to do. And we've talked about it with Daggerheart already, the benefits of like no initiative combat where, the person that has something to do can just go. But that also just is a benefit of no initiative in general. And when you start time tracking it, you're not exactly introducing initiative, but you're getting close. You're getting very, very close. And so I think a clock is a much better way to track an event like this without needing to use an initiative-like thing, like tracking the individual seconds. You can just track essentially consequences or number of actions total, and that makes everything go way faster, way smoother, and steadily keeps track of it in a way that everyone can keep track of. Because it's also like, if Vax goes, and then Vex goes, and then Grog goes, we're still within the same 5 seconds at the start. But then if Vax goes again, but before Taliesin goes, because these guys didn't maybe like they didn't pipe up to say that they had something to do, then Vax goes. So now we're in the second 5 seconds. That's like the 10 seconds. But then Taliesin has an idea, and he's like, oh, wait, I actually want to do this. Is he still within the first chunk or the second chunk? And there's a lot of organizational weirdness and or wasted time that using a clock really deals with in a really nice way. So this is another sort of situation where, or not another, I think this is one of the textbook situations in which to use a clock in D&D, not just in Daggerheart or Bit-D. Yeah.
Before I'm gonna go and land next to you.
Okay. See if we can grab the orb. I'm going to run downstairs, see if I can see paperwork in the captain's quarters or anything, or run into the captain's quarters and just do a massive loot. Really
Investigation check with disadvantage. The room is currently tilted pretty heavily, and everything is slid and collided to one side of the room. It's just a giant pile
I balanced
of
it
broken
out,
furniture.
and then I'm kind of doing
You want me to jump over there and go get the orb?
Yeah, we also kind of put a bunch of holes in
Can
the
I
side
use
of
my...
it.
Yeah, there are a bunch of holes in the ship, and
So
your
I can only
your
do
control
so
water
much.
can localize some cool effects, but overall, the ship itself has taken too much damage.
Can I use my boots of feral leaping to leap from one ship to the other?
I
Sure,
want to fly
make a
down and
check.
help Percy investigate.
We're
If
pretty
there's time.
flushed already. Let's make it quick.
Oh, it might be something magic. Okay, my investigation check is 19.
19 with disadvantage?
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Pulling from the inside and rummaging through, you find
any papers I'm just gonna grab.
Yeah, you grab whatever papers you can. There's a small like leather tube. You grab that. Looking about inside, there's a ring of keys. You find a bunch of scattered coins throughout the room. It looks like there was a couple of small chests that just kind of opened up and
I'm looking more for magic. I don't care about gold. I'm just looking for like magic or weird.
Right.
Catch the eye.
I will say this is a little bit of a hack that you can do. I wouldn't overuse it, but if someone is looking for, this is a hack that I have needed to develop because I'm terrible about thinking about treasure ahead of time. I tend to only think about like quest items essentially. If someone is like, I'm rifling through looking for X and they are in a time sensitive scenario, and especially if they give you something like Taliesin just did, where they say, like, I'm just catching, like, any papers, anything that might catch the eye, you can have it be, like, an investigation check if you want. Kind of surprised it's not currently. But that would be something like an investigation check, and then just say, like, okay, yeah, you grab anything that looks interesting, you grab a bunch of papers, and you'll have to see what they are when you get out. Little bit of a hack that gives you a little bit more time as a DM. If the players suddenly expect there to be treasure somewhere, and you're like, oh shit, there probably would be treasure there, huh? I did not put any treasure there, I'll tell you that. But you guys probably do deserve some treasure. Yeah, you grab some stuff. You'll have to look at it when you're under less stress. And then you give it a little bit more time. Oh, that's true, Crazy Smith. You're right. Matt did have him roll it. I've been so in and out. I'm forgetting things. You're so right. Yeah. So yeah, it's like Admiral J, but like now Matt's like, you see this, you see that, which I do know that Matt does like vamp via description sometimes. So I think that might be what's going on here. But there is a strategy that I have found to be very useful of like, okay, yeah, you grab every paper, you'll have to look at them later. And then my wheels start spinning while we're doing other stuff. I'm like, okay, what's on the papers?
Yeah,
Are the keys? So they look like...
They look like some sort of an opening device, yeah.
Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna grab them anyway.
Okay, just grab the keys, cool. All right,
22 to jump across.
Jump across, all right, so you make it across and you try and go underneath now. The ship now is starting, not only is it listening to one side, but now it's starting to lift up a little bit.
I'm trying to
and
balance it as much as...
Also, I think this is funny. This generally happens with especially 2:30 streams. Generally, there's like a drop off as things go later, especially if it's a long one. But I also do think it's funny that this drop right here is pretty in line with the with the milk conversation. It's like, oh no.
As I can.
Okay, so you're slowing the process. You're slowing it.
Yeah.
Make my way to the orb and try and rip it out.
The ship is also slowly moving behind the other ship as it's no longer maintaining speed. All right, so what are you doing?
I'm trying to make it to the orbit that he was too weak to pull out.
Strength
and
check.
Rip it out.
I hope you pull something in your knee.
Haha! 25.
God damn it.
I've got it! Throw it in the water.
No, let's keep it. Let's bring it to the other ship.
But in the bag of holding, Grog.
In the bag of holding.
Okay.
And I'll run and I try and jump back to the other boat.
Make an athletics check.
I'm not going to make it. But that was
You might.
23.
5, 10, 15, 20! You catch the edge. They're dangling on the side of the ship as your fingers are right there.
Looney Tunes.
I'm good.
You could have flown.
God,
I swallowed the coin.
First of all, water is now starting to spill in underneath you, and you're now about knee deep inside. Everything that's in here, all the papers that you haven't already grabbed are soaked and floating up the top.
I'm gonna run out. There's... Oh man, I don't hear anything coming from down below, do I?
Make a perception check.
Did you ever hear that I said I wanted to go help person investigate? Was I able to do that?
Please tell me I
Yeah,
didn't
you can
kill
fly
someone
over, and as
innocent.
because you're behind him, as you rush in to help him, he has a couple armfuls of things. The room is now about knee-height water, and it's tilted pretty heavily to actually this side, and it's just floating bits of paper and soaked books and pieces of broken wood and furniture. The room is utter chaos.
Anything interesting?
Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. I'm
Hopefully no
gonna listen
innocent
for
people.
perception check.
I'm an orphan.
Terrible for 17.
17. You take a listen through all the splashing of water, the sound of wood creaking, and the ocean outside. You don't hear anything.
Oh god, I want to go
Leave
down.
this
I show the keys and I'm worried there's a cage down there, and I'm getting out of it. I still have the spider boots, so I can kind of. I'm holding on. So.
Can I hear anything with my elfin ears?
Make a perception check.
You're an elfin.
The taking the hobbits to Isengard.
What do your elf eyes see?
We're taking
Oh, a nothing.
It was a 1.
It was a 1.
Okay, yeah. You go down and listen, and as soon as you do, the water splashes up in your ear, and you get a bunch of salt water in the ear canal, kind of up in your nose a bit. And you're like, ugh.
That was awful. We should get out.
I'm gonna hand her a bunch of stuff, and including some of my things. I'm gonna be back, and I'm gonna try and like see if I can just
spider boot down.
Spider boot and see if I can hold my breath and look.
Don't do
I'm
whatever.
gonna grab and try and use the lenses on my mask to even get a clear shot of what's under there. Like,
Okay.
cool.
And I'm just trying to visualize with the last 10 minutes that I have of control water to try and clear this bottom passage.
So you can do that. You can prevent slowing the
The
sinking
rushing in
to part water.
That's what I want to do. I want to part right where Percy's heading.
Yeah.
Okay. As you do that, the ship begins to list even further.
Redirecting energy, thumbs up on Matt's part of naming an actual part of the spell. I'll be real. This is maybe one of the times where I'm the most negative on Marisha's spell use. I'm normally a pretty like, hey, people are being too harsh. Come on, like it's a lot to remember. Blah blah blah. This one is just, she's kind of just treating control water like water bending, which I get. Like, I think that's, again, a natural way to go with it. But it's not. And you gotta, like, especially when the spell has, like, subcomponents with specific names. But I get it. It's like chugging a half-gallon of milk. Do you guys remember that that's where all this started? Is that I was trying to do an analogy? How time flies. It's like chugging a half-gallon of milk. And just as dangerous.
Further back at an angle, and you watch as the front of it kind of comes upward, and everything on the ship begins to slide past in the direction of Keyleth and Vax.
Physics?
Get off! Can I have you both make dexterity saving throws if you could?
What, me too?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
There's a bunch of crates and barrels come just in your direction.
Just straight dex saving throw,
Yes.
plus 5. What did I roll? 11. Okay, 16.
Okay, yeah, you both managed to just sidestep out of the way as they tumble past and splash into the water below you.
Get out of here, you two.
You're starting to lose your footing a little bit. You probably have one more round before you're just going to start sliding off the edge.
First man, let's go.
Quick.
I'm fine. So Vex is here. You two leave.
Perception check as the water separates in the room.
Yeah. That's what I'm hoping for.
Oh, you rolled a 19.
That's 26.
Okay, as you kind of push down into the chamber, the walls of the water to the sides, you look down, and most of the furniture that was thrust up out of this area is cleared out. You do see 2 cages in the far back, one of which is empty. The other one does seem to have some sort of a humanoid
I'm
inside.
going for it.
Come on.
Okay. You rush into up to the cage and you look inside and you can already see what looks to be a slumped over humanoid. You see no features and there's no light down here, and your human eyes don't make out a lot of detail.
fine.
The fact that you rolled so high, it's only a little bit of light comes down here is reflecting around.
I'm unlocking. I've already got the keys in my hand, and I'm just going to start going for it.
First key, nothing. Second key, nothing. Third key, nothing. Yep. Water begins to like pour in from another side and the ship itself is pulling back. I want you to go ahead and make an intelligence check.
Come on, Percy, come on.
I'm going to choose to use a resolve. That's a save, isn't it?
That's for a saving throw.
God damn it.
Why did you roll the stitch?
I rolled a 1.
A natural 1. You start getting the keys, and there's probably a good 15 or 16 or so keys on here.
God damn it.
And you get through about 6 of them before the ship itself has gone to a full, and the cages begin to
All right, I'm rolling.
slide.
I'm rolling. I'm like, there's someone in there, but I can't get it. And I'm pulling, and I'm going to spider climb on the upside on the wrong side of the wood to stay out of the water and
Was he
crawl out.
underwater, or was the water
The
like
water's being
caved
parted by
out?
Keyleth currently. But
Okay,
now, so yeah,
I'm done,
the cage is
that's
beginning
it.
to slide now towards the back.
I don't know what to do, and I'm running out. I don't know what else to
Okay,
do.
so
What?
There's someone in a cage. I don't know what to do.
I'll fly at that.
okay.
Are you going? I'm gonna try
Okay.
whatever last bit of controlled water I have to try and part and calm the water is where Vax is going. And I say, go, Vax, go!
Okay, so you just fly in.
I'm gonna try. If there's a cage, I'll go to
Okay,
it.
as you rush down inside, you watch as these 2 large heavy cages are like tumbling in your direction. With the empty one slams just past you, and the other one slams into that itself, kind of turning up a bit, and something
trying to
something
control
inside
water as
slumps
much
to the
as I
slam.
can.
Can I even see the lock or where the keys were?
Make an investigation check.
All right.
The keys you do not have. Percy has.
I have the keys, but none of them are working.
That's 21.
21.
Yeah.
You manage to, as you kind of leap up using your wings in a little burst. It's a small enclosed space. You can't you can't use too much of the air to fly. And with a little bit of parting of the water's being done, you catch up and climb onto the top, and you can see the cage is turned on its side and the doorway is on the top. So you can see the actual lock.
All right. Well, I'm hasted. Do I have an action left to get up there and pick it?
I'd say yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Go, 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 go.
32.
You reach out and pull out your picks, and as you look up, and you can Keyleth, at this point, you're parting the water, but the ship is now sinking, and you're sliding off.
I grab. Can I make a jump to grab?
You can go ahead and make a dexterity check.
And I'm just holding concentration, hoping someone catches me.
My dexterity savers check.
Either.
on.
We'll say
They're both the same. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's good, that's good.
22.
You just catch Keyleth as she's about to slide off the edge, and you hold her there. That I will not require a concentration check from you. However, you're about to both go underwater.
Yeah.
You're holding her to the edge of the ship. You get the door open. It slams over on the side, and looking down inside, you can see what appears to be a slumped-over, soggy mess of a person.
Okay.
Unconscious.
Can I keep going here, or
Yeah. You grab them, pull them up,
and then
firemen
just try
carry them.
to slowly, messily float him out?
I'm
fly him out of
gonna
here?
go help if I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not much room for like flight. It's more like a leap,
right, so
so you're kind of like leaping through as you make your way there. You just get up onto the edge as the water goes past both Percy and Keyleth. You guys, your face is just beneath the ocean water.
Yeah!
I shout out 20.
I help.
You rush down from the broom. He goes and flings the person over your lap. You take up on the rest of the ship as the boat now is completely submerged. You watch the tip of it just beneath the water, bubbling the water up around as the.
Well,
I
He's
drop
going-
control water, switch back to my alter self, grab Percy, head back to the boat.
Okay.
While
You
this is
holding your
going
breath.
on, I'm asking Captain Adela's crew for towels. Just get a towel or like some sort of, I'm really wet here.
They're both currently up on all the edge of the ship watching this happen.
Yeah.
With one of the crow's
Okay.
nests keeping an eye out, and they're not paying any
I'm
attention
just
to you.
worried that this will rust if I don't get it dry soon. So if I could get some towels or maybe someone to fan it off, that would be great. Thank you.
All right, no response, but you are eager to repeat your question. As you make your way over, Keyleth, you pull Percival, because both of you guys sink quite a ways below the ship. As soon as it goes under fast. And as soon as you glance up to watch that Vax makes his way out, and you can just see over the surface, you relieve that to start swimming up, and both the two of you release your boots and begin to make your way to the surface. It takes a moment, and you just get at the cusp of what you can, hold your breath any longer before you both break the surface. Percy takes a deep breath, and you guys eventually swim your way over towards the edge of the boat. The fog, by the way, has begun to dissipate now, and has been slowly doing so since your removal of the orb from the edge.
Yeah.
As you guys all manage to make your way back onto the surface of the ship, waterlogged and tired, we're going to take a break for the rest of it.
Nice. Fight it soon.
Hell yeah. I liked that map and that combat. We've got like, wait. More seconds left. Wait.
Yeah. We made it off the Titanic.
I fell off a boat.
It's just stupid rules.
It's like battleship, but better.
So we'll be back here in a few minutes. We do have a Wormwood giveaway for you guys in the chat room.
All right, I think that's actually it. Oh, good. Good stream. Oh, man. I love a good ship battle too, Torben. I mean, it's wild to me how much more dynamic that fight felt than a standard CR combat. Like, if you had asked me beforehand, which is one of the reasons I fucking love doing this series, man. I never get tired of it. Like, I think I had a friend ask me if, like, do you, like, run out of stuff to talk about? And it's like, oh, that is why I do Critical Eyes instead of just streaming about D&D, is because the new episodes always just bring something new to talk about. Or they bring the same thing to talk about, but in a new way, or, in a way that, like, builds a pattern. It's never ending. I love it. And this is one of the scenarios where it's like, if you had asked me ahead of time, like, hey, do you like ship battles? I would have said yes, but I would have been like, it's like, they're a good source of variety. They have a different tone. They have this and that and whatever. But I don't think I would have focused in so much on what I focused in on this time. And like watching it, it absolutely bore out of like the natural dynamic of having two ships, especially if you do it like Matt did, where he had like the two stickers or like cutouts, where he could like move them independently on the water. It just is inherently more compelling as a battle arena. Like, I feel so confident about that now in a way that I wouldn't have otherwise. And I'm going to be thinking about this for my campaign. And, like, especially the specific things that I thought were really interesting about that. Like, like, the fact that they were separated, right? They weren't just two static ships. That would have been interesting as well. But the fact that Matt could do that tiny little, like, angle tilt towards the end, I don't know why, but that made the map feel so much more interesting. And, like, being able to, like, have, like, Grog, like, barely make that jump towards the end. And definitely more difficult to represent than maybe your standard, especially static map. But man, was I enjoying the benefits. So I'm going to think about it more later. I am excited to watch the rest of this on Friday. And I'm excited to see you all on Wednesday for, what the fuck's it called? Age of Umbra. I'm excited to see you for Age of Umbra on Wednesday. And then we will, you mean Monday. Don't you mean Monday? Oh shit, today's not Monday. Oh, I'm so out of sorts. You're right. Today's Saturday. I thought today was Monday. And it was Wednesday and then Friday. Right. One day more. Another day. Some even say another destiny. On this never-ending chug to Calvary. I did drink too much milk, and I drank too much water, and I watched too much Critical Role, and I talked too much, and I had a blast doing it. Monday is when I will see you all. I have no idea what time that will be. Don't count on 11:30 because shit's weird here right now. And the dogs might keep me up because they're mad at me, and I might not want to do it at 11:30. So, I will see you on Monday at some point. Goodbye, everybody.